My hope is that the results of these can be a public good. If we make progress in thinking about the effect of productivity, the effect of data, new inflation frameworks, this is something we can all borrow and use from. The other thing I'll add is that monetary policy spills over from one of our economies to the other, and it spills back. I think the way Governor Macklin said it right, which is we're all being hit by a series of shocks. In the U.S., the AI shock is leading to a boom in capital expenditures. We see that first and foremost, but I'm confident we're going to see it in supply at some point. So we're spending most of our time trying to monitor those developments.
Is it inflationary?
Well, in the near term, we can observe it on the demand side, but it's up to the central bank to decide whether it's inflationary.
That's why I'm asking.
Whether, in fact, it finds its way into a broader set of goods. I don't have any news for you on that, but I would certainly rather be in a position where we have two things, where we recommit the way I know my colleagues have to deliver price stability. And the other piece that I'll take note of, which shows some difference, I think, among our nations, is the AI boom is showing itself first and very prominently in the United States. I'd certainly rather have this problem where we have massive capital expenditures instead of thinking years back where we had financial engineering, where we had companies that weren't able to deliver profits, so they would do shareholder buybacks. Well, right now they're investing in the future because their expectation is the supply side of the economy will expand. And if it does, that has huge implications for monetary policy. But again, I'm not going to make a judgment now. We'll meet again in 4 weeks. But this is as exciting a time and also as a consequential a time to be a central banker that I can think of at any
Good morning.
crisis in my adult lifetime.
President Lagarde,
Can I pick up on a point that my friend Kevin made? It's the speed at which things change, and that is clearly accelerated by AI. And I think in that
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Welcome to the first trading day of the month, July 1st. Christine Lagarde currently speaking, going back and forth between Warsh and Lagarde, talking about central bank issues, being hosted by CNBC, which is interesting. CNBC host, and it's being broadcast on Bloomberg. All right, so Facebook had some, or Meta had some news this morning.
these are changes that are just so accelerated that we have to be prepared to measure differently and more accurately.
Okay, so Meta had some news this morning following an official rollout of its new enterprise-grade AI business agents across WhatsApp, Instagram, and Messenger. They're also getting heavy into the cloud, AI cloud. That's interesting. The tool allows corporate clients to fully automate lead generation. That's a big deal with anybody that's been in sales. Automating bookings and sales escalations. So it's putting Meta in direct monetization ready competition with OpenAI and Anthropic, adding fuel to the move. Arit Research upgraded the stock from neutral to buy. Target 735. I'll be watching the opening range on this one. Meta looks good. Let's see what else is up. Apple is up. Apple is up. Google is up again this morning. A follow-through day. So this will be a third white soldier. With COR1M down below 6, near 570 or so, last time I looked. This is creating some short-term spasm risk. It doesn't mean the markets are going to crash. It means that we can have a lot of volatility, increasing in volatility.
can't dispense, we can't dispense of
All right, so if you're buying calls, super expensive calls, you need to check the implied volatility. If implied volatility is really high and the markets suffer a spasm like we had over the last couple of weeks when COR1M got down to 5 and change, you could see those calls prices drop dramatically. So you want to have longer dated and resist the urge of chasing some of these fast moving stocks at highs if the IB is like really high above 100% or whatever. So if you bought Meta yesterday, we dabbled in a little Meta yesterday. Some of you might have followed through on that as well. There's a couple of people that bought Meta late yesterday. Bloom Energy, there's some news on Bloom Energy. I'll probably get back into Bloom Energy. I got stopped out. Okay, so Bloom Energy is back above the 50-day. I got stopped out on that big red candle to start the week. That happens. Okay, so let's see what Bloom Energy is doing this morning. Okay, that's inside of yesterday's candle. So, all right, watch Bloom Energy, opening range. I'll be looking to get back into Bloom Energy. Back to Meta. All right, Ryan K., I think you got into it, right? And Frano, you got into Meta? You have July 10th, 570s. Taiwan Semi also popped yesterday. All right, so some of you got back into Meta yesterday. Okay, I see some of you mentioning yesterday in the trading room. It's been a great week. Don't mess things up by being greedy. As long as you have enough time and you're buying dips, you should be fine. But COR1M is definitely in pay attention territory. You should be fine if you're not buying high implied volatility options. If you're buying shares, a different story, of course. You can always sell. You can always sell covered calls since implied volatility is really high. You can sell some nice premium. And if you get taken out at a higher price, that's fine too. We got about 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Okay, Nike's down again today. Intuitive Machines, that bounced yesterday. It's trying to make a low. Basing down at the lows. AMD, watching that one. That's off a little bit this morning. Grinder. Okay. Let's get ready. Meta. Futures. Managed a little bounce there. Okay, we're at this upper trend line. If we get to this upper trend line, that's a subjective location, but we do have potential for increased volatility. Like you saw the last couple of times, COR1M was as low as it has been and as low as it is currently. All right, so we had a nice 3-day move up. Qs also breaking higher. Okay, extended trend line here. This is getting near resistance. Okay, and you can see pre-market, we're off a little bit there in yesterday's price action. Give it a few minutes for the opening range. Tesla's starting to turn up. Tesla. Okay, Tesla is back below the 200-day. Okay, you can see Tesla over there. Pre-market 419, 420 now. Okay, watch that 200-day. If we continue here, opening range breakout. If we continue, I'll probably buy some more Tesla again today for a day trade. Let's see what the 10-year is saying. U.S. 10-year. Okay, U.S. 10-year is at 4.48%. So this is a second day up. Okay, that's going to put pressure on IWM. Okay, IWM tapping the highs again. You can see pre-market IWM is trying to fade a bit. Okay, keep an eye on the 10-year. I would, if you're going to trade IWM, I would switch back and forth between the U.S. 10-year and IWM. All right, Nike had earnings last night, right? Nike had earnings, red to green here. Nike with 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30 to go. Okay, Nike is going green. Okay, what's Under Armour doing? And Lulu, those two I was paying attention to. Under Armour and Lulu following through on the watch list. Under Armour is on the watch list. Lulu, I'm keeping an eye on this one because I'm looking for this to break a trend. Lulu. Retail, let's see what Brother Bill's Casey's is doing. That's trying to hold on to this area. Walmart was down. Went by Walmart last night and picked up some kitty related items. Place was busy. All right, so looks like Walmart might produce a double bottom. XRT, okay. All right, we're about to open. We've got about a minute and 30 seconds to go. Tesla turning back up. All right, Tesla's starting to move.
For a moment, President Lagarde, because, and I've asked you this for a few years in a row now, and you've always pushed back and have been right.
I'll push back again.
The stagflation question.
What's Baba doing? I know some of you have been looking at Alibaba. Okay. Tesla. All right, we're under a minute to go now. Under a minute to go. Let's see. Coinbase turning up. Coinbase. ARM Holdings off a bit. ARM Holdings. If you didn't take profits yesterday, if you have short-term options, looking for a bounce on ARM Holdings. Intel, little fade pre-market. Let's see if that goes. All right, let's go. We got about 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, the employment story has been a positive one for Europe, for the US as well.
Tesla, watch Tesla.
Labor market. Chairman Warsh, how do you interpret the recent data points on the labor side of your mandate?
So going back 2 weeks ago, I think the way we as a committee described the labor side.
Okay, we are open. There goes Tesla. All right, Tesla on the move. Let's see, what do I have on Tesla? Tesla. Okay, I have December options on Tesla. Tesla.
If there was a common thing I heard over the last couple of days, it was open-mindedness on these questions of AI, open-mindedness on productivity. But we've all looked around and we've seen that prices are too high. And I don't think I'm the only one on this stage that's recommitted to deliver.
Tesla on the move.
So the market was right to interpret your first news conference as hawkish.
Nice try.
Yeah, I've just gotten advice from
Okay, NVIDIA turned down for now. NVIDIA.
I'll say this, expectations of inflation over the first 4 months, first 4 weeks of this period have come down. Inflation risks have come down. Again, our business.
Okay, SpaceX is a little bit lower. It managed to make it back up near 175, 176 yesterday. Tesla looking for the follow through. Okay, Netflix turning back up, Apple, Microsoft turning back down. Okay, so a little profit taking this morning. COR1M jumping back to 650. We only have 300 stocks advancing, 300 out of 500 advancing. S&P 500. Okay, so the last time I looked, tick cumulative was trending green, bullish. Let's see what we got here. Tick cumulative survey says all right, tick cumulative is green, but it looks like it's topping out. So higher highs, higher lows. It looks like it's making a little pivot, maybe starts to turn down a little bit. Okay, watching Tesla. If it can stretch its legs above the 200-day, this could run. Okay, Apple just dipped a little bit. It looks like people taking profits. We're at the 50-day. Apple. Meta, I'm looking to get into Meta. Okay, opening range is a bit longer here. 28 minutes to go for the opening range. Let's see if this starts to catch a bid or not. Nice news. Okay, Tesla, Intel in the lower part of yesterday's range. Intel tried to break out. Intel tried to break out. Okay, so let's see. The NASDAQ 100. The top stocks on the NASDAQ 100, as you might anticipate, Meta is number one, jumping quite a bit this morning on good news about AI cloud and competition, going in direct competition with Anthropic and OpenAI for revenues. Intuit is number two. Actually, it's number three now. Workday. That keeps jockeying back and forth. Coca-Cola Europe, Palantir, number five, Palantir. Let's see what Palantir looks like. I haven't looked at Palantir in a few weeks, huh? Palantir, big gap up there. Okay, starting to reverse. Palantir. Let's look at the daily. Palantir. This looks quite cheap. Palantir looks quite cheap down here. You know, for a longer term position. Okay, Microsoft rolling back over. Tesla starting to go now. Okay, Tesla. Watching Meta. Meta looks like it wants to go. Meta looks like it wants to go. Let's see. Okay, we need to see a lot of purple building down below. Positive gamma. Okay, it's pretty light colored, so we need a lot more support down below. So if we get one of these spasms that we've seen recently, options traders only, I'm talking to options traders. If we get one of these spasms, we could see prices pull back in your option. Okay, markets look fine. We've rallied up with 7,500 as resistance now, so we're just waiting to see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows. All right, trying to turn up there. Okay, Tesla. Watching Tesla. All right, Palantir looking pretty interesting as a trade. 50-day. Tesla. Tesla moving on up. Okay, a couple of wicks there. People selling into strength. Okay, Netflix turned up. Apple, a little profit taking, starting to see some buyers. Same thing with Microsoft. Futures continue to move lower at the moment as Warsh speaks. The Fed is speaking at the ECB. Christine Lagarde Kevin Warsh. Okay, watching Tesla for a runner. Okay, Tesla looking good.
And I won't at all be surprised if 6 or 12 months from now, each of us are on a better
Just look at Tesla's price action on the daily. Pretty unusual. Was that shorts covering the first couple of days? Looks like it. New money coming in yesterday. Do we follow through? So that would be what we'd be looking for. Another follow through day. Nike had earnings. Okay, went from red to green, I guess. It's back to red. Okay. Nike, need that to get back near 40, 45, the 50-day. Need that to bounce back towards the 50-day. Tesla, keep an eye on Tesla. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot's at the 200-day. It made a new high for the month, but it is fading a bit. So people taking profits at the 200-day, they're trained to think the 200-day is your area to take profits. Okay, so this is a longer term play. I'm looking for this to follow through, not pull back too hard. If it pulls back too hard, I will take the profits I have, look for a re-entry. Okay, Netflix is on the move. Netflix. Okay, Netflix is, looks like it's basing down here. It's managing to hold on. It's not dropping anymore. Not dropping, so maybe Netflix is a play here. Okay, what's Shopify doing? Shopify is up. Shopify, nice bounce off the 50-day.
There's also been a lot of talk here about coordination and influence on each other. And I'm curious, President Lagarde, now that you do have a little bit policy divergence, you guys going maybe in different directions, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing
The
ultimately?
divergence between who and who.
Policy, I mean, you're raising rates, they're not raising rates. You know,
No, I totally endorse the comments made by, I think it was both.
This, what's her name? The CNBC person? I forget her.
I think the Fed was at 350.
She seems to be annoying, Christine Lagarde. Okay, futures continue to drive a bit lower. We're starting to bounce a little bit. We're watching hedge flows. Still very early. We know where resistance is, 7,500. I don't think we make it through there today. We briefly went above it yesterday. Tesla. Okay, Tesla looks like a good one. So does Shopify. All right, Shopify. I have options. What do I have here? July 17th, 125s. You know what? I'm going to take profits in these because I'm green. Create closing order. And I'll re-enter. Wait, not that. Okay, so I'll try to get out at the offer. All right, so I got out of shop at the offer. I plan to get back in, just for the record. I just mentioned Shopify. I'm waiting for the opening range. I've been in this one for a couple of weeks, actually. Been below the 50-day. It wasn't too bad. I was down, I don't know, $50 a contract. So I was holding on to it. Wasn't the best entry. Looking forward to get back above the 50-day. And as fortunes would have it, yes, here we are, back above the 50-day. So I'm taking profits. I'm going to reassess because I had July 17th. Shopify. Actually, I had this one. This is one of the cases where I was buying further out of the money, further out in time, rather. Okay, so I was trading back there, at the end of May, I guess. Sat through all of this because I wasn't really off that much. Looking for it to pop, never popped. Now we got the pop, so I'm taking profits. So I'll probably take something like August or September in Shopify. This looks really good. I'm watching the opening range as well. All right, let me get rid of HDs. Symbol there. I'll go back to Tesla. Oh, Tesla just dropped. Okay. Bastards. Netflix.
historical benchmarks, PE ratios, forward ratios.
TIF
Things look stretched.
Macklem, Bank of Canada, TIF. TIF.
Doesn't mean there's a problem,
What
but
the hell kind of name is TIF?
you need to take that.
TIF Macklem.
The other risk we've been highlighting is
That's a weird name.
very much growth of hedge funds.
Okay. Tesla pulling back a bit more now. Tesla pulling back a bit more. Giving back some of the gains that we saw the last few days. Back below the 200-day Tesla. Okay. Just waiting for the opening range. Okay. All of this back and forth. People taking care of their imbalances. We've got the first trading day of the month now that we have to start watching for buying.
These trades are very clear for each hedge fund, but when they're all doing something similar, there could be a systemic overlay. And the idea is if we can point that out, the market can guard against that risk.
So, yeah, I mean, Kevin referred to the financial crisis a few times, and he's absolutely right to do that. And one of the big questions, at that time, before it, was, is the subprime mortgage market going to be, in a sense,
Amazon pulling back. Google's trying to push. Tesla still pulling back. High of the day is up here. Okay. Google trying to hang in there. Google. Watching Meta. Meta's just kind of sitting here suspended. In phase. Love my in phase system.
I think the thing we've seen actually in the course of the last few months is an increase in leverage and equity markets. So we look at hedge fund leverage and equity markets, you look at leveraged exchange traded fund markets, those things are changing. If you look at private credit, the questions we're asking is, are those the things that actually can move from tail risk into a broader consequence? So then you have to say, what are the channels through which it can happen? So with the Bank of England, we're doing a second system-wide exploratory scenario to ask that very question about private credit. That's our job.
Do you see any other broader risks emerging? And do you agree with the characterization of stretched for the market?
So we are obviously, yes, we do look at asset valuations because you are living in a world. I mean, you've seen this obviously over recent months where you've got quite a divergence between how bond yields are moving and how equity markets are moving. Now, I think a lot of this comes back to what Kevin was saying about AI. I think it's explicable in broad economic terms. But the question is, is that going to lead to some wider stability issues? So that's on the list. And then that's what I was saying, I don't want to reopen it again, but frontier AI is obviously high on the list as well. So we've got quite a list of things.
Love my in phase system. Solar is the way to go. My energy bill, my electric bill is like $130 a month. It should be lower than that, but it's only because I haven't installed the battery pack. If I install the battery pack, I won't be drawing energy at nighttime. Okay, well, we got Nike going green. All right, Nike. All right. Nike looks like it's going to go here. Okay, let's take a look at Nike.
I'm not prepared to sort of make a broad comment denoting risks that are available in the system, but I will say this. This is the biggest time of consequence to each of our economies, I think, in our lifetime, maybe absent the shocks of 2008 and the COVID shocks. There are dramatic change in how businesses do business, how households are thinking about employment and inflation.
Nike.
And so this is time we have to go back to first principles. I know that the Federal Reserve, with my complacent. At the same time, I do want to.
All right, I bought a few Nike 40 calls.
Huge opportunity. And if the Fed can deliver on its remit to deliver prices, I've never been more optimistic about what the growth engine of the U.S. could produce.
The growth outlook of the US economy this year is
We're playing match.
July 17th.
So I would just say this: over the last 4 quarters in the U.S., structural productivity is in the high 2% range. So potential growth looks like it's trended up. This is a time when labor markets, hours worked are relatively flat. History says that we go from periods of low productivity to periods of high productivity. Nothing is in the bank at this time of consequence, but the last 4 quarters are an indication, which is really largely before the advent of the new surge in what artificial intelligence can do. I think there's reason to be optimistic. And does that optimism convey into policy in the next 6 or 9 months? Still too soon to say.
But strong outlook, sounds like.
You're back to
Okay, I have the 20s and I also have longer dated. I have October as well. October.
When you look at what's happening in the real economy, you make your own judgments.
40s, sorry. 40, not 20.
Where we were trying to suppress volatility, where we thought we needed to spoon feed markets to get out of that. That was the right policy for.
And I have October 45s on Nike.
And so sometimes unlearning is harder than learning, and I'm going to keep at it.
Okay, so what are the, President Lagarde, how do you think about the best levers to boost growth in the Eurozone right now?
Capital market regime. Maintain '28 regime and boost the venture capital. Okay, so that could be on the growth front. But I would like to add one thing. Thanks to the
Tesla turning back up.
at this podium and a few other people, we have a strong, solid, robust banking system, which is strongly, well-regulated, well-supervised.
Okay. Nike, looking for that to bounce. Let's see what their earnings look like. Nike. NKE, Nike. Okay, Nike missed expectations. Earnings growth is 42%, 43%, but revenue growth has slowed. Expects first quarter revenue 10.96 billion. That's better than what they are currently reporting by a little bit. They reported 10.97 billion. They're forecasting up to 11.6 billion. Didn't they have a new CEO? This Elliott Hill guy. Okay, looking for this to go. Okay, Nike.
The other big topic that I know that you all think about as part of your remit is the balance sheet. And Chairman Warsh, you have talked about before.
Okay, let's see. Bloom Energy. All right, that's following through.
In the United States. So it's at 6.7 trillion right now. What level would you be comfortable with it at?
No forward guidance. And I'm not.
All right. Futures are turning. It's early. Futures are turning. July tends to be the first week of July, right before the 4th, tends to be a strong week. Many of you are already aware of that. So I'm just telling you something you already know. Watching Tesla. Looking, all right, Nike, watching that one. Tesla. Looking for this to get something going. Is what's going on with Meta? It's just sitting here. Meta just sitting here. That's actually kind of good. If we consolidate right here and we take out this opening range, which is right here, if we take out the opening range high on volume, that'll be a buy signal. You'll see an orange line show up on my chart. Netflix just pulled back in. Netflix still basing down here. Netflix. Okay, futures turning back up. All right, so let's look at Trace. All right, we're looking for hedge flows to turn back up. Not yet. If you buy anything, you know that 7,500 is your resistance level. Tesla trying to move here. Tesla, Meta. Okay, so keep an eye on these. Meta. All right, Meta had a nice move yesterday. If you held on to those calls, you did really well. Let's see what COR1M is at now. COR1M below 8 is a caution signal. You don't want to be chasing. Okay, we're back down to 590. COR1M is back down to 591. You don't want to chase calls, expensive calls. Make sure you check your IV. If you don't have it enabled in your Thinkorswim, if you have the ability to look at IV, if it's a really elevated IV, you want to resist chasing. If you definitely want to get into a position, if it's a day trade or whatever, maybe consider spreads to reduce your cost. Okay, Meta trying to bounce. Okay, we're coming into the opening range pretty soon here. We got 7 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. In the background, I'm just listening to the ECB, Andrew Bailey, Bank of England. These central bankers are meeting up. The Kevin Warsh is there too, Christine Lagarde. Tiff, I forgot his last name, from Canada. I've heard of Biff, but not Tiff. From Back to the Future, Biff. Don't know what Tiff stands for. Tiffany? Oh, boy. Yeah, Michael Burry's not right all the time. He screwed up on Palantir. He had such a big position in Palantir puts that he closed his fund. And he's trading it on his own. So he gave everybody their money back, I guess. Meta, watching Meta here, just sitting tight. Tesla starting to move. Okay. So I might add to Tesla. I have Tesla. Let me see what I have here. Tesla calls. Tesla, I have December 430s, 435s, December 430s, 435s. Many people, I bought some Decembers because of the speculation that SpaceX and Tesla were going to merge. SpaceX is off this morning. What's Cerebras doing? Cerebras was up yesterday. It's up again today. So it's trying to break higher, Cerebras. Okay. I sold some Shopify this morning. I plan on getting back into Shopify. I had July 17th, so that just around the corner. Just wanted to take the opportunity to take profits there. All right, so just waiting to see what's going to happen with opening range, if we get any breakouts. The top of the S&P 500, we've got General Mills, GIS, General Mills, gapping up on earnings. General Mills, GIS, 23 million, 21 million surprise. That's pretty interesting. General Mills. That's an SPHD. The SPHD ETF. That pulled back yesterday. Looking for a bounce. SPHD, SCHD, these ETFs. Okay, a little bit of profit taking lately. So the pullback's going to get bought. SPXL, the S&P leveraged 3 times. Okay, that's an inside day. Okay, Meta. Okay, so again, going through the list of the S&P 500, we've got General Mills. Meta is number 2 on the NYSE. It trades on the NASDAQ, but it's also listed on the New York Stock Exchange, obviously. S&P 500 as well. S&P Palantir is number 3. Palantir is number 3 on the S&P. Big move on the Palantir. This is one that Barry was short. He had the 60 put. I'm not sure what expiration he had, but I do recall that. And he closed his fund because he was having such a difficulty with it. People wanted their money back. And he kept trading it, though. Palantir. Okay, Meta. Meta just sitting here. Okay, so to be clear, what you're looking for, Meta, once 10 o'clock gets here, you'll see an orange line appear. That'll be the opening range high, which is currently where that arrow is. That orange line will appear. What you're looking for is a burst in volume, okay? A burst in volume, 1.5 times the volume of the first 30 minutes. Now, that's automatically calculated with this Pine script that I wrote that, let's see, Cybernetic shared a video with me from S&B Capital. This is one of the videos that looked really good. So I just developed a script based on it. And you're looking for a surge in volume 1.5 times the previous 30 minutes. You're looking for price to move above the opening range high. You take a long, put a stop wherever you're comfortable, and look for continuation. All right, so that script runs on the 1-minute time frame and the 3-minute. I have it on the 3-minute right now. Okay, Apple turning back up. So we'll get the opening range high pretty soon. We're looking for that breakout. It'll also alert. It'll post a little arrow with a ORB, opening range breakout symbol on it. I don't know if we had one yesterday or not. There's your opening range right there. Apple. No, there was no big burst in volume. That's what triggers the ORB alert. Okay, here we go. Apple's turned back up. Looks good. Heading for the opening range. Okay, so we're already above the 50-day. We got back above the 50-day. Apple is a good one. Nike. Keep an eye on Nike. Okay, Nike. Okay, Nike. Nice pop on Nike. Yep. Nike's on the move here. All right, so that's a $2 move. Big, nice pop there. Nike. Nike. Okay, opening range. High is over here. All right, so Meta, we're watching for that opening range breakout. Okay, watching the volume here, Meta. It's above the 50-day. Big gap up. Okay, probably a lot of shorts left in this one. I'm going to do something with Meta. Let's see. I already have a Meta position, but it's further out there. Let's see. Meta. I have 650s from the last time we tried to get this going. That's up quite a bit, actually. That's up a lot. Okay, so let me do something here with Meta. Meta. All right, we're breaking out right now. Okay, watch the volume here very closely. Meta. Meta. Okay, watch Meta here. I'm looking to buy a vertical at this point. Okay, looking for Meta to continue here. Okay, watch the volume. Let's see the volume. Meta. I'm going to buy the 620s. That is a 45 delta.
So I'll give you one that we're wrestling with at the moment, and we've wrestled with for years, as obviously relevant, which is oil and gas futures prices. So they are terrible indicators.
All right, looking good. We've got an opening range breakout. Meta, Nike keeps going here. Nike. Okay, Nike. Let's see what the volume looks like on Nike. Okay, opening range right here. Starting to show up, opening range. All right, so they just finished the ECB conference. Okay, let's see. Futures regaining some lost ground this morning, so that's good. Okay, Nike's still going here. Nike. Meta. Okay, I'm going to scale into some Meta. Scaling in. There we go. Meta's starting to go now. Opening range breakout. We should get a little confirmation if the volume is very high and elevated. Okay, let's look at Google. Okay, opening range way up there. Tesla. Don't forget Tesla. Tesla opening range up here. Okay, high of the day. Actually, a little bit higher. I'm just going to move this out of the way so I can see it. Tesla. Okay, Nike. Nice move on Nike. SpaceX. Yep. I like it, dollar. I like it. SPCX range. Yeah, SPCX range. They're basing down here, so SpaceX. Okay, so this range is looking a little better now. Okay, you could use this pivot right there, the red arrow. I'm just going to watch this pivot right now. So SpaceX. We're looking for that to be much higher. Right now, it's a little profit taking. Looks like people that were swinging from yesterday that haven't figured out or aren't aware that the pattern day trader rule is no longer in effect, so they can day trade all they want. I don't know what all the rules are, but I just know that you don't get caught for more than 3 trades or whatever. I don't know the whole spiel. I just know it is behind us. No longer. Okay, no longer with us. Meta. Okay, Nike. Look, you can day trade some of these too, right? You can just take some profits. Okay, there goes Tesla. Nice one, Ryan. Okay. Nice. Tesla with a nice pop. Nike. Nike looks good. Mhm. Meta still pushing. Tesla popping. Tesla with a nice pop. I don't know. I would suspect that because of the density of the trading on Tesla and the size of the move over the last 4 trading days, that this would continue. That this is institutions that are obviously buying. Ryan, look at the volume. That's institutions. Look at that volume. That's institutions right there. So you know that they're buying like crazy. Something's up. Okay, Tesla, big move on Tesla. SpaceX is a big buyer of 10,000 October 100 puts this morning. 10,000 of the 100 puts being bought. SpaceX, be aware of it. Okay, nice move on Tesla. I want to get back into Bloom Energy. Let's see. Tesla looks good. It's above the opening range. Looking for a notification of above average volume. Okay, Nike still going here. Nike. Watch that volume. Watch the volume on Nike.
Range of markets. Volatility is not up, it's down. Yields aren't up, they're down. Inflation expectations are down. So I hear this that as if people don't understand. I think they actually understand quite well.
Joining us now is Shana Sissel, Banrian Capital Management founder and CEO. Shana, great to see you this morning. And I just want to.
Oh, I don't have Discord on. Sorry. That's a valuable tool, by the way. Discord, the pulse alerts, because it alerts us to, especially near the opening range where we're starting to see breakouts. Audio pulse.
As he noted, one of the things that has kind of dissipated from the markets has been volatility. Markets have been very low vol for a very long time, largely because of.
Okay, let's see what we've had so far this morning. 0 day, 0 day, 0 day. Intel pulse. Calls are leading. Okay, on the dip, Intel. Okay, they're buying the calls on the dip. SpaceX deep puts keep showing up. Okay, so contrary to popular belief, we don't go straight up, right? Somebody buying puts.
Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. NBIS. deep calls. Q's pulse.
Okay, buying the dip.
0
Intel buying the
DTE,
dip.
call strip. Size 0 DTE, call side.
Well, now that's speaking my language. I'm the queen of options, they call me, and so alternatives are one of the
Intel dip buyers. I'm gonna bite too. Let me see how much Intel do I have here. Did I sell my? No, I didn't sell it. Okay, so we're down a bit
Tesla
there.
pulse. Long dated.
Intel, July 2nd. Tomorrow's calls. Okay, those are down a bit. Intel.
Tesla pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Intel. Okay, a lot of option flow at the 135 strike for
0 DTE.
17
call
July.
Size
135, 140 spreads. 135, 140
0
spreads.
DTE.
I'll
call
go
strip.
ahead and bite on that. 135, 140.
0 DTE.
Okay, I'll buy a few of those for $2 each. All right, so. All right, so that's it for now. Tesla, Meta, Nike, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon turning back up, Google looking for the bounce, AMD is trying to find a bid. All right, look at Nike. Look at the Nike. Nike. Look at this opening range breakout. You see the volume noted there?
Long dated. Deep puts. Nvidia pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call strip. Size.
Nike. I added to my October 45s. Nike added to October 45 calls. Filled at, okay, 275, 275, 278. Okay, so I got filled at 278. Nike. Okay, I got to check out what Dollar just posted. After I post that, Nike. DRAM, okay.
Strike.
Long dated.
Okay, opening
0
range breakout.
DTE.
Notice the symbol there. Notice the symbol.
0 DTE. Call strip.
That symbol will only occur if there's 1.5 times the volume that occurred in the first 30 minutes. So that after the opening range, that's telling you people are participating. It's not a guarantee, but that's what they're doing right now.
Spider pulse.
Okay, this could come in spurts, so it could pull back and come in another spurt back up. We'll see. Nike looks good. Nike. Added to the October 45s. Okay, monitor that. Listening to Discord, Pulse, a good tool. Just shouts out big trades, and if we just watching what's playing at the moment, like AMD Pulse. Okay, AMD just showed up. Where is it relative to the opening range? It's down. Okay, opening range is up here. Okay, so just make a reference. 0-day SPY. Let's see. Calls are leading 4.6 times baseline on the spiders right now. Spiders. Okay, nice pop there on the spiders. Tesla wants to keep going. Tesla. Okay, that volume looks really good. So we're above the opening range. Still looking for that symbol. Okay, like this one, opening range breakout. You see the symbol? Look at the volume. Look at that volume. Holy smokes. That's good volume on Nike.
Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. Meta pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. SPX pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. AMD pulse. Amazon pulse. Apple pulse.
Coming up on the show, Vimeo and AOL owner Bending Spoons set to make its trading debut today after raising 1.6
Amazon pulse. Long dated.
Nike,
Meta
watching
pulse.
Nike. Amazon Pulse, is that what I just said? Meta Pulse, Amazon Pulse. Okay. Google turning, Amazon turning. Okay, opening range is up here at the high. Okay,
NBIS. Long dated.
Meta,
Deep calls.
Meta. Okay, back to the opening range.
NBIS. Long dated. Deep calls.
NBIS, not interested. Meta, interested.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy and Google on Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as a that probability is too low. By yes for 23 cents.
Intel looking for a bounce. Intel.
Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate prices. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Today's supply chains are more connected and more complex than ever. That's why Penske developed supply
Netflix looking for the bounce. Meta looking for a break higher. Tesla holding its own. I'm looking for that above average volume. We don't have it yet. Okay. Look at the difference between the volume. There's no spikes in volume compared to Meta. Okay.
0 DTE.
Right there. There's a big spike in volume. Okay. Looks good. Nice opening range breakout. Microsoft turning. Let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft trying to get me interested.
BE pulse.
I already have a position. It's underwater.
Deep puts.
But opening range breakout potentially here on Microsoft. NBIS. BE. Okay, BE, Bloom Energy.
BE pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
Puts on Bloom Energy. Interesting. Okay. Watching Microsoft here. Microsoft. Watching for an opening range breakout. Microsoft opening range breakout coming. Potential.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
MSTU. MSTU. Strategy. All right, turning the corner. Okay, you got an opening range breakout on strategy already.
SPX pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, MSTU. MSTU. Okay, 60-minute. 191. Okay, 207 and 261. Okay, so MSTU looking for 207, then 261, possibly. if they maintain a bid, Bitcoin, they maintain a bid in Bitcoin. Okay. All right. I need to take a 2-minute break. Let me just put this on Meta. Meta's consolidating. Nike's consolidating. Tesla. Okay, I'll put it on Tesla. Tesla looking for that volume bar block of volume to come in. All right, I'll be right back.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
And you made the point to me in the break that some of these were even public prior. I mean, what's the reception seem like it's going to be in public markets for these things?
NBIS, long dated. Deep calls. Soft pulse. Micron pulse. Soft pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Micron pulse. Meta pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Do you know anyone with any well again? Maybe let me know some hot mails out there.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
And that's Bloomberg Deals today. Every Wednesday, 12 p.m. New York time. Today's guest includes Sullivan and Cromwell Global Head of M&A, Melissa Sawyer, Lazard Global Head of Power and Energy Infrastructure, George Millisak. Still ahead, National Grid CEO joins to discuss her company's push into U.S. data centers. We're watching with interest. One of the things I'm really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of bringing those products. Essentially, starting to summarize the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of taking the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other capabilities. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers. An ETF for your cash. That's genius. ProShares Genius Money Market ETF. I do on that. The largest money market ETF in the world.
Tesla pulse.
Tesla
0
Pulse.
DTE. Call side. Size.
Tesla Pulse calls. Okay, looking good. $2.3 million on that last trade.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Tesla Pulse.
Micron pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, Tesla looks like it wants to launch here.
It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to police the noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news.
Okay, here we go. About to go here, Tesla.
Nearly an hour into trading day, still heading lower after 2 days of gains. Tech leads the declines after Meta announces that it's heading into cloud businesses. That sends cloud other providers lower this morning. Yields come in after we heard from Kevin Warsh. Nothing necessarily new from him, and Brent crude down 1.3%. Coming up, we talk about AI opportunities and private capital with EQT's head of private capital. I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The intention was trying to bring the company into the trends of the future.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy can move forward. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly
Okay, Tesla.
At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate bases. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
That's genius. ProShares Genius Money Market ETF.
0 DTE, call side.
ETF in the world. Learn more at ProShares.com/IQMM.
What if data didn't sit still? What if intelligence moved
Q's Pulse, long dated.
in real time, where decisions are being made? Cotality turns data into clarity, insight into action. Cotality, intelligence beyond bounds.
SanDisk Pulse, shenanigans. SanDisk Pulse, shenanigans.
Okay, looking good.
SanDisk Pulse, shenanigans.
Okay, Google also turning up. Apple's almost back to the high of the day. Apple, let's take a look at Apple real quick. I know some of you are trading Apple. Okay, looking for that opening range breakout. You see it's tested it just now. Meta, looking for a follow through. It's consolidating above its opening range breakout level. Tesla, watching. Amazon's about to break out too. Watch Amazon. Amazon opening range break higher.
Meta Pulse, long dated. Soft Pulse, deep calls. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
All right, they're going to be talking about Meta a lot today, it looks like. Yes.
0 DTE, call side. Size. DTE, call side. Size.
They were under pressure with that $150 billion of capex spend to show ROI, and they don't have a frontier model like Anthropic and OpenAI.
One over here.
There was talk about agentic AI being done, but it looks like they pivoted towards selling.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
They're getting a Dell.
deep puts, deep calls.
Dell.
0 DTE, call side.
All right, let's see.
Size, Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Micron, Dell Pulse.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
Dell.
They're getting a Dell, long dated. Deep puts.
Okay, let's see what Dell looks like here. Dell. Okay, consolidating.
Intel Pulse.
Okay, it's a nice squeeze. So if this does take off to the upside, forget
0
about it.
DTE, call side. Size. Intel Pulse, deep calls. Shenanigans. Palantir Pulse.
Leading company to be left behind because of all these restrictions. They want this model to be adopted and Anthropic or OpenAI to do well globally. And so from that perspective,
DRAM, don't forget, long dated, deep calls. SPX Pulse.
understand what are the capabilities of these models, and it looks like the executives of Anthropic probably sat down with the folks at the government and they sorted out in terms of what are the capabilities that could put us at risk.
All right, Mandeep, thank you so much for joining. Always a pleasure to see you. Mandeep Singh from Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's discuss more on AI investing, opportunities, risk. Joining us now is Eric Blue, head of private capital at EQT. Eric, great to see you this morning.
Great to have you here.
And look, EQT, I look here across the spectrum with AI, whether it be your infrastructure business or individual companies themselves. Things are changing.
Meta Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
Or the technology itself. How do you
Soft Pulse, deep calls.
thinking about investing them and where the value and risks are when things are shuffling and changing so quickly?
Yeah, it's a really exciting time. I mean, AI is one of the more significant innovations we've seen in decades. And if you think about how we generate returns as a private equity investment firm, it's about making our companies more valuable. We buy companies sometimes
All right, sorry about that.
BE Pulse, SpaceX.
In late 2028, so in March, NASA laid out their plans. They said they will invest more than $20 billion in the next 7 years to build a base in the moon where astronauts can live and work. So that's pretty cool if you ask me. And lastly,
Meta.
looking at what did I like there? General Mills higher by 9%. So there's
Yeah, General Mills gapping up this morning.
expected fourth quarter profit thanks to a boost from higher prices. Like many, they're really trying to win consumers over lower prices because everyone is feeling the pinch. So everyone is feeling the pinch. Maybe you and I should go to the moon. Maybe.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Thank you so much. I think groceries.
S&P. All right, we're at the highs, starting to see a little profit taking right at this level. Okay, S&P 500, S&P 7,500 is resistance. If we break through here, I would expect some shenanigans, okay? You're right at that trend line. You see where we are, right? We're right at the trend line. If we break above yesterday's high,
Palantir Pulse, long dated.
that'll be something. That would be something. Palantir Pulse, okay, Palantir. We got 8 prints. The other thing you can do, Andrew, is you can cite the exact print, okay? It says right here 8 prints, okay? 8 prints, $964,000. 1 minute versus 14, okay? You can actually do that too, okay?
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Amazon Pulse, deep puts. SPX Pulse, long dated.
Okay, there goes Google's on the move. Google's ripping here. Google breakout, opening range breakout. There goes Google. Bullish day 3. Okay, Apple breaking out. Apple breaking out. Apple opening range. ORB. Opening range breakout on Apple. Going. Okay, so
Zero DTE.
I got some Apple I want to get rid of too.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated.
Apple. Okay, we had some Amazon, right? Who was it? Andrew. We have some Amazon that we need to offload. Okay, those are still down a little bit. So looking to get out of some Amazon. The July 2nd, 245, 250 call spread. Okay, a little bit higher. Apple's looking good though. Apple looking good. I got the 300 calls. Apple also has some 300, 310, or excuse me, 310, 315 call spreads for July 17th. 310, 315 on Apple. Also have some 300 calls that expire the same date. Okay. Meta. Okay, news. The other thing about opening range breakout and this particular script that was covered in a YouTube video by SMB Capital. The other thing about this is that if there's news, that makes it even better. So you have a news catalyst, you have relative volume is above average, you got an opening range breakout, you see the volume, you get the volume spike 1.5 times the opening range. This is a great strategy, and I've always looked at the opening range, but I've never looked at it the same way that they did at S&B Capital
Long dated.
with the same specific script, which is really good.
Deep calls. Intel Pulse.
More?
0 DTE. Call side.
Man, you're a hungry cat.
AMD Pulse.
You're a hungry
Long
cat.
dated. Deep calls. Google
Okay,
Pulse.
Meta. Nice Meta.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Intel Pulse. Shenanigans. Tesla Pulse. Soft Pulse.
Meta.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay, Meta. I'm scaling out a little bit of Meta into the 10:45, 11 o'clock
DTE.
period.
Call side. Size.
Okay, I'm looking for a dip to buy some longer dated calls. Meta doing really well. Opening range breakout. We got a nice indication of volume right on the breakout. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. Okay, Meta, Nike still looking good. You might want to scale out a little bit of Nike, perhaps. If it gets going, fine. But it's consolidating right now. So this could turn back down, in which case you'd have a better entry.
Apple Pulse.
Let's see.
I myself lived in London for about 7 years, so I'm very familiar with National Grid. But to see you coming over into the U.S. itself is an interesting turn.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
It's interesting, Danny. Most people aren't aware that we already have quite a significant.
Apple looking good. AMD's fading. So AMD's out of favor today. Meta, really beautiful trade on Meta.
So we have in our 5-year horizon, as an example, about £70 billion. So let's say between 90 to sort of 95 billion US dollars, of which we have about 40% of that being invested in the northeast of the US. So we've got great capability, not just across the broader company, but already in the US.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans.
See the opportunity working utility and trying to provide energy and different utility to data center projects. Is there any part of the market you think looks frothy? Well, I think what we have found is that whilst the numbers of data centers in the queue are significant, that the drivers behind needing this speed to power continue to be solidified in all of the conversations that we're having. And so, of course,
DRAM. Don't forget. Long dated. Marvel Pulse. Deep calls.
And I think it really is a challenging domain, and it's really about pace. And I think what's exciting about this investment that we're making, it's really through the German vehicle, finding a way to crack that equation. It's about speed, but it's also about doing speed at scale. And I think that's what's most exciting. And that's the unlock, I would say, around underpinning those that are real projects that really want to put money behind investing versus those that perhaps are more speculative and seeing what might pan out. How do you deal with the politics of the situation? So I was just looking, there was even a lawsuit this morning around AI, very, very different.
All right, Tesla.
What you're doing specifically around Albertsons and Walmart using AI algorithms to determine the price of gasoline at their pumps. I mean, there is this real deep backlash occurring in the United States right now about this fear AI is going to be driving up my utility bills. How do you navigate?
All right, so there goes Tesla. Tesla ramping a bit higher. Okay, Tesla. Oh boy, Tesla is going to be a big winner today. This week. One of the best this week. There goes Tesla. Tesla. Wow. A few moments later.
I understand the desire to only focus on things you can control, but when you can't control them, isn't that a real risk for the build out? Well, I think there's the potential that these things could play out at different rates than perhaps might be anticipated. But I can tell you from our own 5-year forecast, we have solidified plans around our investment in that sort of 90 to 95 billion US dollars, which is underpinned in our jurisdictions for rate cases that are firm. And so I think we can speak with confidence in the next 5 years exactly what projects we will be delivering and by when. When we come to this particular announcement today, we've also got a firm PPA in place. This is something that's been signed by Microsoft for the Kilby project. And so this isn't sort of a speculative investment. This is really underpinned by the fundamentals around customers and actually meeting that demand with the right infrastructure and energy players.
Zoe, just quickly, because you mentioned you have commitments. What do you think of those more speculative projects? There have been quite a few. Some politician leases some land, doesn't have a hyperscaler committed to it yet, but hopes that they will. I mean, do you think that those will find the right path and find the right commitments, or do you think that there maybe is some speculation that concerns you in the overall market right now?
Well, I can really speak from the jurisdictions that we're most familiar with. And I think we see
All right, looking good.
So inevitably, there's a lot in the queue. We find that narrows quite quickly when you start to get into establishing contracts around capacity that people will take. And that very quickly sort of starts to simplify those that are more speculative versus those that ultimately are putting money in the ground. And so I think in our jurisdictions, we actually have a pipeline that's substantially larger, but the projects that we're actually doing designing and construction around are firm projects. They've got
Tesla. Okay, Nike looks like it wants to break out some more. Nike, okay, for those of you holding. Been scaling out a little bit of these calls.
Coming up, oil falls as the U.S. cites progress in technical talks with Iran. We'll have the latest update with Tyler Kendall after this break. This is Open Interest. Taylor, one of the things that really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data.
0 day, a lot of 0 day on SPY and the Qs.
It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans
Andrew, note
chance of keeping the House as it may be.
note some of them.
By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents.
I think he listed for the some of them.
At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market and hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our red label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest media.
Okay, Tesla at the highs. Let's see. Do I want to take some Tesla off into strength? It's been a nice day, nice week. Tesla. I got those December 430s. I can hold on to these for a while. Okay. Okay. I hope everyone's having a good day. I mean, if you're not having a good day, I don't know what you're trading. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, July the 1st. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back.
Brent is up in the low $72 a barrel as the U.S. says that technical talks with Iran have been positive and progress is being made. Joining us now is Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. Tyler, what is the latest?
Hey, Danny, well, these negotiations are expected to continue today in Qatar via mediators, though reportedly won't include Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who kicked off this latest round of talks this week. So far, the White House is saying that progress is positive. We heard President Trump echo this same sentiment to reporters within the last hour or so on the heels of this Wall Street Journal report that the president has privately told his staff that he would be okay if the negotiations extended beyond the 60-day window, if that's ultimately what it took to get a deal. Now, all of this, of course, is coming after the fighting this weekend had threatened to derail the diplomatic progress altogether amid what has been this focus on the Strait of Hormuz. And Danny, those tensions are still very much here. New this morning, Iranian state media saying that a foreign vessel ran aground, essentially got stuck in what Iran is calling an unauthorized route amid an uptick in ships transiting through that U.S. coordinated corridor that hugs the coast of Oman and tries to get those vessels further away from Iran's control.
Isn't this still in Iran, though, Tyler, that is talking about their desire to control the Strait of Hormuz? Just how big of a sticking point is this still in negotiations?
It's becoming really the sticking point at the moment, Danny, because we know that the memorandum of understanding, those provisions that paved the way for this 60-day ceasefire extension, really did focus on the waterway. And that's before we even get into the potential conversations that are happening about what curbs we could see on Iran's nuclear program. At this point, it's going to be one of those issues that we have to wait and see what the U.S.'s tolerance point will be, though all of the reporting has indicated that for now, this White House is going to choose against escalating to full combat operations, and he did to try to get this diplomatic process underway. We heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier this week, who said that most nations at this point aren't ready to buy Iranian crude. That could also be one of those sticking points when it comes to Iran coming to the table.
Tyler, thank you very much. That is Taylor in Washington.
Okay, Tesla, a little profit taking up here. Getting close to that upper Bollinger Band. Okay, listening for pulse alerts. I don't know if there was any. Okay, Tesla pulling back pretty briskly here. Tesla. Somebody took some profits off there. Intel still drifting lower. Intel was looking much better. What's Uber doing? Uber.
Our mission remain unchanged. We start by really understanding of people, lifestyle, culture, behaviors, people's dreams and aspirations, and then we try to design for them. Technology without humanity,
Uber.
perfection without purpose.
Trying to get back above the 50-day. What's Bloom Energy doing? I was going to get back into Bloom Energy. It popped up and faded, so I'm going to stay away for now. Maybe next week. Looking forward to breakout anyway. It's got to get back above last week's highs and break out. Bloom Energy.
We use configuration design to define the head and the geometry to make it more stable, to fit better, and feel more comfortable. Two ways we receive configuration design moving forward. Number one, definitely into the incremental innovation, we can improve the quality of the wearable that we have today in a way to make it even more comfortable, better, sensitive. Two, exponential innovation. We can have.
Oh, I don't have my volume up. That's why. It was on mute. Copang, CPNG. That one was moving up. CPNG looks like it wants to go. Chinese stocks, if you're into them. What's Alibaba doing? Alibaba. A lot of people talking about Alibaba down here. Copang.
money. So I can focus on fixing the work of parents who thought I could learn how to cut hair from social media. Cutting edge websites that manage appointments, GoDaddy Era.
Okay. What's Cerebrus doing? Cerebrus, CBRS. Okay, trying to break higher. Doji for now, sitting on top the 21 day in the center of the Bollinger Bands. Cerebrus. Okay, looking for this to move back up. It's probably going to consolidate up here somewhere near 245-ish. But a lot better than it was just after earnings.
Size.
Meta's still pushing. Cerebrus, high of the day, up there. I don't need to do that anymore. Opening range gives me the high of the day. Okay, Amazon's still going here. Andrew, all right, so we're going to exit some of these calls, Andrew. And Amazon. Okay.
0 DTE.
Still got a ways to go on these.
Size.
Okay. Amazon still running. Amazon. Okay, Andrew, I might take some of these off. Small loss versus a. I'm going to go ahead and take these off, Andrew. Okay, for a buck. If I can see if I can get out of the buck.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Soft pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, S&P looks like people buying the 74.75 call. 16 contracts, 3.3 million.
DTE. Call side. Size.
Cerebrus.
Soft pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Tesla.
Call stream. Size.
Meta. I'm looking for a little dip in Meta to get another entry. Meta. It doesn't look like it's going to stop. Looks like it's going to be one of those days where Meta just trends the entire day. Meta, $21 is the average true range. It's up 60, so you're paying up 300% at least. Can't chase it up here. If you're not already in it, I wouldn't chase Meta. If you're gonna scalp it, that's a different story. Probably keeps going. But with COR1M at 562, it's even getting deeper into the red.
0 DTE.
I would be scaling out of some positions, okay? Especially if they're short dated. Anywhere from now until July 17th is the next expiration. Beyond, okay? So we've got 16 days. 16 days. So you know what happens in the next couple of weeks. Theta really kicks in. All right. So there goes Tesla back up. Tesla looks good. All right. Meta's still going. Nice. I have longer dated Meta calls that are doing just fine. Coupon.
Size. Long dated. NBIS, long dated, SPX pulse.
That could potentially topple the tech trade. And the one thing we keep coming back to is, return on investment. That's what people are increasingly looking for. And I think with Meta's, with this announcement, that certainly does help in that case of maybe moving to get that return on investment, give hopefully people a little bit more confidence that everything that these hyperscalers, that these large companies are doing
SPX pulse, long dated.
Okay, so App 11, we talked about App 11 to start the week. App 11 following through.
Intel pulse, shenanigans.
App 11 looking good.
NBIS, long dated.
I'm going to go ahead and exit some App 11. Actually, I got January's.
Intel pulse.
So I'm fine. I'm
long
fine.
dated. Shenanigans.
Do I want to exit some though? I'm up quite a bit. App 11.
Tesla pulse, long dated.
Yeah, it looks good. App 11.
Tesla pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
I think the move that we've had though in the last 3 months probably does raise some questions about froth, and you are of course seeing investors question about where else do we go now that we've seen such a big move there. But I think this is all part of that story. This is a global ecosystem, global narrative. It's not simply just about the US anymore.
Sima, how closely are you tracking the hyperscaler CapEx, not just in this year, but going into next calendar year as well?
What is absolutely key to all the conversations, all the perspectives that we have to have is that these CapEx plans have been increasing very, very significantly. How are they going to fund them? What does the implication mean for equity and debt markets? So I think you can't always separate the conversations from those discussions around CapEx. I mean, interestingly, before we would just talk about tech, just the one sector.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Across equities in different segments, different sectors. AI and the CapEx plans actually keep coming back in all of those conversations. So I do think it's very, very heavily ingrained in all of the investment decisions that people are making. Even as far as to say that when we invested, when they're worried about things, when they're worried about AI, they're obviously looking for diversification. This still comes back to that CapEx question: which countries, which regions, which markets are going to be to go to. So I do think it's part of every single narrative that we're having.
You just used the word regions. God, I'm going to get myself into trouble with this. My DMs are open, and you all know where to find me on the socials. When is Europe going to stop being such a boring story? Like, when is Europe going to have something to say about AI and start feeling some of what we're doing over here in the States?
I feel your pain on this. It's a disappointing story to have to tell every single time when investors are questioning, but when did Europe get on the AI trade? I mean, they are going to be beneficiaries. You have seen companies really investing to try and benefit from the productivity gains that could come through. We do have the data center build out. There is infrastructure spending coming into play. But increasingly what you do see is that Europe is considered as the diversification trade. So it's not really about playing into the benefits of AI in a way, but it's about if things go horribly wrong for
All right, looking good. Meta's still going. Nike breaking higher. I'll take a little bit more off in the Nike shortly.
Remember, even though the story has been pretty negative over the last quarter, European markets have actually still delivered despite not being part of the AI talk.
I'm sorry. I'd also point out the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index is now down 5%. A lot of swings in shifts onto the lane. Seems sharp into asset management. Thank you very much indeed. Now coming up, another massive story. Anthropic wins approval to expand access to its Fable 5 model after addressing US government concerns. This broke late last night. I'm going to get into it. This is Bloomberg Tech.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention was trying to bring a company into the science.
Okay, futures, a little consolidation, people taking profits. Tesla's still going. Tesla looking good.
Customers, employees, and communities, while we've grown in size and presence We've never forgotten our roots. Giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel
Meta.
our success. Is yours.
Meta. Good. Nike. Good. Nike. Oh God, I hate that commercial. Nike, a nice move. Tesla still moving, looking good. Tesla, Amazon at the highs. Tesla, nice follow through. Another, there's your first opening range breakout, large volume that exceeds the first 30 minutes of the trading day. The way the script works is it looks at the first 30 minutes. It plots an opening range high. That's the 10 o'clock. Once it plots that line, any time between now, actually it shouldn't be firing right now, but it is 11:11. But it is firing nonetheless. So volume is exceeding what we saw in the first 30 minutes. So this could be a point where you want to take some profits off into strength. That could be a push to sell profits. December.
The Trump administration has lifted foreign access restrictions on the company's Fable 5 AI.
December 4:30. So we're almost in the money now. Netflix going. Okay, all of these stocks popping up, giving you an opportunity to exit some of these positions. Microsoft still pushing. Let me go look at Microsoft, see how that's doing. Okay, SoFi is up. Okay, Jeff, SoFi. Is that finally breaking out? SoFi. Okay, SoFi looks like it wants to go. SoFi is up big there, Jeff.
In theory, hopefully go and say hack someone's phone or get into their bank account. And so being for Anthropic, being able to serve Fable not just to a select group of trusted partners as they can with Mythos, but to the broader public is very crucial to keeping their business going.
We're showing the chronology of how that played out over recent weeks. In the post on X, Anthropic explained that they've been notified by the Commerce Department they could do this. There's also been correspondence between the Commerce Department and the company. Do we know what it is Anthropic's agreed to do to address those sort of safety concerns that the government had?
Tesla going.
All the discussions were obviously private. Anthropic has said that they have worked with government on some stronger safeguards. So those are things like blocking requests if there's someone who's really trying to sort of jailbreak the system and get around, the ability to get a malicious kind of answer to help them hack something. Now, Anthropic has said they've worked harder to hopefully bulletproof their models from that. And they've also said that they're working with some other industry partners, including Amazon, others, to come up with a framework they hope to address any kind of concerns like this in the future coming from government about if there are holes in AI systems, how they can sort of resolve them on a more systematic rather than ad hoc basis.
Just very quickly, 30 seconds, they also released a scientific research model yesterday that made quite a lot of waves in industry.
Yeah, that was a surprise. So they are going into the business now of actually doing in-house preclinical trial research. They say to find
Tesla going. Tesla's going to rip the hearts out of some of these bears. All right, SoFi. SoFi finally doing what we were looking for. Starting to turn the corner.
How nations hack, spy, and shape the digital battlefield.
this is so interesting because Anthropic has basically become, Ali, the case study in the first instance of how the different arms of government have oversight of the most powerful frontier models. Would you just reflect quickly on the news that Anthropic is allowed to proceed with re-enabling Fable access to entities around the world?
Absolutely. Well, first off, thank you so much for having me. This is a very big win for Anthropic, of course, and also for the US government, because the reality is we need the space and time to innovate, especially on something this important in these frontier models. And hopefully, this is a good way for the US moving forward to understand exactly what needs to happen to make sure that we are protecting national security while also enabling innovation. Of course, there are two sides to national security. There's the element of protecting us against what could attack us, but there's also the element of making sure that we have the defenses to do so, which requires using these models.
I think it's really hard to understand some of this. The jailbreak concern is that actually there are guardrails in place to ensure that a malicious or bad actor doesn't use the model for malicious purposes, right? But that doesn't banning outright doesn't kind of solve the problem totally. You're an expert in this domain. Just try and, in layman's terms, explain that concept.
Unfortunately, the reality with models like this is very similar to what we see with software. There's always going to be bugs and vulnerabilities that we just don't know about yet in software because we can't test every single variable in every single way. The same is true for some of these models. There are different ways of asking questions to these models, any way that you can possibly think of that are going to change the output. And so while Anthropic and other model providers have put safeguards in place to try to limit that and limit the risk as much as possible, we have to accept a more dynamic reality where there are going to be prompts that we don't expect that are going to give access that we also don't expect. Now, Anthropic is doing a lot to limit the potential damage of this, including making sure that they're monitoring the prompts that are coming in, that they're putting very strict guardrails so that even if there is some access that's gained, it's very limited compared to what could be possible and compared to what could be gained.
So far.
It takes a balance and controls. It's not a black and white issue where we can just outright block access and have no problem.
Okay. Tesla at the highs. We're coming into 11:18. There goes Apple breaking out. Apple's breaking out.
Industry wants certainty. In your analysis of the government's behavior and action so far, how do you assess the level of certainty that we will or won't get on policy?
Unfortunately, this was not the best instance of establishing certainty and trust between the US government and a lot of these model providers and organizations. One of the things that we've seen is that organizations have started to try to diversify the models that they're using to prevent an issue like this from affecting their organizations again. But I will say, especially Anthropic has put out a lot of great information around this, about how they're working very closely to give pre-release government access to these models, to do information sharing on when jailbreaks happen and the severity of them, to provide dedicated resources to work with the US government. And these types of playbooks are what's going to help make sure that there is certainty in the future, potentially less limited access, or certainly for a shorter period of time than we saw in this instance. There are going to be bumps in the road, as there is always with innovation, but it seems like moving forward,
Okay, Tesla at the highs. Okay, I'm looking for BNC pivots now. Apple looking really good here. Apple, nice pop. Give you an opportunity to exit some positions if you have short-term options. Apple's above the 50-day and cruising higher.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
And United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions.
All right. All right, so Apple continuation here. Looking good. Opening range breakout, but no huge spikes in volume that exceed the opening range by a large or a measurable amount. So we're looking for, all right, so these stocks we're looking for some consolidation. Not yet. S&P continuation. Tesla breaking higher. Tesla. Apple cruising higher. Apple breaking out.
You joined Lime from Uber in 2018. It's been a long journey. Just reflect on what this moment means to you.
For sure, I think it's a huge day for Lime, and I think to see our business validated in this way is wonderful. We operate in 230 cities around the world, 29 countries, 5 continents, and we have built a differentiated business model. I think a lot of other companies have tried and not succeeded, but we have great unit economics. We're free cash flow positive. We continue to expand our EBITDA margins, and I feel like with this IPO, we'll have more capital to invest back into the city to bring Lime's very important service to more markets around the world.
When you point out you're already in so many cities around the world, what then is the growth opportunity? Where can you go that you're not already in?
The biggest growth opportunity is actually deepening in our existing markets. It is only in our existing markets that we have the reliability where people can use Lime every single day. So we often see the fastest growth rates in some of our biggest, most mature, quote-unquote, mature markets. For example, like London last year grew faster than Lime as an overall company. So I think where you'll continue to see us is to deepen deployment into our existing markets. We also still have lots of cities around the world.
Apple going.
That doesn't have Lime. So I grew up in Lincoln, Nebraska. And I
Still going.
expected Lime to work in Lincoln, Nebraska. We have a great business there. During football games, during lots of major events, there are congestion, parking shortages, and Lime offers a great complement to your transportation system. And there are a lot of Lincoln, Nebraskas in this world that still can benefit from Lime. So I feel very bullish about future growth.
When I came to San Francisco in 2018, scooters were the story, but it was so different. Scooters were everywhere. Bay Area residents were throwing them into the bay. The relationship with the city from a sort of permitting perspective was pretty fractious, and then COVID came, and that really impacted the business. Does any of that still remain? How
Nice.
things now?
Looking good.
Back in 2018, I think the value proposition of micromobility is more clear to cities. Urban transportation is broken in lots of major cities around the world. Congestion is a challenge. Affordability is a challenge.
All right, Apple. Nice move on Apple. Getting close.
Every one of those transportation problems. So I think when we show up in a way that is obviously
SoFi, looking for that to continue. Meta had a good day so far. All right. Wow. Looks good. Markets look good. Futures continuation. please take the opportunity to reduce some of your risk. Feels good to have profits. Doesn't feel so good when the markets pull back and you had an opportunity to take profits off into strength. Reassess, especially if you got anything that's less than 2 weeks. You got the weekend. You got a long weekend. Day to kick in. If you have options that expire next week or the week after. COR1M is still down here at 5. Oh, it's at 550. This is the low. COR1M. All right. So Tesla's still going here.
I think M&A is definitely one area we can look into now that we have public equity and more capital on the balance sheet. I would say our bar is very high because we get 50% plus.
Okay, I don't have any alerts. I'm not hearing any alerts here. Am I muted again?
Competitors are nowhere near those margins of returns, and many of them have been donating share to us very, very kindly. And I think we can just out execute them and get a lot of that market share from them. And so we have to believe there's something to buy that is accretive to our investors. But I'm certainly going to take a look at all the companies out there, and I think consolidating the long tail is one of the opportunities that I see.
Wayne Ting, Lime CEO, again, Bloomberg reporting that this IPO is 6x oversubscribed. Shares indicated open, I think around 27. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much for your time here on Bloomberg.
Okay. Apple, Tesla, more Tesla Pulse. Tesla continuation.
We get to the details next. It's halfway through the program. Do not go far. We'll be right back. The market's a little softer. This is Bloomberg Tech.
One thing that really struck with this how focused you are on the customer.
5.8 million in calls being bought in Tesla.
SPX pulse, long dated. Micron pulse, long dated. Meta pulse, long dated.
All right, Tesla, we just keep getting these pulse alerts. So they keep buying.
Call side. Size.
Are you ready for an electric joyride? It's just a few clicks away. Introducing electric e-bikes. Experience what it's like to feel like a kid again. And feel confident with the best-selling electric bike in the U.S. We have every type of bike for every type of rider. Ships to your doorstep.
SanDisk pulse, long dated. Spider pulse.
Dell, yeah, Dell was mentioned earlier. A pulse alert on Dell.
Q's pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
We make the process stress-free and easy for you.
Q's pulse, long dated. Deep calls. SPX pulse. Q's pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Spider pulse. Zero DTE, call side. Size. Q's pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
All right, Dell's on the move.
DTE,
Okay.
call side. Size.
All right, Dell looking good.
Zero DTE, call string.
Opening range breakout. Okay, Amazon's still going there. another higher high on Amazon. Google looks like it wants to pop.
Soft pulse, long dated, deep calls.
On track for their best day in a year. Bloomberg's reporting that they're looking at Meta Compute, either just selling spare excess capacity,
0 DTE, call stream.
and on the other side,
Size,
basically API access to models on Meta infrastructure akin to AWS Bedrock. How's that playing out with some of Meta's peers and rivals? Well, CoreWeave is down a lot, 12% on track for its worst day since February. And then those
0 DTE, call side. Size,
higher. Why? Not clear on the logic. Maybe their market position is so strong, the market's just kind of chill about it. But we will get some more analysis on that. Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Mandy
Okay. Tesla's still going. Jeez.
CRWV pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Well, what happens if you guys build too much compute and CapEx is too high? Like, what would you do? Well, Bloomberg's reporting citing sources, and you're reacting to a pretty crystallized business plan. Give me the rest of your thesis.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when they formed the super intelligence
0
lab,
DTE,
they
call
hired a
stream.
lot of people to
Size,
train and improve their llama model, and they've talked about NewsSpark, being on frontier with Anthropic and OpenAI models as a benchmark for year one, but it looks like there still isn't a product like a standalone Meta AI app that they expect to.
Sorry, I keep clearing my throat in your ear. I don't even realize I'm doing it. Okay. NVIDIA with a nice reversal. I had some NVIDIA that I wanted to exit. Right? Didn't we buy some NVIDIA yesterday? I think so. Yeah. Okay. So we're looking good. I didn't add to them. I have August calls on NVIDIA, the 200 strike. Also has some 215, 225 call spreads. All of those are in August. NVIDIA. I have the 200 call standalone and 215, 225 call spreads. I got some of those. All of those are in August. NVIDIA. Apple's starting to flag now.
You also talk about, well, Meta's trying to get its act together on how it monetizes its AI work, right? Agentic or literally just subscription for Meta AI. And you seem to think that's going to take time to yield at least on the top and bottom line.
Yeah, look, I think they do have a model, but it seems like the adoption of that model in a measure is in the context of coding agents, where Anthropic has clearly gotten a lead over everyone else. Cursor is something that XAI needs to scale up on the coding agent side. Meta AI doesn't have a big use case. I mean, obviously, they don't have coding agent functionality. And when it comes to other use cases, yes, they could do basic summaries and document analysis, but to my mind, they're still missing that big use case around AI where they would want to dedicate all their compute on the application side. And that, for me, is critical in terms of
0 DTE, call side. Size,
and for a company like Meta, which is 50%,
NBIS, long dated, deep calls.
This is not going to be a very high margin business in the long run.
Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Mandy Singh, so far
Micron pulse.
On this big story. Thank you very much. We've got other tech headlines to go through.
NVIDIA is still pushing. All right, Apple's starting to show some signs of where. All right, Apple, can we follow through tomorrow? Microsoft starting to see some profit taking. All right, take some profits off, folks. Markets are starting to pull back in a little bit.
built its largest data center outside of China in a $39 billion project, with the first facility expected to open by late 2027. The move gives ByteDance access to Brazil's abundant renewable energy. And staying with TikTok, the company is trying to avoid a courtroom showdown. It's close to a confidential settlement that would help to avoid a jury trial in Las Vegas over claims that app is addictive to minors. But thousands of similar lawsuits are still pending against TikTok.
All right, coming into the 12 o'clock hour, we've got about 24 minutes. Looking for ABCD pivots. All right. Microsoft starting to form an A pivot. So is Apple. Markets are starting to form A pivots. High today for now. Meta. Okay, Meta looks good.
SPX pulse, long dated.
Over the rules that govern continent-wide supply chains. So we'll continue tracking that, but that's breaking news.
Meta pulse, long dated.
Another big story.
Nike at 40, just below 43 right now. Nike.
Justices will review a lower court contempt ruling that
Meta pulse, long dated.
Outside of its own app store.
SPX pulse.
Bloomberg's managing editor, consumer tech Mark Gurman, is with us. Another twist in what has been a multi-year saga, complicated story. Explain the basics of it to us, Mark.
Well, the basics of this situation is come October, when the new year begins for the Supreme Court, they will hear Apple's appeal to reverse a contempt ruling.
Meta pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Apple was held in contempt for the way that it addressed a ruling that they need to open up the App Store payment system to third parties. And this, as you know, all started several years ago when Epic Games started allowing consumers to buy V-Bucks.
Nike.
Using outside credit cards, bypassing the 30% Apple payment fees within the Fortnite app on the iPhone. So this is yet another installment in that saga, and it comes down to how Apple makes money on its platform.
How has Apple responded to the Supreme Court's decision to allow a review and appeal, and how has Epic responded to this development?
Yeah, Apple's pleased. They say that this is an important moment. They call it an important question, and they're very much looking forward to making their case to the Supreme Court. Obviously, Apple is dealing with a lot of legal matters right now. I mean, this is just one drop in the bucket here. The bigger issue is what it's going through with the European Union with the Digital Markets Act. That is a legal-related issue where the DMA is trying to upend the way Apple sells products, its software features, how it operates its app store. So this is a lot of stuff in the legal part that Apple is dealing with right now. Obviously, you have the DOJ lawsuit as well, all related to regulatory matters in addition to these app store issues.
Bloomberg's Mark Gurman, who leads our coverage of Apple and also the consumer technology. Coming up, investors' appetite for rebuilding and rearming the US is still going strong. We're going to talk to the CEO of Marlin Spike Partners, Neil Keegan, about its latest oversubscribed fund that aims to do just that. That's next. This is Tech.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The invention was trying to bring the company into the trends of the future.
Hi, my name is Wally. This is my wife. We are standing in our new remodeled showroom at Sunspace in Myrtle Beach.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high-quality, efficient work on every project. No subcontractors involved.
With free custom designs to on-site project reviews and permit assistance, we make the process stress-free and easy
Okay, Nike, I took a little bit of Nike off into strength. Meta fading a bit from the highs. I'm looking to get into another meta position. I just want to get a B and C pivot. I don't know if I'm going to do it today, but I'll be looking at that. Depends on what the S&P does. S&P looking pretty strong.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, 0 DTE, call sign, size.
Okay, Robinhood is up. Okay, Robinhood. We're looking for that to follow through. Robinhood. Big move on Robinhood. Robinhood finally up. Let me look, Captain. Let's see, Trace. Okay. We're above 7,500. 75.35. Let me just show you these. 75.25 and 75.70. 75.70. 75.70.
Q's Pulse, long dated. Meta Pulse.
All right, so you got some right above 75.25. We're starting to bounce S&P. All right, I'm trying to clear the deck in a lot of options. I have some shorter terms that expire tomorrow and July 17th. I'm looking to buy. I'm looking to take some of this risk off the table. Okay. Robinhood looks good. Let's see. I have Robinhood September 110s. Okay, we're headed up in that direction. Robinhood. Google falling off of the high. Google. All right, I got to take a 2-minute break.
Something to keep in mind is that the finance sector is 3 times the size of the information sector in terms of employment. And, there are a lot more jobs in the finance sector that deal with kind of routine processing of various documents, insurance claims, loan applications, that sort of thing. And so that's the place where we should really be looking this year if we're expecting AI to
Intel Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Outside of the numbers, there's just like communication, and so tech companies are saying more and more AI is a factor, and the bankers are saying that the technology will eliminate some roles. Summarize that part of it for us.
Yeah, so I mean, they're really being pretty open and upfront about this. You listen to the bank CEOs, and they're outright talking about job cuts, the potential for automation in a lot of these roles, and so I think you're hearing a pretty clear signal from them. And one of the other interesting differences too is that if you look at the information sector, the tech sector, right, your kind of canonical role as a software developer, and these are people.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
And there's a real question there as to how much AI is going to replace those jobs versus augment those jobs and make them more productive, right? And therefore maybe even make some of those software developers more valuable to those companies. Whereas in finance, you've got, again, a lot of low-paying jobs, a lot of customer service representatives, a lot of bank tellers, so hundreds of thousands of bank tellers working in the U.S. that are expected to be, especially vulnerable to automation over the next decade. And so that's really where we're, starting to see the job losses accelerate.
And those Matthew Boza, thank you very much indeed. Let's move from hiring to financing and some private markets news. Marlin Spike Partners has just raised a $127 million fund to, in its words, rearm America. The oversubscribed fund is the latest sign that investors are still piling into defense tech startups. Last year was a record year for venture investment in that sector, and this year we are on track to surpass that. Joining us now is Marlin Spike co-founder and CEO Neil Keegan, also served 6 years as a US Navy surface warfare officer. Neil, welcome back to the program, to Bloomberg Tech. There was a lot of interest in the fund. I want to kind of start with mechanics. So you raise your next fund. We say it's oversubscribed. Clearly, LPs are increasingly interested in exposure to defense tech.
Q's pulse, long dated.
What's the process like? How did you settle on the amount?
Sure. Thanks, Ed. Well, it's great to be back here. It was on about a year ago when we were discussing Operation Hammer, so it's terrific to be back here on another show. Well, and before I dig into those questions, I'd like to just say we're very thrilled to be here, particularly ahead of America's 250th anniversary. This is a great country. Each generation inherited a stronger country from the last. So our central question is, what are we going to do to build for the next generation? And that's why we set out to start Marlin Spike. That's why we just went after Fund 2. And we don't see the Fund 2 closing as the end of the road. We really see it as the beginning of Marlin Spike.
0 DTE, call side.
And so
size.
The fund mechanics, we set out to raise $75 million. This was a continuation of our Fund 1, which was raised in 2022. Very, very challenging capital raising times, but we feel really good about the team and our portfolio companies and our strategy and mission for that fund. So Fund 2 was really a continuation of that. We're pleased that we more than tripled assets. We wanted to have a fund size that was modestly sized relative to some of the big
Meta pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Stick to our knitting, be leaders in our companies,
SPX pulse.
positions, right, and really help and guide our companies to put up uncapped returns for our investors.
We just showed some of the existing portfolio.
Tesla pulse.
And Anduril jumps out. Anduril now is a, let's call it, late stage growth name. What is the rest of the market in the field like? What else is out there to find?
Well, I mean, clearly Anduril is a special company. When I ran economics, I invested in SpaceX 12 years ago. We invested in Palantir before we went public, before we launched Fund 1. Anduril is one of our key names in Fund 1, Armada. So we've got a history of looking at these interesting opportunities, and in many cases investing before it becomes obvious. I mean, now, obviously, Anduril is obvious. They've absolutely executed and killed it, and we think there's still a lot more room to grow. And what's important about the leading companies in our space is that they have broken through, and they've shown that they can execute, operate, and scale. And so what we're really looking for is who are the next batch of leaders that are coming up.
SpaceX, long dated.
In your logos there for Fund 2, we have a number of these already.
0 DTE, call side.
Fund in 24, so we like to say
size.
Flying, which is a neat trick where you're raising money and investing along the way. So we see companies like Layup in advanced manufacturing, Kodiak in autonomous trucking, Jet Zero. We think is going to be the next national champion for aerospace for our country. So these are the companies you might not know about now, but we think you're going to know about pretty soon.
The general broad idea is that the government of today is more open to doing business with more nimble, largely Silicon Valley-based technology companies, right, outside of the legacy primes. Do you see evidence of that?
NVIDIA pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts, 0 DTE, call side, size.
Yes, correct. But that's not all we do. So this is really about a new era in American industrial renaissance. So we see the convergence of AI, autonomous systems,
0 DTE, call side, size.
For national security, but also the commercial market. So we like that convergence of those sectors because we think that that can really be the highest growth and the biggest productivity increase for our country and our portfolio companies. So that's why we're doing this, because it's going to make American economy and national security stronger.
Neil, would you call yourselves a venture capital firm, or how would you describe the sort of mechanics of what you do? And the reason I ask that is I'm really interested in this sector, specifically defense, what the exit strategy looks like. Traditional path to IPO, or if actually more likely you see
Intel
strategic
Pulse,
investors coming in,
shenanigans.
acquisitions happen by those bigger legacy primes.
So there's three classic ways to get an exit. One, company goes all the way to an IPO. Two, some type of M&A. Or three, the secondary markets are really building and expanding. So we offer the secondary markets both buying and selling as a ways to augment our portfolio. But I think what you'll see from us continually going forward is we're going to take more of a leadership role. You'll see us lead more seed rounds and Series A's, leaning into Series B companies where we can make a real impact with our team, our access, and our insight. So that's really our sweet spot. And again, a lot of those companies, these are
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
to us. And we see these companies as potential, not only national champions, but just inevitable companies that have to happen.
Neil Keegan, CEO Marlins, by just closing $170 million fund to and back on Bloomberg Tech. Thank you very much indeed. Coming up on the show, Kalshi just secured a $20 million deal to join the World Cup as a sideline advertiser
AMD Pulse.
through the tournament. We've got more on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Literally 160 years in the making.
The invention was trying to bring the company into the trend for the future.
Hey guys, this is real. I just won $900 on Luck. I had no experience.
Tesla Pulse.
Learning, but win up to $800 in this game. That's insane. You can cash out to your bank account. Just try it.
You have a chance to hit the jackpot in 10 minutes. No ads, no scams, no withdrawal limits. You can smoothly access your rewards anytime. Try it now.
Tang luck. Play now. Bro, I'm bored out of my mind. I need a game that's actually challenging. Yo, bro, check this out. I've actually hit a huge jackpot on this game. You should definitely give it a shot.
Is it free to download?
To be honest, my bank account is looking a little awkward lately. Yeah, and then you daily rewards just for logging in every single day. Wait, what? Bro, you actually won $500? So is this for real? Can you actually cash out? Have you tried it? Of course. I've already cashed out 4 figures in total. What's this game called? It's called Tang Luck. You need to get on this right now.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly.
Meta Pulse, long dated.
When control of Congress
0 DTE, call side, size.
Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of 2015. Think that probability is too low? By yes, for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no, for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market hundreds of other capabilities. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and fun. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about. On Bloomberg.
Kalshi's coming off the sidelines, or should I say on, joining the likes of Coca-Cola and Visa as a World Cup sideline advertiser. Kalshi secured the deal halfway through the tournament at $20 million, a deep discount from FIFA's initial $150 million ask. News comes as USA is set to play Bosnia Bosnia and Herzegovina. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. out here on the West Coast, Bloomberg's Henry.d has the story. Cauchy's done a good deal, but it's so interesting. Like, Cauchy's big
Q's pulse.
of what's happening from a tech perspective in the background of the World Cup. Just what are we reporting on the deal itself here?
That's right. So Cauchy's been very active, but at the beginning of this tournament, they did not have a sponsorship deal with FIFA. ADI, this is a company with ties to the Abu family. They were the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. And Cauchy, meanwhile, was very active, saw billions of trades a day on both the winners of the World Cup itself and individual games. So 2 weeks into the tournament, what we're reporting now is that Cauchy is coming in as a co-sponsor with ADI, and they're coming in at a significant discount. So we've reported that ADI, as the official sponsor, paid around $150 million to become that official sponsor of the World Cup. Meanwhile, Cauchy, coming in later, has paid ADI to be a co-sponsor at around $20 million. So this is giving them the official sponsorship title alongside ADI as a partner, but at a steep discount.
Wow, they're a big company. Coca-Cola, Adidas, or Adidas, depending on where you come from, Visa. Let's go back to the basics of what Cauchy is and does. We just have 30
Meta
seconds.
Pulse. Long dated.
Right. The Cauchy prediction markets, you've probably seen them. This is a yes or no bet on who's going to win a specific game. And they've expanded not just in sports, but they're trying to grow economics alongside other political events as well. They're really coming up against some of the biggest exchanges too. You have their biggest user, their biggest competition being Polymarket.
Oh boy.
With a sponsorship that they have a deal with New York Stock Exchange's ICE. And you've seen them today get very large. With,
Robinhood hanging out at the highs. Robinhood.
Thank you. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech. Recap on the pod. You know what the top story is. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Matteo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
In terms of the new best product, essentially, it's helping us analyze the data into the best.
Microsoft did a little BC pivot. Microsoft watching that.
It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
Microsoft. Robinhood hanging out at the highs.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention was trying to bring a company into the trends of the future.
NVIDIA is trying to go here. Watch NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is trying to run.
Expanding access to housing and supporting Vision 2030's goal of 70% homeownership. Shaping how people live, connect, and build their futures. That's the PIF effect. Watch the full documentary now.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market.
What's Snowflake doing? Snowflake, Upper Bollinger Band trying to break out. Snowflake.
Dominate this technology. We must protect our competitive edge.
Business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Live from Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York City, we're tracking the key players, the major moves, and the capital flows shaking global markets. This is Bloomberg Deals.
Okay, it's 12 o'clock. Let's tune in to CNBC and see what they have to say.
How about that? Mr. Terrano?
Well, I think that is going to be the theme for the remainder of 2026, the continuation of what is a bullish trend. What is interesting about today is if you had the advanced knowledge that semiconductors would be down 4%, the advanced knowledge that AI infrastructure would be down near double digits, whether it's your Corning, your Micron,
Intel
your
Pulse.
AMD.
Shenanigans.
And you see
0
the momentum factor
DTE.
down nearly
Call
4%.
side.
You think the market
Size.
would roll over. But the opportunity lies in where the underperformance ultimately has been in 26. And yes, that's taking you to three sectors like consumer discretionary,
NBIS. Long dated.
financials, which have
Deep
been the
calls.
laggard so far. But it's also finding the opportunity in the Mag 7.
Well, why would you think,
0
just how you laid
DTE.
it out,
Call side.
why would you think if all of those things happened that the market would, in your words, roll over? The market has been
0
telling you for the
DTE.
better part of the
Call
last month
side.
that in fact is not the case. That what's turned out of tech has turned into other areas. Over the last month, the Dow's up 3%. That's down almost 4%, and an S&P 500 as a result of those mega cap stocks not doing all that much.
Okay, futures turning back up.
The market's proven that to be incorrect.
Correct from a fundamental standpoint, I agree with you. From a mathematical standpoint, if you think about the semiconductors and the AI infrastructure, there are a significant weighting of the S&P overall. The advantage that you have is, in fact, when you identify the underperformers so far in 26, the Mag 7 fall into that category. So today you're benefiting from Microsoft, you're benefiting from Meta, you're benefiting from Apple, you're benefiting from Tesla. All the Mag 7 names are now participating, and statistically, that's picking up the slack.
Here, Tony Pasquarello at Goldman says, his expectation is, quote, global equities will trend higher in the second half. This view is rooted in the house call that double-digit S&P earnings growth will persist through 2027. Earnings estimates are for 24.3% earnings growth. That's the consensus. On April 1st, it was 19.2. On January 1st, it was 15.2. In other words, estimates continue to go up, which is why you get targets on the S&P that continue to go up towards 8 or at 8, if not above 8,000 by the end of the year.
Yeah, so
long day
general, I mean,
Zero
it's bifurcated
DTE.
economy.
Call
Forget about that for a second. What's powering the economy should continue to power the economy, which is AI spend. And when you take a look, I was looking this morning at the individual stock price performance.
Tesla,
in the S&P 500.
ABCD patterns setting up.
Names. Only 8 of them are not
Apple turning back up. Apple. There's Snowflake, Apple. Apple trying to turn back up.
Give some healthcare companies,
biotech. So everything now is being looked at as kind of an AI play, except for, traditionally defensive-ish staple like.
So my point is, when we talk about a broadening of the market,
0
because of the
DTE.
sectors that perform, if you go into those sectors, you'll see there's not so much for broadening. There is some broadening, but it's an overstatement to say the market's really broadened out. It hasn't. Industrials have been a top performer, but you take a look at some of the industrial names and you'll see again the AI trade. So that's where I think it's not as clear cut.
SpaceX, big fade today.
We don't know when the market or these stocks are going to discount peak performance.
SpaceX down quite a bit today.
I mean,
There was a big put trade earlier. Okay, moving back into the range. Lower high.
They're not directly. They're not. I mean, like they are. No, but you're speaking of pure kind of. They're not. They're not AI plays.
I think a lot of us are confident in the outlook for the Goldmans and the Morgans and the cities because of their pipeline.
Well, let's see what's actually working.
That's in part, but they're not traditional.
Okay, Dow Jones, Nvidia down 1.6. CRM is up. CRM turning the corner. IBM, we've been looking to get back into IBM. Haven't pulled the trigger on this one, but it looks really good. IBM, if you're in it. RSI rising. I know Dr. Frank likes to trade IBM every once in a while. Dr. Frank, hope you're having a good day.
Signs that you should take a look at, which are that the market is more based on AI than any of the indicators would say. It's not just technology. It's not just communications. It's to forever, like Caterpillar.
Well, obviously, Caterpillar's become an AI play.
Exactly. So, but most of their business is not AI. So, but anyway, I think the point of it is the market should continue with strength. Those types of earnings growth numbers are unprecedented.
Microsoft, nice turn. Nike, big move today. If you bought it earlier, we bought the 40s. We took some of those off into strength. Still showing a lot of strength. American Express trying to break out. SoFi also trying to break above 20. SoFi. JP Morgan, the banks, Travelers Insurance. Mr. Flood talking about Travelers. Apple. Nice follow through. United Health pushing back up. The S&P 500. Dow Jones. When does Google join the list? Soon, right? AppLovin, big move on AppLovin.
Marketplace in June and in the second quarter alone. That's broadening out. You look at small cap, like Russell 2000.
FactSet, that was active on Friday. FactSet following through today.
That's broadening out. By the way, performance. But if you take a look at price to free
Axon, still going here. Axon, let me go check and see if there's any new options. Any big open interests that we should watch for Axon. I wanted to get back in. July. Let me just go 14.
It's the obvious question mark for the second half. Does it
Nothing in July.
Do other areas of the market pick up the slack? Brent, I'll throw that one in your direction.
Nothing in July.
Conclusion, I think we pretty much
August.
figured that in the first half of the year, tech was going to be the story for all of the reasons that we've laid out, build out, and everything else. The question is, does that continue?
Yeah. I think you have to say, Scott, what part of tech? Microsoft is tech, Meta's tech. They've had a horrible first half of the year.
Axon, there's just not a lot of open interest. They got December's. They got some open interest at 800 at the 600 strike. December, January. Nope, nothing in January. March. Nope. June of next year. All right, so Axon, I wanted to get back into Axon. I mean, it's almost impossible to do. There's very little open interest, very little volume. So if you get into a position, this is a big problem with some traders. They're just getting excited. They just buy something. But you have to pay attention to the open interest. If there's only like 10 or 20 contracts in open interest, don't buy it, because in the event you want to get out, it's almost impossible. If it trades like onesie twosies, Axon trades onesie twosies. All right, 1 or 2 contracts. That's just showing there's no interest in options. Now you go to something like Nvidia and you see thousands of contracts in open interest. That way it's easy to get in and out. Yeah, if you go like to the July NVIDIA July, you just look at July, you can see 89,000 contracts at the 200 strike, which is just out of the money, $4.70 for July 17th. So you got, what, 16 trading days? Now you could buy, say, the 200, that's a 44 delta, and sell maybe the 210, 10 wide. There's 46,000 contracts at 210. What would that go for July 17th? I really don't want to do anything right now because COR1M is so low. 210. Let's see what this goes for. 210. $300 per contract. Okay, so that's July. Now let's see what the implied vol. The implied vol is 36%. So you're not really paying up a lot.
But if you tell me at the same time, I'm going to have Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, Apple step forward, it's going to blunt that decline. So I think, Scott, the right way to
NVIDIA.
look at this is, yes, you're not trying to pick which is going to be the better performer, S&P equal weight or the S&P market cap.
Yeah, let's look at the equal weight real quick while I'm thinking about it. RSP. RSPCT. All right. The equal weight index is breaking out to new highs. Wow.
On the onset of the conflict in the Middle East, it became something different where it was the Mag 7 and technology. Then in June, it went back once again and the Mag 7 suffered. So I think that's kind of the dynamic of 2026, where the market's going to kind of vacillate back and forth between these themes. And if you're bearish, and if you're trying to identify where the peak is, I think that's going to frustrate the heck out of you.
I don't know if there are a lot of people who are bearish at all. I feel like the debate is what you guys sort of want to kind of have.
All right, let's see what is moving here.
Maybe you guys want to have on the broadening story, which sounds like you built your case.
S&P equal weight, and we want to look at the number of stocks trading above the 20-day. Not overbought, so this is good to know, okay? The equal weight index is breaking out to new all-time highs. The number of stocks trading above the 20-day are not overbought. We could get up into the red zone. This is subjective. I just put this on here so you get the idea, right? When you're down in the green zone, you want to be thinking buy. When you're in the red zone, you want to be thinking sell, take profits. Doesn't always hold true. You can see we hit April. We hit the middle there, April. We hit the red zone in April, and we just kept going. Consolidated and kept going because we're in a bullish market. But generally speaking, you get your best bang for your buck if you're watching the number of stocks trading above the 20-day. If that's rising, that's a good sign. Also, you know, or you could look at the Zweig breadth thrust indicator, okay, the number of stocks making new highs versus new lows, the percentage of that. If it's rising, you want to be thinking buy. If it's dropping, you want to be thinking sell. Yesterday, NASDAQ was showing a buy. And what did Tesla do? What did Meta do at the end of the day? We bought some Meta, and it gapped up this morning. Huge gap up on Meta. All right, so that's two things that you can watch. Plus, you want to pay attention to junk bonds. I'd be surprised if dollar hasn't already posted. But junk bonds gap down. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. SpaceX, watching SpaceX. Cerebras. Okay, Cerebras trying to push higher. Meta with the news. Okay, it's off the highs of the day. Tesla off the highs of the day. So we're looking for BNC pivots for evening session. S&P is still pushing higher. So let me just leave this on the S&P so you can watch it. Okay.
I think there's enough compute to store for all of them and even more. But what I'd say about Meta and why it's, I'm saying not so much that it's new business, is that the number one question I got when I talk to people about Meta, and I debate with them, is how are they going to generate a return on that CapEx spend? It's not natural. They don't have the product line. They don't have cloud. They don't have this. They don't have. Now they have cloud. So that's why you're seeing it. That question's been answered.
Yeah, good point. Mr. Weiss just mentioned.
But they building tons of warehouses, buying tons of compute So there you have.
You can see the reaction to it in the market, like Nebius. Give me Nebius.
Yeah, a big move on
Both of those are down.
55 points on Meta. That should have made your day. Made my day. Made my week. Made my month, really. The big gap up.
It's up 200% first half of the year. So it was time for balance sheet. Balance sheet's pretty good. Balance sheet's really good.
Yeah.
So I think this is just a reaction of what's happening today in the meta. So I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I think it's overstated. 'Cause as I said, there's more.
You think it's overstated? I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know Nebius, but I think that if you're selling it because of this one event, it's overstated.
But don't they have to?
Enough.
Don't they have to prove that they can actually monetize this?
What?
Yeah.
No, the answer is yes and no.
It points them absolutely in the direction.
In the right direction, yeah.
It justifies. It's the justification for monetizing the spend. We had this conversation after earnings, where everyone was kind of questioning, all right, you have ad spend.
Okay, Intel trying to turn. All right, so we're looking for some stocks to turn in the evening session. Intel's off, AMD is off, so we're looking for opportunities there. Doesn't mean we'll get it, just means keep an eye on them. AMD and Intel. Nvidia's trying to push, it just faded a bit. Microsoft trying to continue. So if we can get some of these stocks to turn up in the evening session, might be a nice little scalper. Maybe you want to take your ball and go home. You know, this has been a really good week. Tesla alone, that big run on Tesla on the daily on the right. Look at that move. That's crazy. 4 days, 269, 432. All right, so 60-point move. Nice. Well, Meta did it in 1 day, so can't really compare apples to apples here, but Meta did it in 1 day. Gapping up quite a bit this morning on news that they're going to get into cloud with all the spend that they're making. They're going to start monetizing by utilizing those data centers for AI cloud. I mean, I thought that's what they were doing all along, but I guess not. No, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what AI you use, right? Whether it's Grok or Gemini or ChatGPT, as long as you're using some AI to make your trading more efficient and profitable, or if you're a company using whatever to help increase revenues, all of these companies are doing well. Very interested in what's going on with Tesla, though. What's the catalyst for Tesla? Tesla ran up like crazy. $60.
Because we're looking at financials and we're buying the underperformance. That's very clear today. S&P Global is up 7%. Give me a reason why that's up so much. I talked yesterday about the exchange.
$60 on Tesla.
CME, NASDAQ.
All right, so if you're taking lunch, you can be pretty assured that you're not going to see a big breakout during this time of the day. You might get a little bit, but opening range breakout, you don't really want to do a whole lot of aggressive trading, especially with COR1M down below 5.5. You don't want to be aggressive after about 11:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30. Okay, because that's when a lot of people will start taking profits off. You don't want to be buying up here. You want to wait for the dip and then look for a B and C pivot. If we get B, C pivots and we get this kind of pattern, we already got B, it looks like, for Meta. So we might get a huge run out of Meta. It's pretty obvious institutions have been buying. If you look at Tesla, look at the volume here. Look at the volume on the daily. Meta, above average volume. Okay, where's the 200? 200 days way up here. 200 day, 50 day. All right, so lots of volume. We gap up. MACD's crossed. Momentum is clearly bullish. Let's go look at a couple of things here. Let's look at Gerald Appel, the creator of MACD. He had a method where he looked at stocks like Meta, okay, from the short, intermediate, and long time frame. So all three time frames have crossed up. Okay, so that's a good signal. So as long as you don't buy the high in Meta, as long as you don't buy the high, you should be fine, right? We're looking for a BNC pivot. Do we get a little bit of a dip here? Now, let's say it doesn't dip anymore and you want to get into Meta. Scale in. If you're going to buy 25 calls, you're going to buy 5 calls, buy one. If you're going to buy 5 calls, buy one to start. And if it starts moving, buy a couple of more until you get into your position. Long as you're trading further out in time and the implied volatility is fairly low, you know, below 40%, you should be good. So let's take a look at Meta, actually. Let's take a look at Meta and see where it falls on the spectrum here. Meta. Okay. So implied volatility is still fairly elevated. Realized vol is 42%. Implied volatility ranks 82%. Risk reversal 68%. Let's just see where it went from. Okay, if I do, it's probably moved from left to right, right? Yeah, it moved from left to right. Okay, let's go 5 days. 10 days. Okay, so it's been pretty expensive. The farther to the right, the steeper the yield curve. I mean, steeper the skew. NVIDIA. I really like NVIDIA. I like what I'm seeing. Meta's starting to pull back. All right, so there's no hurry here. We're going to wait until about 2 o'clock or so. So if you want to take lunch, good idea. Okay, looks like NVIDIA wants to go here. Opening range breakout, volume looks good, but volume right here on the breakout is pretty low.
Like a 5-year chart, it's terrible. I just think the turnaround is taking too long. There's too many other names to buy. And so I don't think people care about the stock name. And so I think it's going to really struggle to outperform because people are going to say, well, Lulu or On or XYZ or PDQ. And I just think it's too competitive right now. I thought originally like the Skims relationship.
All right, looks like we might want to break out here.
Would help, but it's really not helping the story. And so I think it's stuck in the mud and I would stay away from it.
Bryn, I would ask you to put the trader hat on for a second and consider buying it because I think this supports everything that Josh has been saying in the last couple of days, where it is potentially washed out with bad fundamental news. This is a classic example of bad news and good price action. So the stock during the normal trading hours never took out 40, which was the low from June 26th. That's your point of reference. I know it's $2.75. That's a very tight area to work against, but you literally can work against that $40 low and look for the stock.
All right, so the futures are trying to climb here. All right, so if you're watching what's going on in the markets, the futures trying to climb. We got a level right here, 75.25. I don't know, it just feels like the markets want to keep going higher. There goes the futures. Okay, we're going. S&P.
Maybe go to 44 and then maybe 49. But I would just say, hey, why don't I buy Tesla, sell some calls 3 months out, get about 7% yield and move on. So I think from a trade, maybe it goes to 49. That would be a nice return. But I think you'd have to have some catalyst to do that. And I just don't think enough people care about the name versus why not buy Lulu, right? That's another washed out name. And I think people would probably prefer that to Nike.
Yeah, Dick's Sporting Goods. Weiss owns that. I mean, what do you guys?
Completely different story. Dick's Sporting Goods, it, has all the shoe companies. And actually, they've somewhat de-emphasized Nike as the others, have come on, like On Cloud and Hoka. But, I agree 100% with Bryn, and you could have told the same story about technicals on Lulu, on Gap stores, pick one. Once fashion loses its appeal, that company's fashion, it's so hard to get it back. Particularly, I mean, think about it. The stock's gone from 80, 90% market share in athletic footwear to letting all these others in. So it's bound to happen. They had a longer run of it than most people would have thought.
Okay, it looks like NVIDIA wants to go. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA's starting to move here. All right, NVIDIA.
And then also top large cap pick for the second half at ETIG. So
SPX as a company, in terms of how they're operating, by far the best. If you take a look at the product, ON has the best product. If you look at, I think, from a contrarian perspective, if you're trying to right the ship and get the ship going in the right direction in terms of how you're operating the company, Lulu has a better opportunity because it's a smaller company.
All right, NVIDIA is trying to break out here. NVIDIA.
A lot faster than Nike. Nike's already proven that they can't do it, and they still, we're seeing the insider buying, we're seeing the new leadership. That chart disagrees with that thesis, though, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, because on a quarterly basis, but at the end of the
NVIDIA is trying to go.
Well, look at out the bottom here. Look at Lulu today. Look at Lulu today. Look at Lulu the last month.
Yeah, I've been talking to Lulu the last couple of days. Thank you, Mr. Belsky.
Kind of look forward, and exactly what I'm saying. I think Lulu has a better opportunity to tighten up their product versus Nike.
Lulu's got the same issue with competition now. They were the only players.
All right, so looking good here. Nice little pop above this level. Okay, starting to push. Volume needs to pick up a bit. NVIDIA trying. Let's see if there's any Discord.
Fiore's, by the way, the Fiore tags in the front. We'll take a break.
Jump. NVIDIA, Micron seeing some pulse alerts. Microsoft pulse alert. Microsoft mostly calls. SPY, S&P. I'm just scrolling back here to see if there's anything on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trying to push. Okay. Nope, nothing new on NVIDIA at the moment. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We are pushing a bit higher. Futures keep making higher highs and higher lows. NVIDIA, no breakout. It's been spending the last 4 to 5 days right at the 200-day moving average, looking for a push higher. Intel's starting to turn the corner. Watching for these stocks that have dipped to move in the evening session. Nike holding at the highs. Bren doesn't like Nike. Mr. Belsky talking Lulu. I like Lulu. I was looking at Lulu the other day. But it needs to get above the 50-day. That's the only thing with Lulu. Okay, Lulu. So it's above the excuse me. Yeah, it needs to get above the 50-day. Right? Here's Lulu. Needs to get above the 50-day. Still in the downtrend. So you could buy here, get rejected, and it turns right back over. So the clear signal for me is always, where is it referencing the 50-day? If it gets above the 50-day, intermediate term fair value, it starts to move above, things start to shift. Then you look at the 60-minute, and that'll turn up. But right now, it's just I don't like the idea just yet. Lulu will be doing something on this one. Watching NVIDIA for a break higher. Oh, stupid commercial.
As implied volatility levels, and you don't have as much time decaying that long option. So that's why it looks kind of skewed a little bit that you don't profit that much on this type of trade. The idea here is maybe you close this as you get closer to July 17th, monthly option expiration over the next couple of weeks prior to that expiring, and this thing starts to expand in price. But the key is you still need the stock to kind of grind up towards that 110 strike for max profitability on this. You do have some assignment risk on that 110 strike also. So this gives you upside exposure with the the thought that maybe implied volatility levels remain firm in that long option that you bought in the July 24th
weekly options. Nate, I've switched it up a little bit on mine, taking advantage of the rally that we're seeing today. If you want to get some exposure to the downside for a less expensive or
Home Depot. Okay, we need Home Depot above the 200 day. It's pushing above. Okay, note Home Depot is pushing above the 200 day. So far, this is a 2-week swing.
Selling 2 of the 95 strike puts. That's where you want it to go for max profitability, and then buying 1 of the 92 strike puts. So in essence, you're buying a bearish $10 wide put vertical and offsetting some of the cost by
Home Depot.
a $3 wide put vertical. You're paying roughly about a $3 debit for that. That's your risk, the debit you pay. So $300 per spread. But even Nate, if this stock goes down below the 92 level, it's still more than a double in profitability on this. And it takes you your break even on this one about 102 to the downside. So you don't need that big of a move on a percentage basis. And maybe you can be a little bit flexible with trade management on this one and close it early if the market's open, right, Nate?
Yeah, no doubt. And and with a strategy like this, you're kind of playing. There's still some of this overhang that's on the stock. If you look at a volume weighted average price over the last 3 months, this 90 to 95-ish, 90 to 100-ish range, there's been a lot of churn within that area. So if you're expecting, this kind of move, kind of reversion back down towards where it's familiar here over the last, several months here or so, then the way that Tom has positioned this example trade here is that, number one, if you can get below 102 at expiration, then that would be profitable. But then, of course, your max gain is at that 95 strike, potentially getting more than a double if you can get down to 95 at expiration here. But
Google fading from the highs. Amazon looks like it wants to go some more. Apple pulling off the highs. Home Depot, okay, looking good. It's running the 60-minute. Lovely when you see a 60-minute that looks like this. You want to get in when you can on these pullbacks. Home Depot, it's a hurricane season play.
We've gone from 90 to 105, $15 in 1, 2, 3, 4, roughly 4 trading days. So it looks like Tom is basically saying, okay, let's see if we can get some mean reversion, some cool off back down towards 95-ish to 100 by the time we get to July 17th.
All right, good stuff, guys.
Home Depot.
We have got cash tags coming up. The team from Lightfolio will be along with new sentiment data on Palantir. We just talked about that wild interview earlier. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market. We'll be back after this break. I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
All right, Nike's starting to fade, so you want to take some profits. Nike fading, profit taking.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to do anything and everything. I ended up with $20,000 in credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, like, all right, I have a money problem. This is about how my finances got wrecked and how I fixed it. And if I could do that, you can do it too.
All right, NVIDIA, looking for NVIDIA to break out.
No politics, no
Okay,
spin,
NVIDIA's working.
just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
When you invest, you are not wagering on an outcome and walking away with either a windfall or nothing. You are a participant in wealth creation. Our purpose is to help investors build and protect wealth over time, not to make financial
Watch the
security
volume.
feel like Las Vegas.
Pump up the volume.
Owning beats hoping.
Pump,
Discipline beats
pump.
speculation. And the the long run belongs to those who invested it.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White and our Chicago.
All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
thinking that, after that massive pullback that we've seen.
All right, 12:45. Let's see.
Into winter, I mean, we're down.
Coming from is a momentum liquidation. Yesterday, right after the close on overtime, I looked at the best performing quarter to date stocks, so the second quarter leaders. They were all up yesterday about 6%. They were Sandisk, Micron, Intel, AMD, Marvell. Today, those 5 stocks down 7 to 8%. So all we're seeing is this new quarter. Let's turn it over. You have momentum really getting smacked, and then really as an echo effect of that, other stuff is up a lot. So you guys are talking about the breakdown of Walmart.
New York Fang back above the 50.
Something fundamental. There are some concerns. It was expensive.
Okay, looking for Microsoft. Microsoft looks like it might do something here. Watch Microsoft. It's the second half of the year. They'll be looking at stock the companies that are all-star companies, basically, for lack of a better term, that are trading near 52-week lows, that have a lot of possibilities. Microsoft just changed direction, okay? Over this week, it's just changing direction.
You remember an earnings season where the bar will be as high as it is for this coming month?
Yeah, I don't think so, at least not for the core names driving the earnings momentum. And maybe we just got a little bit of a preview of that with Micron. I mean, couldn't be a better quarter, couldn't be better guidance. And, the market had kind of priced it in advance.
All right. We'll see you this afternoon, Mike. Thank you. Coming up in options action, triple play, Oliver Rennick is at the SIBO with some activity on the day's biggest movers. We'll do it next.
Okay. Full day. Yes, full day. Bond markets close at 2. Futures, equity and FX futures hit an early halt at 1. 9:30 to 4. Yep, we'll be here. Okay, NVIDIA's starting to move here. NVIDIA's starting to go. Here goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA popping. SpaceX is turning. SpaceX is turning. SpaceX turning. All right, SpaceX is starting to turn. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA popping. Watch NVIDIA. Do we have any alerts here? I don't hear anything from Discord. Let me see. 0 day. Can I search NVIDIA? No. Let's see. NVIDIA? No. How did I? Oh, here we go. No, that wasn't it. How do I search Pulse? Can I search this? I thought I could search it. Anyway, let me just go back here. NVIDIA, little pop there. Micron's getting all the attention. Micron, SPX Pulse, SPX 1240, Intel trying to turn as well. Micron. All right, I don't see any NVIDIA at the moment.
To some options.
options action on a few of today's big movers. Oliver Rennick live at SIBO.
Yeah, let's hear what Oliver has to say. He's pretty good, Oliver.
Hey, Scott, we're looking at three big options trades today. The most bullish is in Meta, now up almost 10% on selling its AI capacity. It's the third most heavily traded stock in options today behind Nvidia and Tesla, with more than $1 billion in premium traded so far. Call volume is exploding, 20 times the 5-day average, with over 80% of Meta options traded on the call side and more than 7.5 times as many calls bought versus puts. 9 of the top 10 contracts by volume are calls, and the most popular is the 720 strike call expiring August 21st, a $12 trade that needs an 18% rally to pay off. We're also watching crypto, with options bulls warming up to strategy stock again, with calls outpacing puts and a lot of put selling. Bulls are also showing up in Coinbase, where call buying is now outpacing put buying of 3-1. Some of the energy and strategy cooled off and has shifted towards Coinbase in the second half of the session here. And then lastly, yesterday we spotted monster unusual call buying in KWeb, and it's still
KWeb.
on right now. Keep an eye on the Chinese stocks.
KWeb.
PMI flipped positive on Friday. Options flows here are heavy.
Okay, KWeb looks good. All right.
1,500 puts. ETF is down huge. Maybe it's trying to claw its way back, Scott.
All right, Oliver, appreciate
Okay, so let's take a look at KWeb. KWeb. Let's see what is the most active option on KWeb.
What are your thoughts?
Several. I mean, I looked at the past year, Bitcoin's down 43. When I look at the derivatives like MicroStrategy, down 73. And then when I go out 5 years, Bitcoin's up 80%, MicroStrategy is at 50%. So where I'm kind of settling in is I'm very comfortable owning Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think owning the derivatives of those have not worked out. And I think that as I look forward, I feel very comfortable with owning the direct crypto. The derivatives, though, I think have destroyed a bunch of capital, and I'm questioning about the long-term going concern of those, just looking at the performance over, I think, a very long period of time.
Weiss, what's your take?
I still, I think it's a legitimate trading vehicle, but I just don't see any underlying value, any intrinsic value in this. You don't need Bitcoin for blockchain. That's what everybody relies on. You just don't. And with the stable coins and the coins that all the other sovereigns are putting out, it sort of eats into their territory. So I don't know why it should move. And it's down 50% since the peak when Trump first got elected. So I'm not there short, I'm not there long. I don't think you can really do either.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll do final trades on the other side.
KWeb, turn the corner.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for?
Can't buy it here.
Your favorite podcasting app.
Can't buy KWeb here. KWEB. All right, opening range breakout. Lots of activities this morning. Look at the volume on KWeb. Everybody's piling in. Okay, KWeb. KWeb. All right, Netflix is taking off a little bit more. Netflix is lifting a bit more. Watch Netflix here. Netflix pushing a bit higher, trying to take out this high that we put in a few minutes ago. Oh, that's the opening range. Okay, I was trying to move that. It won't move. Okay, there's your high. Okay, Netflix looks like it wants to do something here. People don't seem to be that interested in KWeb in Netflix. KWeb. Amazon trying to push higher. Amazon breaking above a little bit of resistance here. Amazon. ABCD pattern here is A, B, C. Looking for Amazon to follow through. Been very active the last few days. Big volume on Thursday. Or excuse me, on Friday last week. So that was a fund or somebody, institutions buying Amazon. Can't buy it up here, though, if you don't already have it. Okay, that dipped earlier around 11:35, 11:40. That was a good entry point. Dips. Tesla fading back to the opening range breakout level. Okay. I have December calls on Tesla left now. Everything else, taking some profits off in to strengthen some of these earlier. Nike, Tesla, Meta. Netflix is trying to do something now. Apple. I'd like to see Apple a little bit higher. I'd like to get it above 300. Above 300 would be good for Apple. SpaceX turning the corner. SpaceX is trying to turn the corner now. Somebody bought 10,000 of the 100 strike puts. I forget the exact expiration, but they're probably covering. They're probably monetizing those puts. So we could see a move back in the opposite direction. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. Be interesting. I was thinking about this. Can an institution buy a bunch of puts and sell to manipulate the market so they can make some money on the puts and then use that money to buy shares or calls at the low? Probably not. I know Kramer always used to talk about how he used to manipulate the market. He was so proud of himself back in that was years ago, that stupid video of him talking to that guy. All right, watching for NVIDIA to pop and for Microsoft to follow through. Amazon's near the highs, a little profit taking up here. Apple, same thing. Apple's above the 50-day moving average. We're looking for Apple to continue. Okay, looking for it to stay above the 50-day. Okay, coming back to VWAP now. Maybe a VWAP, a buy at VWAP. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA starting to see an ascending kind of flag here. Ascending price action. Oh boy. Where are my alerts? No alerts this time of day. This time of day is kind of slow, right? Okay, futures continue to fade. All right, so heading lower right now. We hit 7,500 and got rejected.
So we'll have a good one. We'll see what this first day of the second half actually does as we edge towards that close. Bryn, what's your final trade?
IGV continue to make higher lows. It may take a minute to get over 100, but I think once it does, it's a good trade for the remaining of the year.
IGV, yeah.
To have in the weeks and months ahead. Brian Belsky, straight off a fabulous American Airlines flight. Glad we knew about that. United Airlines.
Google turning, trying to turn back up. Okay, let's watch Google for a minute. All right, NVIDIA.
insurance company.
Google, I think that's ready to take off also. JM's fucking what I did there.
Okay, all right, good stuff.
Weiss is talking Google. All right, so that looks good.
Thank you very much, Scott. Stocks are mostly up today, but those parts of the AI trade are getting hit really hard. Corning, CoreWeave, the chip stocks all under pressure. The momentum trade is having
One thing standing out, that of course the
AMD turning. All right, so you might have an opportunity in the evening session for some of these stocks like AMD that got off a little bit this morning. Watch these little turns here.
chip stocks under pressure, memory stocks under pressure, momentum stocks under pressure, and you see the NASDAQ reflecting that. Under the surface, though, 2/3 of the S&P 500 components are higher, and that's been enough.
Meta holding up fairly well. What did he say? What did I think he said November, right? Or did he say September? Jonathan.
Sam, good to see you as always. Let's talk some broad market here quick before we get to some of these more stock-specific stories. I mean, it seems like if it's not one thing, it's
NVIDIA.
the other. Is this market
All right, watch these chips catch a bid. NVIDIA pushing higher.
really a bit of tag team in the market. New quarter, new month. We're seeing a big rotation day, as you said, Alex. I think it's encouraging that we have seen the S&P 500 actually turning green. It was just the Russell 2K that was actually outperforming this morning, which was a bit of a head scratcher and quite interesting, given, of course, we had yields picking up across the curve, stronger dollar as well. But yeah, as I mentioned, big rotation day out of what has had been working, like you mentioned, into other parts of the market.
IGV rising.
Crowded type of trades into more sort of the hated, you could say, underweighted kind of parts of the market. I mean, if you take a look at even the story, you and I were discussing this one this morning, between Meta and some of the other neo clouds, you're seeing a huge gap with this, obviously this massive rally in Meta, and while you've got the Nebius and the CoreWeaves of the world down in double digits, 14-15% last check. You've also got this nice rally in software, so software's taking the baton from the hardwares today, even though actually we have just in recent sessions seen everybody kind of rallying in unison. We're back to that sort of tit for tat.
Watching NVIDIA here.
And we've been used to over the last quarter or so. The softwares are up. You've had obviously Guggenheim out today. They've upped ServiceNow. They've upped Salesforce, Checkpoint. So, obviously a couple of price target and upgrades there coming from the sell side, which might be helping. But, a lot of this may have stemmed from the Asian session. We woke up this morning, the coffee was down to start a fresh quarter. So maybe some follow through as far as the memory names today, as we've seen. Over to the macro, obviously the picture seems to be holding in there, Alex. We got some
Futures continue to move lower. Futures.
Encouraging as far as the manufacturing is concerned. We're ticking up. We're comfortably above the boom bust line of 50. What was interesting was the prices paid component I was looking at, because that's what I zoom in on, because it does give us a sort of forward-looking indicator of inflation. That came off about 9% in June as far as the prices index, and so that's giving us a little bit of an indication that things are easing on the inflation side. The Europeans just got a more comforting inflation read as well last night. That's obviously given Lagarde a bit of headroom this morning when she was on a panel with Kevin Walsh. We were obviously listening to that as well. We were watching how the market would react to any of his comments around not giving forward guidance. We certainly got confirmation of that. So, a few things going on here as we kick off the second half, but I think, it's nothing out of the ordinary as far as some of those big rotation days that we've been watching, Alex.
Yeah, well said. And, on top of that, July's been one of the best performing months. It's been up 11 straight years. So perhaps setting up for quite the interesting second half of this year with midterm elections in the United States looming as well. But I'm glad you mentioned
Netflix pushing a bit higher now. Netflix pushing higher.
For FOMO with Jeff Pierce, so a little bit of a preview as well.
Netflix taking out the high today.
This is a name that came out, this first one.
Don't want to get too excited about Netflix. It's still basing down here.
And then I gotta be honest, I don't know.
Amazon.
Ever since then. Now it's having a pretty nice day today, up about 3.86%. But it seems like maybe every couple months this one pops up on my radar. I'm not sure if you watch this one a little bit more often.
No, I would agree with that take because you often hear some sort of news item that kind of comes out and then you see this sort of big reaction. And I think that's really what's taken place with this particular story today, where you've had a number of analysts reacting to something that happened yesterday. We did have this news item that there was going to be this new stable coin, OpenUSD, backed by more than 100 companies, familiar names like Visa, Stripe, MasterCard, and BlackRock. And then shares in Circle got absolutely smoked yesterday, down 18%. Now we're seeing some recovery today, up 4%.
Amazon trying to take out the high.
Come out and responded to this, particularly with respect to the sell-off we saw yesterday. We've also had Jeremy Allaire, who's the CEO, coming out and
All right, Intel making a new low here. They're trying to.
to that sell-off too. So let me run you through some of the commentary here. We've had Clearstreet, for instance, that thought the sell-off in shares yesterday was excessive. Circle was overdone as far as that sell-off yesterday. Things while OpenUSD.
And that the attack, and that's not just rhetorical. I mean, there were just a few days ago there were live attacks going on between the United States and Iran again. So the fact that that did not end up derailing these talks is probably significant. The president was a little bit dismissive when he talked about it in the Oval Office the other day, saying it might be interesting, it might not be interesting, but they're certainly trying to put a positive spin on it right now.
Okay, so those are talks that are taking place in terms of diplomacy and trying to mediate an end to the conflict between the U.S. and Iran. I also want to talk about trade talks that are not taking place with us and our partners to the north and south. Today was the day for the USMCA to be renewed or not. The Trump administration has decided against that renewal. We know that this will basically mean that everything stays the same for the next 10 years with conversation. But what do we need to know, Jeff?
I appreciate the skeptical look on your face because that is how I'm feeling about it as well. It's not being renewed, and yet it's a cool case line. Am I reading that correctly?
Tesla is still fading.
Or questioning anyway, because I have the same question. I mean, what does this all mean? It stays in place until 2036, which is another 10 years. And yet my understanding is that the U.S. can basically try to make changes to it in these annual negotiations that are now going to probably disrupt the trade relationship even further than it already has been between the United States and Canada and Mexico. It's really its closest trade allies. And as Joe and I were talking about in the last hour, the irony of all of that is...
Let's see. NVIDIA. Trying to turn the corner. It's above the 20 EMA. It's trying to hold on to the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. And then this is NVIDIA. Looking for it to push up. Been in a descending pattern. Every attempt to move higher gets rejected. So any pop to the upside and a break of this downtrend would be noteworthy on NVIDIA. Okay.
We got hundreds of pages on Donald Trump last night. I think it was like 12 for JB Vance. What did we have for the vice president? Those didn't seem to make a lot of news. Donald Trump, $1.4 billion from crypto alone. And he had been taking profits on NVIDIA, Apple, and Palantir based on the headlines we saw last evening. $250,000 here, $250,000. We're in the billions range when it comes to crypto. And of course, this is a business, an industry that his family works in. And you've made the point, one, that he has pushed back on the idea of regulating.
Indeed, he has absolutely pushed back, or another way of saying that is pulled back from intensive regulation of the crypto market, which you have to wonder if he is thinking about his financial interests when he's making those decisions. I'm not saying he is, but people who are looking at this are certainly right to raise that question or have a reason to raise that question. Also, the companies that you just mentioned, what did you say? Apple, NVIDIA,
Palantir.
I mean, those CEOs are in and around President Trump and his White House and Air Force One
business with the government
all the time. Yeah. I mean, that when we were going to China several weeks ago, I remember, I broke the story of which CEOs were going on that trip, and initially just exactly, yes, except for initially.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon trying to go.
Tarmac in Alaska. I was talking to a former White House official yesterday, actually, who said that he interpreted them changing topics a little bit, but sticking with the CEOs, that he interpreted that sort of back and forth to be maybe some people in the White House were unhappy with NVIDIA about their position on export controls, and then the president
and ties us back into our previous conversation, said, no, Jensen Huang is my friend and he needs to come. Wow. So all of that, wrapping it all together, is he's friends with a lot of these CEOs and is also making money.
We should probably note, though, Kaylee, there's nothing illegal said to have been done here, correct?
Indeed.
Conflict of interest is not breaking the law.
Important to note that, absolutely. And yet, unusual politically for a president not to divorce himself more from that. He has an administration that has an impact on it.
Yeah. All right, Jeff Mason covering the White House for us here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much. And on the subject of the president being divorced or not from decisions made with his finances, he was questioned by reporters around these financial disclosures today, and he said a lot of these decisions are not his own. Listen.
Okay, NVIDIA.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls. SPX Pulse. Zero DTE, call side, size. Zero DTE.
That's true. You think about it.
Panel Democratic strategist Laura Fink is with us, CEO and founder of Rebel Communications, alongside Republican strategist T.W. Abrigi, Vice President at Push Digital. Welcome to you both. Laura, I'll come to you first, as we know that this midterm cycle is supposed to be all about affordability, and certainly that's the messaging that Democrats are focusing on. It's quite the contrast between affordability messaging and a president who made $1.4 billion last year off crypto alone.
$1.4 billion with his crypto coin leading the way in terms of his investments and all of the foreign governments that are pouring capital into those funds.
All right, I get NVIDIA breaking out now. I just took a limit order to sell. Now it's starting to break higher. Looking good.
But here we see it is more, they have the ability for far more investment into Trump and to curry favor. And so,
all right, NVIDIA is starting to move. Watch NVIDIA.
Against this right now, but before, the political consequences of appearing to have these conflicts of interest were deadly for Republicans and for Democrats. Trump has really eradicated that sort of public and political shaming. And so, but
Amazon looks good there, Ryan.
I think when you see for the first time a president making over
NVIDIA pushing. All right, Microsoft looks like. All right, so it looks like the buy programs are coming back in now. I say that with a little tongue in cheek, but everything is starting to move all of a sudden. A lot of stocks starting to move.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
How are you thinking about this, TW, as a Republican, as someone who is no stranger to the financial markets? The president did not break the law, so it becomes a question of whether this is a bad look for all Republicans, or maybe he's setting a new precedent. Do presidents get rich now in the White House?
I hope not.
No?
I hope not. And obviously, Donald Trump is breaking a lot of norms across his presidency, and I hope we don't get to a point where this becomes a norm. One of the things that thrust Donald Trump into office was a deep.
Okay, Amazon's starting to run. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I got everything nailed down on Amazon. Anything I want to add to that? Amazon looking good. Okay, so those 245, 250s. Okay, Andrew, I hope you're paying attention. 245, 250s. You're probably going to get a better fill on the upside than I did. Okay.
Meta Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Because as money flows in from foreign entities into companies associated with the Trumps, the Wickoffs, or whoever, there is going to be the implication that something foul is going on.
Yeah, because of course it's not just the president. There's questions around his family as well. We've already seen a statement from Senator Elizabeth Warren, who's the ranking member on the Banking Committee, talking about how, as the Senate is considering advancing crypto regulation legislation, that it needs to guarantee in law that the president any president and their families are going to be able to have ethical conflict in that space.
0 DTE, call sign, size.
In your mind?
I think it's rich any member of Congress talking about anything in financial markets when it's okay to insider trade.
Tesla Pulse, 0 DTE, call sign, size.
As we talked about in the previous segment, if Congress wants to act and put more ethical guidelines on the presidency, they have the power to do that. But I also think it's wrong to point the finger and say, you are bad when Nancy Pelosi, it's both sides of the aisle. When Nancy Pelosi being a egregious example of someone who's made a ton of money off of information she got in the stock market.
Love to check the Nancy ETF.
Yeah, I know, I'm investing.
It's quite a model.
Netflix, a little profit taking. Amazon's still running here. Looks good. Amazon.
To legislation. Is that the case when the pendulum starts to swing? Next time there is a Democrat in the White House or a Democratic-controlled Congress, do we see a reaction to these types of headlines where we're looking back saying, could you believe the president was allowed to do that back then?
I hope so. I mean, this president's potential corruption, if found, and certainly, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that when you make millions of dollars via a speculative
0 DTE, call sign, size.
that there's something amiss.
Oh, shut up, lady. Jesus. All of Congress is doing it. Oh, man. Okay, let me switch channels here. Okay.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Largely a catch-up trade earlier this year.
NVIDIA pushing a bit higher. Amazon is gone. Amazon is running. Okay, Amazon looking good here. Breaking out. Volume picking up. Okay, a little profit taking into that. Okay, watching that Amazon. NVIDIA.
It looks like at least a several, maybe 8-quarter plus streak as far as my little screen is showing of revenue declines year over year. So a good start, just a positive number. We'll see if they can continue that going forward. Doesn't look like the expectations are for that to happen, but again, a good start, especially if they're trying to position themselves as one of those lower beta alternatives in the marketplace. But speaking of alternatives in the marketplace, I want to talk Nike here to wrap things up. And this isn't me suggesting that a company like Micron is a good investment or that Nike is a poor investment. But if you're an investor right now and you're looking for some reason to maybe pick an investment, I mean, Nike just reported its revenue down 1% again, and Micron just reported revenue that grew 350% again. Is it that simple, Sam? It's like what's working, what isn't? Because the numbers seem pretty stark.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was listening to some traders talk about this one today. I mean, I don't think you even have to go as far as Micron.
NVIDIA's on the move. Microsoft's starting to go. All the New York FANGs are starting to see a little bit of activity here. Some more than others. Microsoft looks good. Microsoft turning the corner. ABCD pattern on Microsoft.
But the counter argument to that is that maybe some believe the worst is in because, there were some bright spots. We're not quite out of the woods yet. That's what analysts have been sort of characterizing it as. But one trader put it as, look, bad news, good stock action. The stock was actually down following the earnings that you and I were breaking down yesterday. It's rebounding right now. It's come down a lot, though, this year. I mean, we just had that chart up. And if you look at a 5-year chart, that does not look pretty at all. And in fact, it opened today at its lowest level in over a decade. So, obviously this has been a really tough time for Nike, but the report, it wasn't fantastic.
Microsoft looking good.
It's just a case that it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Microsoft back to the high of the day.
You, Marley, and I were sort of summing it up yesterday when we got these numbers. Everyone was wondering whether this would be
SpaceX turning.
that Nike finally figured it out. And on some metrics, it looks like maybe it has, particularly if you look at North America, which has managed to offset some of the weakness in
Futures are turning.
for instance. But, there were some continued disappointments.
Okay, so futures bouncing near 7,500. 7,500.
Not as much criticism as we saw last quarter about the turnaround strategy just taking so much longer than
Okay, futures are bouncing right at 7,500. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft is on the move. There goes Microsoft. NVIDIA going. All right, NVIDIA's doing it. All right, so they're buying these things. Be smart. Be smart. Take some profits off. Close the cash register. Take some profits off into strength.
0 DTE call sign.
If you're day trading, you can disregard that comment. If you're day trading. If you're swing trading, definitely reduce your exposure.
Call sign. Size.
Definitely reduce your exposure. If you're swing trading and you have less than a couple of weeks, some of these July 17th options have 16 trading days left. So tomorrow, over the weekend, those are going to lose some money quickly. So you want to roll those out at least if you got a profit and you don't want to sell. Amazon's still going. Nice move on Amazon. Woohoo! Looks good, Amazon. Nice. Okay. Amazon. Let me just let Andrew know. Amazon. Amazon's going there, Andrew. If you're eating lunch, put that sandwich down. Keep an eye on it. All right. Looks good. Intel still trying to turn. Coinbase, big move on Coinbase today. Huge, huge, huge. How much Coinbase do I have left? CONL. Okay, so that's good. CONL, I got 200 shares left. I had taken some off a while back, but it looks good though. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot. All right, that looks good. Robinhood.
This afternoon. Coming up next, Chart Master. We're going to chart and trade a couple of those names that Sam mentioned at the top of the show. Service Now and
0
Salesforce.
DTE
Rick
call
Ducado join us right after this.
size.
Bum, 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 bum.
And then a very tough enterprise.
Okay, NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. Returning. Return trip. Amazon looking special. Congratulations if you're trading.
So there's more rationality among consumers. You've got a worse interest rate environment.
Okay, these New York Fangs looking good.
The Fed is now expected to hike, not to cut. That's thanks to the inflation that feeds through from the Iran war.
NVIDIA.
So there's a bunch of factors out there which just make the climate for an IPO tougher for everybody, but specifically tougher for OpenAI.
And I know, as you've said before, that their fundraise from the public is one thing that would actually kind of get them through this window of time where we've talked before about would they literally need a strategic partner or something like that.
Coinbase. That's
wild.
wild.
Their models are now as good as Anthropic's. So kind of going back to your earlier point about how dangerous these models are, if they already exist,
Coinbase is at the highs.
or other Asian economies are producing them,
Intel.
what does that mean for the whole U.S. supply chain?
Microsoft.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say that we should take with a grain of salt the claim that they're as good. I don't think they're as good. I think they're a
0
few months
DTE
behind, but that's not very
call
much.
sign.
And so your question is very important. What do we
Microsoft flagging at the high of the day. Looks good. Microsoft.
produce models that, you know, at least
AMD turning. All right, so evening session. These are turning. AMD turning.
but we're going to have to face the reality that Mythos, this Anthropic model that can do all the cyber hacking, that will be, you know, produced by a Chinese company, even if we don't.
There goes AMD.
If we don't concede that that's been done already, it will be done not too far in the future. And at that point, these models from China that open
First trading day of the second half of the year, third quarter. Markets moving. Did anybody catch the JP Morgan collar roll by any chance?
0 DTE call sign.
The US government talking to the Chinese government saying we have a shared interest in not letting criminals get hold of these models.
NVIDIA ripping now.
It's crazy to talk to China.
Nice volume, NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
Micron
Okay, but
pulse.
just think back. When was the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty agreed? The answer is 1968, and the precursor was 1956, the IAEA agreement. What happened?
SpaceX is turning faster now. SpaceX turning fast.
These guys were fierce competitors and rivals and enemies of the US. It did not stop the negotiation of a non-proliferation regime for nuclear. So I believe we ought to be trying the same thing now with AI.
Let me ask you this quick final
SpaceX. Okay, here we go. SpaceX turning aggressively.
Later in the program, we're going to talk about how companies are, in some cases, rolling back the layoffs they made to implement AI. Because the AI is not. So I'm trying to understand on the one hand the comparisons to the nuclear age with these tools.
0
and on the other hand, companies
DTE
going, you know what, it's not really as good as we thought it would be.
Well, the classic statement about AI is true, which is that it has a jagged edge. It's really, really good at some things, and then quite bad at
Micron
other
pulse.
things. So
Long
it's
dated.
one thing we know is that it's very good at helping people to code. That is a proven use case, and nobody's rolling back that in business. And in another kind of adjacent to the coding ability is this cyber hacking ability. And we also know separately that it's very good at structural biology. This was the Nobel Prize winning system back in 2020 that DeepMind produced, unraveled all the shapes of proteins in nature. Adjacent to that could be the discovery of bioweapons, right? So just because American businesses are having trouble finding a good use case in the enterprise, it doesn't mean that there aren't scary frontier abilities that we should be trying to realize.
Soft pulse.
Great answer.
Long
I'm
dated.
glad that we had you on today. Sebastian, thanks so much for the
Deep
time.
puts.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank
Appreciate it. Sebastian Malaby. Coming up, while Comcast is looking to shrink its media footprint, Fox is doing the opposite. And that's why
Okay, NVIDIA hauling ass now.
0 DTE.
Nice job, NVIDIA.
Its new owner, Bending Spoons, is IPOing today. Known for reviving old tech companies, they just opened on the NASDAQ at $31 after pricing above the range of 29. They're trading at 39 right now. It's a Milan-based digital media conglomerate that also owns Vimeo, Eventbrite, WeTransfer, and others. I remember Evernote. I love that. We're back in a moment.
Microsoft. Okay, flagging, Microsoft. Okay. We are trading tomorrow. A lot of people will be traveling, I would imagine.
major averages are trying to stay positive, while the Nasdaq has now turned lower as the AI supply chain names suffer, she said. General Mills is having a nice day, though. It's among the leaders in the S&P after topping earnings estimates and outlining a multi-year cost-cutting plan. It's up 8%, best day since 2020, in fact. But they are coming off a record stretch of 7 straight quarterly declines, and the shares have lost half of their value in that time. Turning to tech, Guggenheim is upgrading Salesforce and ServiceNow to buy. The firm says neither company has demonstrated meaningful AI monetization, but the market has become overly pessimistic about SaaS-apocalypse scenarios. Despite today's pop, ServiceNow is up 7%. Shares are still more than 40% off their recent highs. Meantime, Bitcoin is another bright spot today, reclaiming the 60,000 mark, while crypto firms like Strategy finally see a bounce. New filings now show the president himself has made millions of dollars through issuing his own crypto tokens. Megan Casella has more. Megan?
Kelly, that's absolutely right. More than $1 billion overall in crypto-related income for the president in the first year of his second term. So $635 million of that was royalties from so-called celebration coins, the meme coins that bear the president's name. There was also more than $500 million from the sale of tokens released by World Liberty Financial. That's what President Trump co-founded with his sons. There's another $65 million there from sales of equity in World Liberty. The president's properties and legal dispute settlements from media companies together brought in a few $100 million. And there was more than 370,000 listed in gifts, including 10 tickets to the FIFA World Cup. Now, Kelly, the president was asked this morning about the appearance that he's profited off his presidency. He's, of course, pushed policies.
Oh, who cares? Shut up with you people. Congress is okay. Yeah, you got, what's AOC's worth, what, 15, 20 million, whatever? And the other one from Minnesota, Ilhan Omar, 35 million? Give me a break. That's not news. That's jealousy.
Suggested that it's an important
area
that's been reached here. So it's certainly not saying it's going to hold. It's just saying we could see more of a severe reaction.
Don't listen to me. I'm an idiot.
Meanwhile,
Just don't like these two-faced politicians or news media. Let's see where.
Near 182.50. That marks the most important test that we could see if we were to start rallying up to that area from this perspective.
And if you're trying to find resistance, a lot of potential overhead supply there starting at around that 180 mark. Rick, really appreciate it. Real quick, though, example trade here for Salesforce. Looking at that, basically a run up to that area of potential overhead supply, and then maybe it runs into resistance. 175 call calendar spread going out to the end of this month, now in July, selling the July 24th, buying the July 31st, looking to spend around $1. So you'd have $100 at risk, and then sort of that mountaintop risk profile here peaking out at the strike. So in this case, 175 being the strike, the idea being just below that potential pocket of volume that Rick pointed out there on his final chart. Rick, it was a pleasure. The chart master himself, Rick Ducat. We're going to take a short break. We get back, it's time for FOMO. We're going to discuss Meta today with big news as a potential entrant into the neo cloud space. Jeff Pierce will have the story and more right after this.
For instant
All right, I just updated that script.
That teach you about stocks and markets. Follow me on X at NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim. The award-winning trading Bring your trading focus on Thinkorswim desktop.
Let's see, let me just grab this real quick.
Including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes? Or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Marley Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Okay, how do I make this non-private?
Jeff, of course, a senior manager of derivatives trading for Charles Schwab. Jeff, good to see you. Happy Wednesday. Let's talk some Meta. Story of the day in many ways, up almost 10% here, announcing, or at least there's reports here, chatter that they're discussing, I should say, building an AI cloud business. You see the fallout in names like CoreWeave and Nebius. What did you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, first of all,
right,
much needed
let's
update
see.
for a very volatile stock over the past years. You know, investors have really wrestled with this enormous AI spending they're seeing coming out of the company and wondering when that's going to start to generate meaningful returns. And I think this
NVIDIA moving higher.
really help push investors, to an answer to that question, because they are reportedly looking at the cloud infrastructure business that would sell access to their AI computing power and AI models. Investors see this as a potential path for them to monetize this massive AI investment instead of viewing it solely as a cost. And the real reason this matters is up until now, investors have largely viewed Meta as spending this money to defend what they currently have, defend Facebook, defend Instagram, WhatsApp, and frankly, their advertising business. Today, this report really changes that narrative, because instead of using AI infrastructure simply for their internal use, it could become a product that they have other companies pay to use. And that's a really big, significant shift in terms of strategy.
Totally agree with you if this ultimately ends up being the case. The issue I have, Jeff, is I didn't know there was excess capacity. That was the whole point. So it sounds good in theory. It's clearly been a good business model for companies like CoreWeave that have grown tremendously. But the reason those companies are there is because seemingly no one can get these data centers and compute, sources built up fast enough. Where are they going to get all this extra, capacity?
Well, obviously, we know Meta has been, putting a ton of money into the AI infrastructure side, and typically that is built years ahead of the demand. To your point, we're hearing a lot about that demand really being overwhelming right now. But if they do have unused computing capacity, why let it sit idle, right? Why not rent it out? And I think that's really the angle that they're coming from here. Of course, we've obviously seen this model play out with several different companies. If you look at Amazon's AWS, that's one of their highest margin business. Microsoft Azure, one of their fastest growing businesses.
Okay, NVIDIA's still going here. NVIDIA are looking really good. NVIDIA's taken off. Okay, so that's looking good. Netflix is gone. Amazon's just off the high of the day. Apple's trying to turn. Okay, looks good.
Yeah, market certainly likes it, at least today. Jeff, you got an example trade for us. What were you looking at?
Yeah, so for an example trade here, looking at a bull call spread, primarily looking at buying a 620 call for August 7th. That's about 37 days out. Selling the 660 call for the same expiration. Net debit about $1,560. The reason for this trade, it's more of a moderately bullish trade. This assumes today's announcement represents more than just a one-day headline, that investors are going to continue to get rewarded for Meta creating these potential AI infrastructure businesses. And because the stock has already rallied, I do not want to chase with a single long call. In this case, the 660 call actually helps finance that 620. So if we look at it, max profit 2,440. If it ends above 660 at expiration, max loss would be that debit we paid 1,560, and it would break even around $635.60.
So we're less sensitive. The other part of this trade is we are also less sensitive to some of that implied volatility that we might see just because of the AI trade and how it's been going lately.
Yeah, it looks like earnings towards the end of July, so potential
NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA, nice trade there on NVIDIA.
Looking for this continuation of today's rally. Jeff Pierce, it is always a pleasure. We appreciate you stopping by and joining us for FOMO. Next, we're going to discuss oil. Oil, of course, going from upwards of 120 at the onset of the conflict. I see a 6 on the beginning number here, 68.36 for August WTI. Find out more right after this.
Okay, NVIDIA continues the launch here, looking pretty good. All right, let's see what is up and what's down. SoFi, up quite a bit, SoFi. All right, for those of you who hung out with me on SoFi, this is working. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. We got to break above this 19 level. And it looks like we're ready to do it. BlackRock has something like 70 million shares. Susquehanna has some ridiculous amount of shares. It does have a reputation of hitting the highs and then pulling back in. So we need to see the breakout. Got to see the breakout. My calls are out in 2028. Okay, I have some 2026 calls. December, the 20 strike. Those are doing okay. Let's see, the 20 strike getting close. I have some June 28th, June 16th, 2028. June 16th of 2028. Not next year, the following year. So this could be a big cash cow. SoFi could be I'm expecting it to be a big cash cow, $20,000, $30,000 or whatever. Maybe more. We'll see. Just having some patience and taking the leaps. Basically, a year and a half from now, there's hardly any decay. NVIDIA is still pushing. Okay, NVIDIA. Can we take out yesterday's high? Got plenty of time. It's not even 2 o'clock yet. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, July the 1st, 1:43 p.m. Okay.
That, as Amy just mentioned, the NASDAQ is struggling a bit, and our IPO of the day is having a great one. Bending Spoons, Haley Eiden. I was feeling old with the Vimeo and AOL references this morning, but apparently these brands are still money makers.
Yeah, and they're rolling them all together, I guess, trying to become the next tech conglomerate that has the money raised in this IPO.
SoFi, you're so fine. SoFi. Okay.
Investor appetite for that, with the stock now up 23% at the moment in this trading debut. So let's get more on that now as we turn to Nora Melinda, our chief markets correspondent for Bloomberg TV. So, Nora, when we consider the debut for Bending Spoons here, what is this signaling about the ongoing investor appetite, it seems, for these new offerings?
Well, Kaylee, it never ends, and you're seeing the market really latching on to any names that are able to get more and more creative. So what stands out to me particularly about this IPO is the CEO saying that it's almost like Google had a baby, like private equity and Google had a baby together. And that's how a lot of people are thinking about this company, because it's not quite just AI focused, not quite just tech. It's literally a company that is purchasing already existing companies in the tech space and building them and making them better. And so you're seeing the CEO essentially kind of doing a contrarian bet, where you're seeing a lot of these startups coming out. Well, the company is essentially thinking that we can purchase these companies snatch them up all together into a bundle and make them better instead of spending time on an actual startup from scratch.
So how are we feeling about this market, Nora? As we roll into the second half here, there are a lot of calls for a potential further unwinding in the AI trade, for instance. Micron's taking it pretty hard today. Even the president posted some nice words about Micron and its CEO. The stock's down about $100 even after that monster quarter it reported.
SoFi. Yeah. Man, if we could get some above average volume, break this thing out of the base, it would be nice. It's been down here for 3 months, so hopefully they're ready for this to push higher. SoFi. Nvidia's struggling at the high.
Now sell excess computing power to outside customers. But competition in that space is already fierce. Shares are up nicely today, though. Julia Borson has more in today's Tech Check. Julia?
Well, Kelly, sources close to the situation confirmed to CNBC that Meta's working on building a cloud infrastructure business to sell AI compute. Now, this should not be a surprise to anyone because Mark Zuckerberg first talked about this last October.
Okay, it looks like Meta might actually start to move now.
This May, saying, quote, it's definitely on the table almost every week. There are different companies that come to us from outside asking us to both stand up an API service or asking if we have compute that they could buy from us at some premium to what we've bought it at. Now, back in January, when Zuckerberg appointed Dina Powell-McCormick as the company's president and to co-head its new Meta Compute division, back then the company was laying the groundwork for this type of new business as it works to monetize its up to $145 billion in capital expenditures this year. Now, Meta could offer paid access to models hosted on its data centers in competition with Amazon's AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google's cloud, or it could sell raw compute like CoreWeave. Now, CoreWeave, along with another AI cloud company, Nebius Group, they are both down double digits today, down 12 and 14%. This as analysts are bullish on Meta's move. UBS writing today, quote, this move shows at least some financial constraint from Zuck. So now the story can shift to free cash flow stabilization, a potential new revenue stream, and all of it at what many would argue are near trough valuation multiples. Kelly?
You know, when I saw this, I thought we had Sam Lesson on not long ago asking him about Meta's struggles. Obviously, he's close to the company and Zuckerberg's. And he said, look, they're hoarding compute for a reason. They're going to do something with it. They see an opportunity, and here we are. So that was prescient. But this is as you just exactly outlined, Julia, area, there's a lot of competition. Not really sure what Meta's edge is. You know, if a customer can go to an existing cloud with another model or to a neo cloud and just bring its own, I'll be curious to learn more about where they think their best competitive point is.
Well, look, there's a lot of competition, but there's also a huge amount of
Meta.
And the fact that back in May, Mark Zuckerberg was saying they are being approached, they're getting incoming.
Momentum, everything is shifted. All right, volume looks good. Meta. It's probably going to follow through tomorrow, I would think.
Can we have access to some of that? So I think there's this scarcity or sense of scarcity down the line in this space, and Meta has made those investments to make sure they do have access to compute capabilities. And it's worth noting that, over the past several quarters, Mark Zuckerberg has said, don't worry about us over-investing in AI infrastructure because even if we don't use it, there will be other people.
Right, and look at SpaceX and Anthropic. I mean, it could be something like that, as we said, taking a page out of that playbook. Julia, thanks very much. Julia Borson. Coming up, shares of this media name are down 9%
Okay, Meta.
over the past month. But Wolf Research upgraded
Starting to turn. Meta. Let's see. Meta. One day. One day or another. All right. Looks like, okay, Meta's starting to go now. Meta's turning back up. Looks like it's going to run into the last hour, 2 hours. Okay, Meta looks good. Meta, I bought some 620s. I'm just going to scalp this for now and see how far this goes. They're out in September, 620s. And I sold the 625 to make it a spread, to make it a little cheaper. 250 each. Okay. Looks like it's trying to turn here, Meta. Okay. Got a feeling institutions are going to come in. If they don't come in and buy after 2 o'clock, Meta, that'll be an indication that they're going to wait to see if they could pull back a little bit before they buy. If they start buying after 2 o'clock and price action moves back up to the highs, that would be a good signal, a good sign. Apple turning back up. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, July the 1st.
From upgrading shares of Fox to outperform with a $71 price target. They're up about 3-4% today. Let's bring in Peter Supino. He's the analyst at Wolf Research. Peter, it's great to see you. Welcome.
I did buy a spread because of the COR1M being where it is at 561. A little bit expensive.
That was much higher as a multiple of profits than Fox was trading for. There are lots of good reasons for that. We think this is a smart strategic move for Fox. But the Fox shareholder base signed up for a really different risk profile than Roku. Fox, for many years, has been a company about which the investment debate was the resilience of the Fox News and Fox Sports audiences. The idea that even as pay TV shrinks, that in the same way that CNBC keeps its audience, Fox News and Fox Sports would keep their audiences. And that's been true, and Fox has been a good stock. But the shareholders that signed up for that steady Eddie buyback stock, pay dividends profile were just caught off guard by this big price paid for Roku.
It's been a good stock until this year. I mean, it was down even before this deal, which to some smacked of, I don't want to say desperation, but a little bit of a change in direction, maybe some urgency. Look, has that now taken hold of the entire media landscape? Look at Comcast first, Versant. It's barely 6 months out. Now they're spinning off NBCU. That's an entirely different strategy, it sounds like, than what Fox is pursuing. How would you compare and contrast those two?
I'm glad you brought up the weakness of the last several months in the Fox stock.
Okay, Apple turning back up.
Fox's fundamentals have
Apple's been trading pretty well. Last few days coming off the low, back above the 50-day. That's a big plus. Volume's coming in right now. Volume on Apple right here. Shorts probably covering and some new money coming in. Apple. Apple.
Because the NBA did such a well-priced deal a couple of years ago. And whenever Fox and the rest of the broadcasters that have the NFL TV rights renegotiate their rights, they are going to pay more. That risk is out there. It's not in the published numbers.
All right, Apple's starting to turn.
Trades and owns the stock is expected to be some dilution from that in the future. And it's just a question of how much and when.
So why are they buying Roku?
So Fox, in addition to having Fox News and Fox TV, has Tubi.
Microsoft about to break the high of the day. Microsoft. Apple just, somebody just sold some Apple there. Microsoft. Oops. Microsoft just popping here. Microsoft back to the highs. Microsoft. NVIDIA, a little profit taking.
Its customers, then it knows what to do with. And Fox is in a really strong position to monetize all that ad inventory and all that data.
So finally, then, where does that leave an NBC Universal? You wrote yesterday or earlier this week when Comcast made this announcement that you actually don't think the spinoff is going to happen because someone's going to come in and buy. Is it Comcast? You think, or what? How do you expect this to play out here?
There are several ways this could play out, and yes, I did write that it's possible this breakup of Comcast won't reach finality because some deal will come in preemptively. Although it doesn't have to play out that way. Is it also possible that Comcast will spin out NBC Universal, and that'll be the transaction that facilitates an offer for Comcast Cable by Charter? That's probably the base case, and it's going to take a while to play out. Alternatively, there may be interest in buying NBC proactively, and this move by Comcast is smart. It's like in basketball, it plays the role of a shot clock. Anybody who wants to do a deal for NBC Universal today.
Okay, Home Depot above. Home Depot. Okay, Matt is pulling in a little bit. Home Depot. All right, pulling back a little bit. Home Depot above the 200-day. A doji now.
How much is Starlink an overhang, on the Comcast Charter, the
Home
internet
Depot.
space? Is it a big one?
For the companies in our coverage.
Apple, somebody took some profits just now, smacked it down a little bit. Apple, a couple of bucks. Apple got smacked down a little bit. It's only 80 cents, a dollar. Only a dollar. All right, so we're trying to get Apple to stay above the 50-day. That would be nice. NVIDIA, having a good day. Amazon flagging again. NVIDIA's trying to go.
Peter, a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining
Peter,
us.
pleasure.
Peter Supino of Wolf Research. And that's it for us. Thanks for watching The Exchange. Don Chu is in.
Okay, what's Wells Fargo doing? Wells Fargo was sitting on top the, what was it, the 200-day? Wells Fargo. Okay, back above the 200-day. Okay, so Wells Fargo, the banks starting to get a bid. Goldman Sachs bouncing at the 50-day. Morgan Stanley bouncing at the 50-day. JP Morgan bouncing at 21. 90 MA, 21 just below. PNC Bank. Okay, breaking out. This company has bought a bunch of banks recently over the last couple of years, and in an attempt to match up with some of these bigger banks like JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, etc. So they're basically up in the Northeast, I believe. Some of the smaller banks, Ozark, HBAN, Huntington Bank Shares, Zion National Bank, KRE, the regional ETF. You don't have to buy individual names. You can just buy the ETF. This looks pretty good, actually. KRE, KBE, Spiders, S&P Bank, ETF breaking out. All the banks look good. Wells Fargo, I have a position. I'm just looking for that to push a bit higher now. If it can break above 87, I might add to it. I have Wells Fargo locked in at September 90 call. Okay, we're a little bit out of the money, but it's profitable at the moment. I could take profits here and just say reassess because it looks like it's going to just consolidate. Bollinger Bands are starting to open up. RSI is rising. MACD stochastic is up, and all the banks are moving. So this is probably going to follow through tomorrow, I would think. Yeah, probably follows through tomorrow. It's lovely when you get all of your banks, all of your whatever, chips, software, when all of the stocks in the group are all moving. Like there was news that Michael Burry was shorting Caterpillar. What is Caterpillar doing compared to John Deere? John Deere is hanging in there. So it's just one stock. What about some of the other names in the group? Baker Hughes, they're making, oh, that one just fell out of bed, Baker Hughes. Okay. What are the oil and gas? They're all let down. Oil and gas, APA, everything's down. USO, stay away. XLE. Okay, these are all. Deutsche Bank, commodities index. That continues to move lower. This is bullish for equities. The one thing I don't like that happened today is junk bonds gap down. Lower Bollinger Band. We need it to move back up to the 50-day and get back above. IWM, small cap, small caps, looking for that to continue trending. IBB, biotechs. Okay, that's at highs. That's probably going to come in a little bit. Got a little bit ahead of itself.
So-called novel ETFs are funds that could give investors exposure to everything from maybe sports betting outcomes to event contracts now on prediction market platforms. And the big question for the SEC.
Okay, Google turning back up. Amazon looks good. Meta, looking for Meta to pop. Meta. Okay, Nvidia's at the highs. Nvidia looking good. Meta.
Let's begin with the markets and a pair of strategists with some different takes as we kick off the second half. No, one is buying the dip in tech. The other says not so fast as he looks at other areas outside the best performing sector this year. Paul Hickey is co-founder of Bespoke Investment Group here on set with us. And Lee Munson is president and CIO at Portfolio Wealth Advisors. Welcome to you both. Paul, I'll start with you.
Good to be here.
What's your read of things today?
So I think today we're seeing a lot of what worked in the last quarter is not working today, and what didn't work is reversion to the mean trade. So I think we saw some stratospheric runs in certain areas of the tech sector to close out.
Yeah, but Meta's still Micron. All right, that pullback, Micron.
Semiconductors. So I think
Okay.
at that point you got to look, and it's all about an expectation.
Microsoft software. Okay. So we had a really good day on Friday, and then Monday we came in and software got hit. I was like, wow, that was a one day thing. Inside day yesterday, and now we're following through. So this actually might keep going. Microsoft, IGV, the software ETF. You can trade that as well if you don't want to have exposure to a single name. Tesla continues to fade. Had a really good run the last few days, Tesla. Sitting on top of 200 days, so it's not the worst case scenario. Yesterday's high, today's high is up here. High of the day for Tesla. Tesla was a nice day trade. Looking for Meta to follow through. That's a big deal for Meta. They need to increase their revenues. This is one way to do it. Lease out that compute at higher costs than what it costs them to make. All right, Google's starting to turn. Watch Google here. Google's starting to go. Google's going.
The consumer held up. Retail sales held up during the quarter in the past few months since the war started, and now you have gas prices falling even more, and I think that's going to be a tailwind for the consumer in the short term.
Sounds like the broadening out trade is something that is not out of the realm of reason, right? But if you take a look, Lee, and I'll go to you for this one here, what the expectations are, the setup, so to speak, for some of these mega cap.
Okay, I got to reduce my exposure just in case we get one of these volatility whacks. COR1M is still low.
Maybe that a mean reversion trade could play into those types of names versus the broadening out one at least more dramatically.
You mean the lag 7? I totally agree with you. I think you have to edit. Half my equities, because my clients are retired and everything, are in value indexes. We have sort of a saying around the office, like, if you're going to buy a value stock, buy an ETF. Here's where the best thing is. If you can edit down and just find those little value stocks in the mega tech, you're going to have some success. Think about a couple years ago when nobody wanted Google and we got a double out.
Meta's up $57, $58. 10% on the day. Yeah, it's a $600 stock, so 10% isn't much when you think about it, but it really is. $60.
Microsoft can't deliver, and they can't show that Copilot and Azure AI are accelerating that bottom line earnings per share. We've got a lot of problems because every CEO is going to be looking at Microsoft and saying, if they can't do it, that basically blows a thesis. I think they're going to make it, and I can see productivity really happening here. But you got to edit down. I mean, look at Meta today. They're popping 10% because they're selling off excess capacity. Capital, but that's not really what it's about, right? That's still just the cloud and the build out. You want to look for companies that are going to make it, or
there goes Microsoft. Microsoft popping. Microsoft pop.
because they don't have an AI strategy. And let's also move away.
There goes Microsoft.
It's not about the memory stuff. It's going to be
There it goes. There it goes. All right, looking good, Microsoft.
About 2 years from now, if suddenly we're talking about Honeywell because a third of their their earnings
Microsoft.
computing chips, and that suddenly becomes relevant when we've got to get AI off the cloud into our pocket.
Come back to that just a second, guys. We have a news alert on SpaceX that's moving shares of Qualcomm. Seema Modi with the details. Seema?
Kelly, SpaceX has reportedly developed a prototype for a handset-like device. That's according to Wall Street Journal, quoting sources familiar. The phone would essentially run on a Qualcomm chip. Now, the report says the device is designed to incorporate AI and was shared with a select group of investors, in fact, ahead of its initial public offering just 3 weeks ago. Guys, a move into handsets would certainly underscore SpaceX's attempt to diversify its business
Pop and drop.
from rockets, satellites,
Microsoft
AI,
looks good.
infrastructure, and now potentially handsets. But again, we're watching Qualcomm shares spike on this potential.
Yeah, they dropped back down already.
Perhaps we can also put on the screen shares of the likes of Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. They were under
Nvidia pulling back in a little bit. Apple starting to recover.
this week. There's a lot of different players who would be affected by this. The one part that stood out to me as well was this mention that perhaps investors were briefed about this before the IPO.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think especially ahead of that run-up and the company taking sort of a unique path to going public, firming up its IPO price ahead of the listing day, and using that time during the roadshow to not just
Nvidia pulling in a little bit, a little profit taking. Nvidia.
story, but also potentially, according to this report, reveal some of the products that could be in the lineup as well.
All right, Seema Modi with the latest there on that one. Thank you very much for that. Paul, I'll toss this to you. The market-moving headlines for the balance of pretty much the last year have been centered around artificial intelligence, space travel, and everything else. This is kind of no exception. Are we still tethered to this idea that the AI/cloud/space exploration trade is going to be the thing that really captures investor attention more than just about anything else in the marketplace?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's where the big stories are. That's what's been driving all the investment for this bull market. One of the drivers of the economy, primarily in the global economy, has been semiconductors. But there are other stories that we can focus on. That's what we talk about every day. But so investors should look into other places that aren't getting the attention. And I think the stronger consumer, better picture for the consumer going into the second half of the year. We had a guest on earlier who talked about the employment picking up and accelerating. That's going to be a tailwind, and I think you're going to see housing do well. D.R. Horton, I think that's a name to look at going forward through July and through the remainder of the year. They trade for very reasonable valuations. That and Disney as well. 15 times earnings. They're returning capital. They haven't had the big run-ups that all these other stocks have had. So if you have any scintilla of good news for them, it could create a spark.
Scintilla is a great word. That is such a...
Google and Amazon both turning back up. Google, Amazon, Netflix at the highs. There goes Apple turning back up now. Apple.
I'm curious what direction you think these... in terms of the names, you say you like Amazon and Tesla, but I'm curious what the next kind of leadership group, if it gets a moniker, what would that be?
Yeah, so I mean, you can't. They're not one behemoth anymore.
Okay, 68.85. I thought that was what.
They're exposed to the consumer. They're exposed to AI. So
Yeah, that was the existing one, Corey. I'm looking for the.
If you look at the valuation,
I'm looking for the new one.
Trades that are not much higher than a market multiple these days, which you haven't been able to say for forever in the case of Amazon. So that's a name, a driver going forward that we really like in the mega cap space. We don't like the group necessarily as a whole, but there are individual names, like you said, Amazon and Tesla's name we like going forward.
Lee, I'd like to go back to you for this one. We know your view on what's going to happen, and it sounds like you are all in on this kind of mega cap tech Mag 7 rebound trade. I wonder how much of that thesis is based on a kind of more constructive macro, bigger picture backdrop. We still have at least a conflict in Iran going on that's looking to be resolved. Oil prices are still a variable right now.
Very nice, Grover. Very nice.
Overall, how does all that square with your pick of the Mag 7 tech trade as the leaders in the second half?
So when you're building that portfolio out, and then you go a mile wide and inch thick on value, which is kind of where my mind is, and then you sort of snipe these little things like a Microsoft, like a Google, like an Amazon. You have to remember, those are still considered long duration plays about all this earnings that's going to be in the future because of productivity and accelerating into the future. So when I'm doing that, I'm also very, I'm structurally short.
Meta fading a bit from the high.
Supply of 30-year treasuries on my books right now. So I still think there's a place while we have this conflict, while I love seeing, rates come down, the oil prices come down and me make money on my 30-year, I still think that through the course of this summer, we're going to see a flare-up. We're going to see a flare-up in inflation. And I think that that's going to give you that buying opportunity to buy what we call long-duration assets.
Microsoft looks like it wants to go some more.
Don't just still be reaching for the NASDAQ 100. If you're going to play in that game, you got to edit down to a couple names. And that's why I think Paul makes a great point that I just also want to, reflect is that core, if you're going to buy core holdings right now, especially in ETF, look at the Russell 1000, look at small cap value, right? And then when you want to go pick a big name, pick a beat up value oriented lag 7 name. But just remember, don't buy it all at once. You see oil go to 90, those names are going to sell off again.
All right. Thank you very much for the conversation. A big one for sure. Paul Hickey of Bespoke Investment Group, also Lee Munson of Portfolio Wealth Advisors. And a quick programming note. Speaking of the big picture, President Trump is going to join our own Joe Kernan exclusively tomorrow on Fast Money at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. An interview, of course, that could be chock full of headlines. You don't want to miss it. So watch it. Tune in tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, we're just getting started here on the show. Leveraged ETFs are gaining some serious traction, but as these funds grow, they can amplify both rallies and sell-offs as well. We're going to break down the risks and the stocks most vulnerable to the ripple effects of that leverage loop. And after the break, no clues from the Fed Chair Kevin Warsh today, but will the latest data make the case for a July interest rate hike? Wells Fargo's Tom Porcelli joins us to separate some of the signals from the noise. That's coming up. Keep it right here.
All right, NVIDIA pulling in. NVIDIA pulling back now. Meta pulling back a bit as well. All right, we've got an hour and 46 minutes to go. Meta's pulling back a bit from the highs.
First up now, we've got a chart thanks to your story from the U.S. government ethics office on how President Trump's assets have ballooned. We're going to show it to everybody, but for those on radio, they have grown quite a lot in the last year, in 2025. What have we learned about President Trump's investments and returns on them? What kind of disclosure? What have we learned?
Well, every year he files an annual disclosure. There's several different parts to the document. Part 2 is where he lists his business empire, and that will have things like the Meadowlark golf course, which I think made about $77 million in resort-related income, all of his golf courses, and now his crypto businesses, which have really become his most popular, his most prolific means of making money since his return to office. And it's we also see is what he's doing with that money that he's earning. He has there's about 680 some pages of listing transactions, purchases and sales of equity.
All right, futures are dropping off here. Okay, we're going to go red on the day at this rate. So don't be surprised. Okay, so SpaceX just seeing some selling here now. SpaceX. Okay. Futures pulling back. Futures pulling back. Okay, hedge flows, that's 7,500 level. Okay, we're just below it now.
his cards close to the vest. Speaking at the ECB's annual policy forum in Portugal, the Fed chairman sidestepped questions about the central bank's next interest rate move, but he did weigh in on one of the biggest questions facing the economy. How will artificial intelligence reshape the job market?
Who knew when the internet was born that the internet was going to create 1.5 million jobs as Uber drivers? We are in the first or second inning of this revolution. This is a big paradigm shift, both for the conduct of our policy and for our economies. I think the jobs will be greater, prosperity will be stronger. The question, as one of my colleagues raised, is timing, and we have to take that timing very seriously.
Timing is everything. His comments come after private payrolls in June rose less than expected, and tomorrow's non-farm payrolls report
Was it 217? All right, I'm going to take a few. Take a little break. I'll be right back.
Anthropic confirming Tuesday that the U.S. government has lifted export controls on its advanced AI models Claude, Fable 5, and Mythos 5. With Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Ellis here to break it down. Dan, how significant is this decision from the Department of Commerce out yesterday?
I mean, it's huge, right? This is their most powerful models, Mythos 5 and Fable 5, and now they're going to finally be able to re-offer it to customers. The difference between the two models is pretty clear. The Mythos 5 was that model that they originally announced saying it had these kind of advanced cybersecurity capabilities. It's worth noting it was not trained to have. It just happened to be that good at, finding flaws into the software and then exploiting those flaws. Fable 5 runs on the same model, but it has more safeguards built in, so that it can't be used for, or it's less likely to be used rather for cyber attacks. There's no, 100% proof way of giving that, but they do as much as they possibly can. And so this is a big deal for Anthropic to finally be able to offer this again. Obviously, it was a setback for them. Customers were angry because they couldn't get access to this model that they wanted to use or that they had been starting to build on. And so, overall, this is a big win for them. I think it's also worth noting they do a deep dive on what the original exploit was that came out. It had to do with Amazon and its software, and they raised concerns about it originally, and it went in and found out that the exploit that Amazon was talking about could have been found via any other model that's out there, or a number of other high-end models that are out there, not just Fable 5 or Mythos 5. So it wasn't really kind of this doomsday scenario that everybody's kind of talking about when it comes to these AI models. But it is important to note again that Mythos 5 is very good at this, despite not being trained to do it.
Very interesting to watch for sure. At the same time, we also got a boost from Meta this morning. That stock up about 8.5%. The company's developing plans to sell access to AI computing, maybe access that it has in the system. So what does this mean for Meta? Make it make sense?
Yeah, this is a Bloomberg report basically saying that spending prodigiously on these data center capabilities, and they may start renting it out, similar to something like COR1M, where they could just rent out the hardware, or where they can host their own models or other models and allow developers to get access to those, similar to what you do with AWS or Google Cloud or Microsoft's Azure. And so, this is something that the report is obviously new, that the capability or the action may be coming, but Mark Zuckerberg has kind of been telegraphing this over the past few quarters. I believe in Q1 or Q2 of this past year, he had mentioned something along the lines of, perhaps starting to sell some of that excess compute. And then at the company shareholders meeting, he made a similar reference to that potential. And so, it really is a way for a company like Meta to further monetize its broader AI build out. It does, I think, raise some questions that investors are going to have as to why they aren't using all that capacity if they're building out their own AI models. It's the same thing that came up with SpaceX when they rented out their Colossus data center to Anthropic, and then offered up some of it to Google as well, some of their AI compute heads. And so, that question of, well, you're building these models, how come they're not taking full advantage of it, I think comes up. But Zuckerberg also noted that they would do this in the event that they overbuild. And so, the thinking was at that point, well, we'll overbuild this way we can finally meet demand for capacity. They've been constrained, all these other companies have been constrained. So, now it appears as though they've built out enough and they can potentially start renting this if they do bring this business online.
And Dan, I think that was the biggest concern here within this market, is that there's just been billions of dollars spent on AI infrastructure. Is the demand there? Will the demand be there based on the compound annual today? It seems like they're available and willing to buy this excess AI compute. At the same time, it's not just Meta, like you mentioned, but Amazon and Microsoft also doing similar. So just how similar is this opportunity for Meta, and how does that maybe translate to these other hyperscalers as well now?
Yeah, it would take, years and years for them to meet kind of the level that Amazon and Microsoft and Google have built out their own cloud capability. So it's not as though this, instantly becomes a kind of existential threat to those three companies. Though it does become a new player, and if it has the pricing power, it can bring over some customers and take away some market share. Right now, those three companies are basically the big cloud companies, at least in the U.S. for sure, and globally. And so, the idea that there would be a new competitor in this space, is likely to raise some eyebrows. But as I said, it's not as though this is going to come, online instantly and start to decimate Google or Microsoft or Amazon. It's likely that, depending on how far they want to go with this build out, it would take time to build up their user base. But it will be interesting to see how far they really do want to take this. Do they just want to use the excess compute that they have, or do they want to then say, okay, well, we're getting customers that are interested in using our excess compute, we're offering it the right price. Now let's kind of build on that and have its own standalone business. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Meta and Mark Zuckerberg do on this front. And like I said, it just seems as though it's a better business line when it comes to this AI build out, because they're using AI right now to power their own business, and it makes sense to a degree. But when you're making these billions and billions of dollars of investments, it takes a long time then for the advertising to generate enough revenue for that total cost of ownership. And so we'll see if this new kind of stream is able to add to that.
And so much to watch for sure. Dan Holly, thanks so much for breaking this all down. We appreciate it. And coming up, e-mobility company Lime is going public on the NASDAQ. Let's speak to the CEO. That's next.
Ear infection.
e-mobility company Lime is set to list on the NASDAQ today. The company, which is backed by Uber, provides short-term electric scooter and bike rentals. Lime has priced shares at $25 each, indicated to open around $27, valuing the company at $1.6 billion. Lime CEO Wayne King joins us now from the NASDAQ. Wayne, good morning and congratulations on the IPO. Super exciting for you. Just walk us through why exactly you felt like now was the right time to look from the rest of the business since 2017. Of course, we're on the heels of that SpaceX IPO, the best second quarter since 2020. Lots of momentum. Why now?
Thank you so much for having me. I would say it's the right moment because we have been building this business in the last few years. We've been free cash flow positive. We continue to grow our top line very healthy, 29% top line growth in 2025. Just felt like the right moment now that we are at financial sustainability to tap the public markets to further accelerate growth. And I do think the macro IPO market improving is a good tailwind for us.
Wayne, at the same time, Lime has posted net losses every year since you were founded in 2017. So walk investors maybe hearing of Lime for the first time this morning through that path to profitability and how close Lime is to that.
Yeah. Maybe if I think it's enough, I do think the most important metric for me and many other CEOs is actually free cash flow rather than a GAAP net income. And on a free cash flow basis, Lime generated over $100 million of free cash flow last year, off of over $200 million of adjusted EBITDA. And we've been able to grow free cash flow in a very healthy way for 3 years in a row. When I look at the GAAP net income, there's been a bit of a drag just coming from the fact that we have a convertible loan that was being marked to market in a more unusual way. I think as part of the IPO today, that convertible loan converts into common equity, and that will no longer be a drag on our GAAP financial. So I am bullish about where the business is today, but I'm even more bullish about where we can take the business in the future.
Now, you guys are in about 230 cities across 29 countries. Walk investors through how Lime makes money. I mean, is it the scooter rentals? Is it the bike rentals? Is it people subscribing? Walk us through the model here.
Sure. I mean, the heart of how we generate revenue is we rent our bikes and scooters to users for public transportation in cities all around the world. And the economics are actually really good. So we, on average, payback for the bikes and scooters we put out on the streets in less than 1 year. These vehicles last 5 years plus. And so in the course of the full lifetime, we get return on invested capital between 4 to 5x the initial investment. And I think that's a very consistent, reliable return we see all over the world. We also offer a membership program. We have two. One is called Lime Pass. The other one is Lime Prime. Lime Prime is typically $6 a month in monthly membership. For that, the riders get unlimited flat rate. Every trip is only $2 a trip, and it's under 20 minutes. And it's also a great way to build long-term loyalty and a larger return revenue stream. When I look at kind of our future growth, the bulk of the future growth is going to come from existing market growth. We see some of the fastest growth rates in markets where Lime is already operational. And we make money in almost every market we're operating. I think that is one of the big differences between Lime and our competitors. We figured out the unit economics of this business. We are the global leader in a winner-take-most market. And with our scale begets scale in our industry. With the incremental investment, we'll be able to grow and invest more back into the business and gain even greater scale. So I feel very good about the unit economics, but also about what this IPO will mean for Lime in the future.
And you guys have definitely come across some challenges that your competitors haven't been able to get over. You had Brewer and Bolt at one time, and you guys have pushed through those challenges. One challenge that some of the street is worried about are regulatory concerns in major cities as they continue to change and evolve and
regulation is a competitive strength for Ryan. We're a 90-year-old company in two-thirds of our markets, more than 60% of our markets. We've been there for 4+ years. And as you know, there was a 2-year pandemic in the middle of the 9 years we were in business. So the fact that two-thirds of our markets have been there for 4+ years, it shows how durable and sticky these relationships are. Urban transportation is broken in cities all over the world, whether it's from congestion, lack of parking spots, affordability, pollution, and the crisis of climate change. The incredible thing is we are a solution to every one of those challenges. And this is our value proposition to cities. We'll help you reduce the impact of cars. We'll offer an affordable, efficient, reliable alternative. And every trip online is a carbon-free vehicle that's going to reduce pollution, reduce carbon impact of transportation. I would say that is a great value proposition. That is why we see cities all over the world adopting shared ride mobility. And when they're picking their partner, Lime is the obvious choice as the global leader in the space. We bring the best technology, hardware, software, operational expertise. So I think we're only going to build on that regulatory implementation aspect.
We had here in New York this past season. Now we're seeing a heat wave a little bit here in New York City. So how does seasonality play into Lime's business model?
Lime is a seasonal business. We have stronger summers, slightly less demand for winter. People actually are okay riding micromobility when it's cold. I think if it rains or if there's ice on the ground, those are moments when sometimes I think we see a little bit lesser demand. I would say how we manage seasonality, a couple of ways. One is we've been investing in Southern Hemisphere markets. We've been investing a lot in Australia, New Zealand, in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, and Dubai, growing our markets that have opposite seasons. So when it's winter in the Northern Hemisphere, these Southern Hemisphere markets are just going into their summer peak seasons. That evens out the fluctuation that we see quarter by quarter. The other thing that we have to continue to do is improve our own operations. And today we're able to keep most of our fleet out deeper into the winter because we continue to be a better operator, and our users are also becoming more accustomed to using Lime year round. So I feel like we've already softened the impact of seasonality. As we continue to invest in better technology, better operations, and Southern Hemisphere markets, we're going to see that more real going into the future.
Wayne Ting, Lime CEO, thank you so much for joining us on Civic Small Long Term. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me today. Really appreciate it.
And coming up, we'll look at what's marking the ETF market as we enter the third quarter. You're watching.
Sounds like you're in a tunnel. It's in his ear. Ear infection.
Protect your pet from injury and illness with the residentials.
Today, and it's already been had because of Slip Pit. Red Day is just a day now, and everything's perfect.
Some things will come to grow up. 25 years in, still checking credit cards. The shops don't open the way they used to. Hats don't drop the way they used to. But the pool still hits. Pokemon, basketball, real cars, real prizes, lips by Triumph. Same ritual.
App loving, making it back to the highs.
Strength isn't optional for me. Being able to carry my kids
App 11, big move today on App 11. Last 4 days, moving off the low hammer. Thursday into Friday, looking good. App 11 still pushing. Nice follow through. RSI rising. MACD, stochastics rising. App 11, nice reversal.
Micron Pulse.
SpaceX turned back down.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Apple turning back up. Looks good on the 60-minute. Apple moving a bit higher now. AMD is still selling a bit. AMD.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
SPX, we learned a lot about that. It's going to join the Nasdaq 100 on July 7th. So, should investors consider sort of taking this backdoor into an ETF?
I think
What's Rocket Labs doing? Rocket Labs. All right, fade from the high. Rocket Labs earlier. Coinbase, Meta, Palantir. Okay, Palantir coming off the lows. The weekly still needs to get back above the 10 EMA. Amazon. All right, trying to get back above the 10 EMA weekly. Apple. Apple back above the 10 EMA weekly. New York FANG components. All right, we got about an hour and 13 minutes to go. New York FANG is back above the 50-day firmly. Look for it to follow through and test this high that we put in a couple of weeks ago.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Futures fading again.
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
Intel low of the day.
It's a lot easier with leaf filter.
join millions of satisfied homeowners. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today.
New York Stock Exchange.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
A little hesitation here today, but still trending above the 9 EMA. New York Stock Exchange. The equal weight index made a new high. S&P equal weight made a new high today, new all-time high. Number of stocks trading above the 20-day. Continues higher. Okay, so we're well off of the red zone, overbought zone. Number of stocks above the 50-day. Looks good. Making new highs. So, yeah, there's some tech stocks that aren't doing that great, like AMD. But overall, this is looking pretty good.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Amazon just shy of the highs. Netflix, same.
Shares in Nike are sliding as the sports retailer posted a decline in revenue as it highlighted a challenging consumer environment. The latest disappointment comes 2 years into CEO Elliott Hill's turnaround
Spider Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Brian has an outperform rating on the stock and a $41.05 price target. Brian, let's start off there because there's only a select few who do have an outperform rating on the stock, a buy rating. About 17 analysts on the street have that buy rating.
SoFi.
Yeah, well, good morning. Yeah, I mean, look, I made pretty clear to our clients, in all the reports we've been on night.
Pretty slow mover, but looking good. SoFi.
0 DTE, call side.
Microsoft did pull back in a little bit. Apple's back to the highs.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
SpaceX moving lower.
Soft Pulse.
Apple, Meta, nice gap up, holding on to the 50-day. I'd like to see this follow through tomorrow as analysts and fund managers reassess the possibilities for Meta with this news. Pinduoduo, big turn here. KWeb turning up. Baba. Okay. Robinhood with a nice push above the 200-day volume. MACD stochastics RSI turning looks good. Let's look at some of the stocks from the watch list. Let's see how they're doing. ASTH Healthcare continuation. ASTH from the watch list. %8 on the day, up nearly 8% on the day. ASTH.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
All right, STH for the week. 12.27% so far. Good question. Power hour? No. Tomorrow is a full day. Okay, ASTH from the watch list looks good. Let's see what else. Humana, Rosanna Dana. Humana up on the week. Okay, Humana. Nice follow through. Dave. Higher. Elf. Higher. Boy, Elf is really cooking. Elf, that was a good one. Elf plus 6%. plus 6.36% today. And weekly, 16% on the week. 16.7.
Micron Pulse.
All right, ELF looks good.
Micron Pulse.
What's El Polo Loco doing? Restaurants, Loco, 3% on the week. Loco is up 2.5. Loco.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, ICLR, ICLR. Jones Lang LaSalle, real estate up big today. JLL is up 3.5%.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
JLL.
SPX pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Let's see. LQDA up. Microsoft, we talked about that. Microsoft, a little bit of profit taking off the high there. NCLH, I like that one better than Royal Caribbean. That didn't follow through. Qualsys, QLYS, Qualsys, up big, 5%. Qualsys watch list. Plus 5.6%.
Zero DTE.
IWM.
Size.
Yeah. The 10-year yield. 10-year yield. All right, let's see. Starbucks. That was one I was thinking about getting into. Starbucks from the watch list. That's just kind of sitting there. Snowflake. All right, Bollinger Bands opening up, looking good. Tesla, Under Armour, UAA. Even that, it's up 2.5%. VIX climbing. Under Armour.
Size.
What's Wingstop doing? Wingstop. All right, that's grinding along. HNGE, Hinge Health, higher. All these watch list stocks did very well. Home Depot, of course, above the 200-day. That's been higher for the last few weeks since we started covering it. Elf looking good, though. Elf, CrowdStrike up at the highs. Palo Alto Networks still going. Jeez. CRWD. CrowdStrike. All right, so nice follow through today. And this week, Palo Alto, it's up 15.6%.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep core.
Palo Alto. Wow. Gone. Netflix trying to take the highs. Amazon looks like it wants to go one more time. Maybe. Looks good for tomorrow. Probably going to see a follow through day tomorrow, I would think. And then look for weakness after the holiday, after July 4th weekend. Look for weakness. Doesn't mean it'll happen. Captain was looking at the VIX calls. Not a bad idea, VIX calls. Okay, we're down here at the low. Maybe August 22, something like that. August 20s. What are those going for?
NBIS. Long dated.
Oh. CrowdStrike 4-for-1 stock split tomorrow. Okay. We'll look at it tomorrow. NVIDIA's turning back up. NVIDIA turning. NVIDIA's turning up here. SpaceX gave us a little fake out. It looked like it was going to move higher. It's actually lower now. SpaceX. NVIDIA's trying to turn back up. NVIDIA. Okay, 60-minute, 20 MA. It's rising. Looks good. NVIDIA. Okay, I'll hold on to NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Let me see what I have here. NVIDIA, I have... Everything is August 21st. The 200, 205 calls, 215, 225s, and straight 200 calls. All of those for NVIDIA. Okay, it looks like it could stretch its legs and get back to 213, 214 NVIDIA over the next week or so. If it wasn't for the COR1M being so low, I mean, it might be a headwind for some of these. Okay, it's starting to rise a little bit, 572. COR1M could be that it's just a short-term little volatility spasm, but we have to pay attention. We have to keep an eye on that. I've been trying to focus on options beyond July 17th out into August at a minimum. Day trading some of these shorter term options is fine, but I like Meta's pulling back right now. Got to have like September or October options for Meta. People are going to take profits. They probably don't want to swing. The big gap up today.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
What's XME doing? XME down at the lows. Okay, sector-wise, let's see what sectors are doing. Materials. Okay, flat. Communications, that's Meta. Big gap up, helping. Google, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, real quick here. NVIDIA, shifting gears. NVIDIA, popping back up. NVIDIA going. NVIDIA ripping. There goes NVIDIA. Let me just post that in the alerts channel. Okay, S&P turning back up. Okay, NVIDIA, nice little pop. Nice pop there.
Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Nokia, BlackBerry. What's Nokia doing? I haven't looked at Nokia today. Nokia. Nokia still below the 50-day. BlackBerry still going here. BlackBerry, nice. App 11, what a good day for App 11. This whole week has been good for App 11. App 11 jumping 10% today.
SPX.
NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA.
0 DTE.
Okay, it looks like we're going to get an outside day. Hopefully, a bullish outside day, engulfing candle. That'd be nice. NVIDIA running.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Woo-hoo, there goes NVIDIA.
SPX Pulse.
AMD. All right, short covering AMD.
0 DTE. Call sign.
AMD shorts covering. Tesla turning. Tesla is turning.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts.
All right, the futures are on the move. IWM bouncing. Okay, NVIDIA. Nice little pop in NVIDIA. All right.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Meta fading. Meta fading. Meta fading. All right, people taking profits most likely. NVIDIA, big gap up, 10% for the stock, $600 stock, $60. Okay, we're back to green. Okay, plus 12 on the futures, still going here. Hedge flows. Let's see what it looks like going into next week. All right, let's go. Let's do that. Let's look at next week. Let me change this so I can see a little bit better. Okay, and go out to next week. Okay, so lack of dark purple down below. So that's telling you that there is some risk for the markets to pull back without any kind of major support. Got a little bit here at 74.50 and some at 7,300, but this is looking forward into next week. Okay, July 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Okay, so this is showing you that there's not a whole lot. There's some positive gamma, but it's not like huge. Not huge. All right, so full day tomorrow. The markets are open full day. The bond market closes at 2. Bond market closes at 2. Intel shorts covering, starting to bounce. Intel. All right, it's a little after 3 o'clock. Let's see what they have to say over at Wapnerland. What was that?
0 DTE. Colstrip. Size.
Yeah, I would eat fewer Cheerios so that my pet could eat, and it
0 DTE. Call sign.
Okay, nice little pop.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Guys, thank you. Liz Thomas. Thomas, good to have you. Rich Saperstein, you as well. We'll see both of you soon. We do have some other news regarding a frequent guest and someone all of you know pretty well at this point, Dan Ives. He's leaving Wedbush, and he joins us now to tell us more. So welcome.
Wow.
It's good to have you. Tell us more. You resigned today?
Yeah, so look, I mean, I've been at Wedbush 8 years. It's been a phenomenal time. So proud of everything we've done as a tech team. They're going to continue to be partners, but for me, it's about what's the evolution of my career. 25 years on Wall Street, and I'm excited that I found great partners and long-term capital to create.
NVIDIA still pushing here. NVIDIA.
Really, essentially, a new modern merchant bank that I think is really going to fill the need that we're seeing on Wall Street.
Zero DTE.
My view from tech to energy to infrastructure, financials. So super excited to really start that chapter.
All right, Intel turning back up as well. Chips are starting to get bought. AMD at the low, turning back up. Intel similar, coming off the low. Shorts covering.
It's seen around corners. And I think more and more companies need it's not just great research. It's not just great advisory, but also aligned balance sheets as well. And I found the right partners, people I've known a long, long time, great capital.
Are you prepared to talk about that at this point? The backers, who they are, and all that, or is now not the time for you to do that?
Yeah, we'll do that in a few weeks.
Okay.
Probably right here.
Okay.
I'm so excited to announce it, and my time at Wedbush has been unbelievable. It's just been another step.
Zero DTE. Call
the AI revolution,
Size.
the fourth industrial revolution, is to create a firm
Zero
that I think
DTE.
could go
Call
after that and help clients, help investors, what I view over the next decade.
Didn't you? You just initiated on SpaceX yesterday, didn't you? You did, right?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? If you knew you were leaving, that seems weird.
Yeah, and that's look, from a timing perspective, you never could coordinate these things. But to me,
I mean, it's just yesterday.
But okay, it's a good one. But for me, SpaceX is one where I'm such a believer, as we've talked about, in terms of what Musk is doing there, what ultimately AI is going to mean to the SpaceX.
Meta dropping off a little bit more now.
Broadly speaks to
Meta.
We're still in the third inning of the AI revolution. It's just starting to play out. You see Meta and others continue to kind of
Meta selling a bit. Meta's selling here. Still up quite a bit, but giving some back. Had a nice run up today. I'm looking to buy a dip in Meta. Add to positions.
Zero DTE. Call Size.
Tesla. Do I want to do anything else with Tesla? Not really. We've had a massive run in Tesla for 4 days. I'm not gonna go too big. Still have some Tesla, but gonna wait. Gonna wait on that. I gotta wait. I gotta see what happens with this COR1M. Maybe we'll get if we're a bit more patient. Maybe we'll get an opportunity. Like Intel, AMD, all of those pull back.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
Sources confirm that Meta is working on building an AI cloud infrastructure business. Now, this should not be a surprise since Mark Zuckerberg first talked about this last October and again at Meta's annual shareholder meeting in May. Then he said, quote, "It's definitely on the table almost every week. There are different companies that come to us from outside asking us to both stand up an API service or asking if we have compute that they could buy from us at some premium to what we bought it at." The Zuckerberg's appointment of Dina Powell McCormick as the company's president and its co-head of its new Meta Compute division.
All right, Amazon fading a bit.
Business as Meta works to monetize is up to 100.
Looking for stocks to hold up here tomorrow, hopefully. Fingers crossed. If you think you need hedges, now's the time to do it when VIX is low. And you could actually buy a VIX as well. VIX calls maybe out in August, mid-August somewhere. I would do the monthlies.
Many analysts are bullish on this for creating a new potential revenue stream. Guys?
Okay. Julia, thank you very much for that. That's Julia Forston. Back to Dan Ives, because you follow the company. What do you make of the news?
We've talked about
Tesla.
It's just going to be another sort of notch when you talk about all the CapEx and how they're going to monetize.
All right, Tesla's starting to turn back up. Tesla.
They're not just spending this is not baked into the stock when you think about
Tesla.
cloud, what that could mean in monetization.
Shorts covering.
Subscription is going to mean to ultimately the 3.5 billion users. And I think this is just the start of a strategy where I do believe Zuckerberg and Meta are playing a game of poker. Investors haven't seen it yet, but it comes down to numbers and results where you're starting now to see breadcrumbs that get you more bullish for a stock that, as I've said, garage sale price in terms of what this thing is trading.
Did you see this coming?
Look, we talked about it, that when you talk about cloud, you talk about compute, and you talk about what they're doing, they're going to continue to focus on ways how they can monetize. They're not just spending like 1980s rock stars for no reason. They will monetize in some of the parts. I just think New York City Cap Drive right now is bearish on Meta going into July.
Can they really challenge the other, more well-established cloud? Amazon, Google, Microsoft, obviously?
Yeah, I don't think that they can challenge them. So when it comes to, are they going to unseat Microsoft and Adela, Amazon, Google? But if they could be very similar to what Oracle's doing, if you
Zero
can
DTE.
a fourth,
Call
fifth player, monetize
Size.
your base, get ultimately spillover, this is something that's not baked into the valuation, it's not baked into the stock, and I think that's the game they're playing.
Well, it's funny you mentioned
Futures look like they want to go again.
hasn't done well.
S&P starting to climb.
Has it?
I think Oracle and Microsoft, the most oversold large cap names out there, because it's the view that Oracle is just spending, taking on debt, not going to ultimately monetize on the OpenAI fees. RPO continues to go higher, and I think that's another one. Super value name relative to where it's trading. And I just think as we go into the next 6 months, a lot of these names are going to recover, and I think outperform even maybe in some of the memory and chip plays.
Oh wait, so you think the mega caps are going to reassert themselves in the second half of the year? So you don't buy into the underperformance there, and momentum continues to unwind from the chips, and that money goes somewhere else. You don't buy that story?
Because I believe when it comes to monetization, you're building Vegas Strip 1955. Who ultimately is going to be the one that benefits there down the road? It's the hyperscalers. How Microsoft's going to monetize, Alphabet, what you see on Amazon. Right now, that's not being factored in. It's, of course, memories, the chip plays. Those are the golden childs. But I think as we go into it, it's the hyperscalers, and I think ultimately Mag 7, that will flex their muscles going into earnings season in July.
Why should it be factored in now? Why isn't it the right reaction that the market has given to, like, you know what? We've given you all the benefit of the doubt on spending hand over fist on all the money. When
Tesla looks like it wants to go a little bit more.
Now you're raising debt and all that stuff that's coming on.
Tesla looking good.
Long dated.
Been 4 big days. I'm not going to buy anything up here, but maybe take a little profits off. Tesla's been up for 4 days. Tomorrow's the last trading day
Long dated.
of the week. We got the holiday. Maybe reduce your risk. That's what I'm talking to myself, really. Maybe reduce your risk. Come back in on Monday with some cash, getting ready for the second week of July. Whole full week of July we're looking forward to. A lot of these stocks look like they could follow through, so I want to have some cash for that. I don't want them to be I don't want the money to be sitting in positions that aren't performing.
Zero DTE. Call
You look at NVIDIA,
Size.
streets underestimating growth probably 15-20% in terms of earnings. Demand to supply, we've seen our Asia checks still 12, 15 to 1. That's not stopped. No, with memory, clearly that's the one where
Trade Desk, McDonald's. Just watching some of these at the lows. See if anything happens. Uber at the 50-day, back below the 50-day.
It's been remarkable. Year to date, a lot of those names. Fortinet's up 100%. Palo Alto's up.
Wells Fargo, looking for that to follow through tomorrow. Wells Fargo. All of these banks look good. Maybe we get a follow through tomorrow. JP Morgan, PNC. All right, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Bank of America. All of these look good. Microsoft just rolled over. Microsoft rolling over.
Wall Street Journal reported Elon Musk showed investors a prototype for a handset like AI
Zero
device just ahead of
DTE.
SpaceX IPO
Call
that
was supposed to be using Qualcomm's Snapdragon chipset, but in a reply on X more recently, Elon Musk called the report utterly false. And so that is, you're not seeing as much of a reaction in Qualcomm shares, but that's why that's reacting. Now for Nike shares, they're up ever so slightly, 3%, making up earlier losses. Nike beat expectations, but saw another sales decline in its key Chinese market. UBS and Bank of America cut their price targets. Goldman kept a neutral rating, says investors just need to have patience with Nike's turnaround plan. Last but not least, Shutterstock shares are tumbling as it called off its planned merger with Getty Images just after hitting a regulatory roadblock. A top UK regulator said it would require Shutterstock to sell its editorial business before any type of merger could actually happen. These companies, we have to point out, do have market caps under $1 billion, so the swings are definitely dramatic. Shutterstock down by 30%.
All right, Christina, thanks. See you in a little bit. We're just getting started. Up next, can the markets keep up the momentum? Or will the summer heat force stocks to cool down? JP Morgan Dubravko Lakos joins us next.
Okay, New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. New York Fangs are mixed. All right, so New York Fangs are mixed, but the index is higher. Okay, so looking pretty good. We're near the upper half of the closing levels, or the highs of the day, I should say. Upper half of the daily range looks good for the past 4 trading days, looking good. All right, so with the exception of Microsoft right now, Tesla's starting to turn, but these look pretty good. Those 10 stocks look pretty good. Intel bouncing. Tesla. I just feel the market feels tired. Maybe we'll get a little spurt at the end of the day, but markets feel kind of tired right now.
Soft pulse, long dated.
Great to have you on the show today. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
Coming up, U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement could be in trouble. We got the uncertainty around that deal. That's next up on the show.
Vistaprint helps bring your ideas to life with easy-to-use design tools, real-human support, and about the products you need. You can feel good about it. Just click it, and print it with Vistaprint. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at Vistaprint.com. Yes. Let's crush this. 433. Always trust the setup. Tasty. Now it's game time.
Fight to the middle. Let's make this one count.
Take the win.
Okay. What is that? Meta what?
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls. Zero DTE, call side, size. Zero DTE, call sign.
Welcome back to the bell. After the best first half for stocks in years, is there enough momentum to keep these markets climbing through the summer? Let's welcome in JP Morgan's head of global market strategy, Dubravko Lakos. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
I look at your most recent note. You talk about blue skies ahead. That sounds pretty bullish. Are you?
We're bullish. We have been bullish entering the year. Obviously, the geopolitical event around Iran deterred the path for a bit, but looks like things are moving in the right direction. We are bullish. We think momentum for broader equity markets remains intact. Having said that, there is certain segments within equities where there is extreme degree of crowding. And so in a way, momentum factor is highly crowded and at risk of flash crashes, but the broader market, we think, remains in a decent
spot. So let's take those in pieces. Your target is 7,800, right? You raise that to 78.
We use the recent weakness in the market to raise it from 76 to 78.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're at 75 now, and when you talk about blue sky, that doesn't sound like a lot of blue.
No, but blue sky was sort of the term that we were using amidst the geopolitical, event, the oil crisis. There was a much bigger risk that we basically had to entertain in terms of where things could go wrong. And so we thought about blue sky as an environment where, the earnings story continues to come through, and then a lot of these pressures tied to the Strait of Hormuz, oil markets, and so forth start to normalize.
It's pretty amazing how the market was able to look through a whole lot of noise, and even more than noise. The spike in oil prices, there was some volatility. Market got upset here and there, but by and large, it kept its eyes on the earnings price. Right. And that enables you to go to 7,800, others to 8,000 and beyond. This is all an earnings-driven story, right?
Largely, absolutely. We think that the multiple story, actually, if anything, at this point is relatively contained, because the market does have a number of different hurdles that we'll have to basically digest, including potentially tightening monetary policy.
You don't believe that?
We don't have hikes officially for this year, but you could basically see some in 2027. That remains a risk. You have a situation where there is, again, we talked about pretty high degree of crowding in certain segments that are quite important to the overall market.
Like momentum?
Momentum, but specifically tied to AI, and it's less of a midstream hyperscaler story. It's really more the beneficiaries of the sort of hyperscaler spend. So think about the upstream plays, the second, third, fourth order plays, and not just in the US, but also abroad. When you look at Asia, markets like Korea, Taiwan, they've been on fire.
So you talk about chips, like the memory chips?
Chips in the broader supply chain, the ecosystem, And then there's something to be said about equity supply. There's a lot of equity supply that's going to be hitting the market, already is, and more to come. And so we still think that the demand supply picture remains robust and solid, but it will not be as good as it's been the last 6, 12, 18 months.
No, but the market has not wavered one bit on any of the issuance that's come or the IPOs.
So far.
Do you think it'll be different when, say, Anthropic and OpenAI hit the market, given their size, and eventually you have a supply-demand imbalance?
Well, there's potentially new names that are coming to market. So we're thinking $250 to $300 billion worth of IPO supply coming online this year, which will be the highest, I believe, since 2021. And then you have the question around secondary offerings. We're seeing some movement there. And then there's the whole question around post-lockup shares.
We got 30 minutes to go. A little bit more than 30 minutes to go.
That's at a time when buybacks, which have been a very steady hand in terms of demand, remain quite strong. And then the retail side has been a relatively steady hand in terms of buying the dip. So we think those persist and help this new supply get absorbed. But the spread is just not going to be as favorable, right? So there, the market will have to digest these things along the way.
Do you expect what's happened in the last few weeks, or not even maybe that long, but the momentum unwind that we've been witnessing, is that a bigger trend, a longer trend? And if it happens and money just circulates somewhere else,
SPX.
right?
So this market has been a big-time momentum-driven market. The degree of crowding and momentum that we're seeing today basically is similar to what we saw during peak momentum bubble in COVID and peak momentum bubble TMT, right? Crowding-wise. And it's been highly concentrated, as I mentioned, in these AI upstream plays. So risk of a flash crash in momentum is high, has been high, remains high. So what's happening on a day like today, I think is very real and should not be any surprise. And I think there's more such risk to play out. Having said that, I do think that various other important segments of equities, like the hyperscalers, big tech, Big 10, their valuation, PEG ratios, and so forth, actually, if anything, look quite attractive. So I think that should help keep the market in a relatively, I would say, strong spot. So momentum crashes, but not necessarily full-blown market crashes.
Is there an area of the market that you think will have the biggest upside surprise in the second half that not enough people are focused on? or is that too difficult to entertain?
So no, I like that.
DTE.
Quality growth, rotation from speculative growth into more quality growth, or broadly quality, is what we've been sort of advocating for. So what do we mean by that?
What goes under that umbrella?
So tech, hyperscalers, I really like as a relative outperformer.
Okay.
Right here, yes.
Okay.
As many of them have been doing nothing for
Right.
6, 12, 18 months.
Right.
You think about healthcare. You think about areas like medical devices. And then you even think about areas that have gotten heavily hit from this call it fear of AI disruption earlier this year. Software, areas like cyber. I think of them as also quality growth.
Well, I mean, cyber's coming off. A lot of those names are coming off their best quarter ever.
Yeah, but I think if you look at the trend of software the last 4 or 5 years, and cyber also went through a relatively tough patch up until recently. So it's only more recently starting to rebound, right?
What about the reverse of that question? Is there some place you would just outright avoid?
So areas that I would view. So I would be trimming the indirect, the second, third, fourth order AI plays that we talked about, the momentum. That's where I think you really need to think carefully about diversification and portfolio construction, because risks, I would say, are quite high. We haven't seen in quite many years equity funding costs shooting up as much as they have now. Levered ETFs sizes are moving up. So there's froth is building within those specific segments of the market.
I appreciate you sharing your views with us, Dubravko. It's good to see you again. Thanks, Dubravko Lakos, JP Morgan. Coming up, NASDAQ coming off its best quarter since 2020, but could the tech trade be due for a serious correction? Intelligent Alpha's Doug Clinton has a view on that. You don't want to miss it.
Spider Pulse. SPX Pulse. SPX Pulse. Intel Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. Long dated. deep calls, deep puts. AMD pulse, long dated.
All right. I know it's getting a little quiet. I'm just taking a few notes here.
Zero DTE, call side, size. Zero DTE, call side, size.
Tesla. Tesla looking good. End of day running a little bit more. Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla. Okay, whenever stocks get like they're currently what I'm seeing right now on the screens, I'm reducing my exposure because it feels like we're going to get a spasm any day now, today or next week. So I have quite a few positions that are green that I've been taking off today.
Even as he continues to love the space, Doug Clinton, the Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO, Deepwater managing partner. Joins us now. It's good to see you. Likewise, Scott. Tell us more about this call. Looking for a correction?
You know, if you look back at the dot-com era, there were 10 corrections of 10% throughout that 6-year period. And
Zero
Obviously, there's a lot of
DTE
analogs, I
call
think, a lot
sign.
of comparisons people
Size.
make between the AI era that we're in now and the dot-com era previously. And one of the things that we've
Tesla
noticed sort of
Pulse.
studying this
Shenanigans.
prior period is when we get
SMH
these
Pulse.
periods after
Long
a
dated.
strong run, which we just had in the
SPX
NASDAQ,
Pulse.
and you start to see some wobbles, you start to see really some more spiky
Tesla
volatility where
Pulse.
you have bigger
Shenanigans.
day-to-day moves, a few percent up, a few percent down. That often did
Tesla looking good for the week.
correction moves, and so that's kind of what we're seeing right
Tesla
now.
weekly.
It does feel like I wouldn't, really be surprised if we went all the way down to that 10% correction would be about 24,000 or so, a little higher than that.
Micron Pulse.
Does it
Long dated.
start with the
Deep calls.
momentum unwind? I'm not sure.
Nvidia fading.
I just had with Rocco Lagos of JP Morgan, who mentioned the idea and possibility of quote unquote flash crashes within the memory
SanDisk
space and
Pulse.
some of those high
Micron
really
Pulse.
crowded areas
Long dated.
of the market,
Deep
which
calls.
are right in the
Zero
epicenter of the whole
DTE
momentum
call sign.
factor in the market.
Size.
I think that's where you have to be most careful.
S&P fading.
I mean, some of our favorite names like Lam Research, which is one that we continue to believe in long term in the semi-cap space, down 10% plus. Some of the memory names down 10% plus today. So I think
Zero
it would make sense if you
DTE
think about a
call
10%
sign.
correction.
Size.
Where would the brunt of that happen?
AMD pulling back.
Some of the
Semis selling a little bit more.
big part of the NASDAQ. But I also do think that some of that momentum unwind would be a big part of it. The question I think is how do you
Nvidia.
at Intelligent Alpha, our AI models that run our portfolios, we have been trimming a little bit of our exposure to the data
Spider
center
Pulse.
play. We were
Long
about
dated.
40% exposed in our long short hedge fund in May. We're now down around 30, so we still have a lot of exposure. But I think that you just want to be a little bit careful here through this period until the trade, in my opinion, starts to work again, probably later this summer.
And it's clear that you don't believe the memory trade's over.
Zero
You
DTE
just think
call sign.
Google trying to move end of day. Google.
that we've seen.
That's right. I would stick with
Google.
long-term semi-cap space is another piece of the broader AI trade that we continue to like. I mentioned Lam Research, on the memory side. Western Digital is a name that we continue to own, and we're going to try to manage around those positions through what we think could be some volatility here. I think the good news is when we get to the back half of this year, there are some other things that
Google.
tailwinds to the AI trade. We talked a little bit about this before, Scott, the idea of doing inference or running AI models on your computer locally. I think that will be a bigger trend next year, and we could start to see some beneficiaries from that. Memory will continue to benefit from that trend. But, a company like Apple, for example, or even Dell Computer could be beneficiaries as well.
What about outside of tech? What do you like the best?
Meta Pulse.
At
Long
Intelligent
dated.
Alpha, we use AI to do our stock picking. I myself really focus on the tech names, but I'll tell you one name that our models really do like has been Eli Lilly.
Google on the pop here.
Think about all the momentum in AI, all the excitement around AI. Eli Lilly obviously is using, I think, a lot of technology to develop new drugs. Retatrutide is a very exciting drug. I know in the bodybuilding space, which I follow quite closely, could be the next big GLP-1. I think that name is one that's worth following.
We'll talk to you soon, Doug. Thanks. Doug Clinton joining us again. Coming up next, we're tracking biggest movers into flows. Christina Partsinevelos is standing by with that. Tell us what you see.
Well, we have a theme short sellers keeping aim at some of the market's biggest AI winners that you guys just talked about. The best performer in the S&P 500.
Google going. Google. High of the day is that orange line up ahead, overhead. I'm not making any trades in the next 16 minutes. We got 16 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, July the 1st. First trading day of the month. Tesla's starting to go. Tesla. End of day, starting to run. Tesla. What's Taiwan Semi doing? Taiwan Semi. Big reversal today. Taiwan Semi. Tesla looking good. Let's see what these guys, Tesla, Google.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Google. Google looks good, right? Daily. Google could get to 360, 370. Meta pulling back a bit more, back to the opening range high. Okay, S&P back down, backing down. It's too bad. It was a really good day today. S&P 500 coming into the last few minutes of the trading day. Okay, spinning top, Bollinger Bands coming together. We could stay right where we are. Bollinger Band suggesting that we consolidate. RSI suggesting that momentum is slowed. MACD's flattening out. Stochastics is shifting a bit higher.
Which has become one of the Dow's best performers over ties to the AI investment boom. Who knew CAT would be an AI stock? Burry also revealed new bets against NVIDIA, Applied Materials, Tesla, and the SOX Semiconductor ETF, which plays nicely into your previous chat. Now switching to Coinbase, rising. It's the best performing stock in the S&P 500 today. That says the price of Bitcoin is just back above $60,000. Stock still down roughly about 30% year to date as the price of Bitcoin we know has fallen dramatically, but crypto-linked stocks like Strategy and Robinhood are gaining today, considered proxies. And last but not least, General Mills shares higher, roughly 7%. There was a beat on both sales and profit as more budget-conscious consumers continue eating at home, while the Cheerios maker did post a quarterly loss, mainly due to increased promotions. The company said that the investment phase is largely over. One of the investments, I found out protein in their cereal. Secondly, happy Canada Day, Scott.
Okay. You as well. Christina, thanks. Christina Partsinevelos coming up next. Big moves in Salesforce and ServiceNow.
Tesla looks like it wants to go some more. Tesla. I'm not doing anything the last few minutes of this trading day, obviously. Maybe not obviously, but just watching the markets. Had a good day today. Very good week. We'll come back tomorrow and do the same thing. See if there's any July 4th momentum that will follow through. Many of these stocks look like they will. MACD's crossed on the daily. All right. NVIDIA did pull back a bit. NVIDIA. Okay, starting to bounce. NVIDIA. Should be a follow-through day tomorrow, I think. I'm just going to take a couple of cheap. It's 10 minutes to go. Don't follow me on this. I'm just going to buy some calls for tomorrow. NVIDIA. Maybe not. Maybe not. I got the spinning wheel, spinning beach ball on Thinkorswim. It's happened a couple of times lately. NVIDIA for tomorrow.
Long dated. SanDisk Pulse.
Let's see, 200.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
The 200 strike call for tomorrow, NVIDIA 200 strike is going for 88 cents right now, moving back down.
SPX Pulse. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
We're now in the closing bell market zone. Mike Santoli and Bernstein's Roosevelt Bowman are here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Oliver Rennick standing by, as always, live from the CBOE Global Markets in Chicago.
All right.
Seema Modi's all over the moves today in software, Salesforce, and ServiceNow. We'll tell you what's going on there. First off, Michael, begin with you. What do you make of this market today?
First day of a new quarter and half, it seems like the market is trying to do some deferred maintenance on areas that maybe got a little bit overplayed. You talk about it being a momentum unwind. It absolutely is that. And it's kind of holding the S&P 500 in a neutral condition because other stuff is coming in to kind of catch up. So laggard stuff with a zero conviction in it, but there are trading flows running through those areas, like, for example, the average consumer staple stock. It's a beneficial process as long as it doesn't, I think, create its own sense of erratic flow and disorder. I mean, I think that's the thing. I heard Dubrovko's comments to you. The idea that you have these momentum stampedes, crowding, lots of leverage in pockets of this market. The question is, has this cooling off period we've had
All right, I got 7 minutes to go.
to reset the market, or is it going to be about, really more of a across-the-board reversal?
NVIDIA, I bought a 200, 195 strangle. Either it pops tomorrow or it drops. We got a doji spinning top, so I don't know which direction this is going to go. Let's see if it pops tomorrow. If it runs up, that'd be great.
I mean, he used the words flash crash to talk about, the idea that what's happened with momentum's not done, and you could see, flare-ups at any moment among those highest flying.
Okay, NVIDIA dropping off some more. Meta dropped off, so people taking profits off the table. Not a bad idea. Reduce your risk. CBRS is going green. Okay, CBRS. Okay, good. Good. Looks really good here. Actually, a new high of the week. CBRS, new highs.
Is fascinating and both represents a laggard stock catching up and a very interesting fundamental story.
Yeah, I like the dip too. I prefer a gap up. I prefer NVIDIA.
prior to this year was very abnormal. 1 month implied correlation among the top 50 stocks just set a new year-to-date low as individual stocks move in extremely different directions. This is simultaneously wedging the biggest divide.
CBRS, somebody just sold there. Took some profits end of the day.
One step even higher is the SMH, where vol is 59. This has been more
Okay. Google holding up very well. Apple starting to pop in the day. Apple.
correlations reconnect higher. It's usually during sell-offs. Perhaps that's why we see more than 10 times as many calls getting bought in VIX today versus puts, as traders use the S&P to hedge while staying long the backbone of the market via put selling in semiconductors, which was today's most popular directional trade in SMH. Scott?
All right. Oliver, thank you. Oliver Rennick from SIBO. Nice day for software, especially ServiceNow and Salesforce. Tell us more, Seema.
Okay, Scott. Well, the software rally really pronounced in names like Salesforce and ServiceNow, with analysts at Guggenheim upgrading both stocks, asserting that the fears tied to the AI threat are overblown, adding that current valuations reflect a very pessimistic view on where software is headed and overlooks the innovation that both companies are working on. You'll see ServiceNow up 6.5%. Other software names rebounding too, though. Take a look at Palantir up 8%. Follow CEO Alex Karp's appearance on CNBC this morning, which he criticized the frontier AI model, saying open source is the path forward and that deepening partnership it has with NVIDIA. Scott, that interview is going viral.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it certainly is, Seema. Thanks. And you were definitely a part of that. That's Seema Modi. Roosevelt Bowman, I said, here. It's nice to see you for the first time. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
What's your sort of broad view first as we make the turn here into the second half?
So I think there are a couple of things, just building on what Seema mentioned in terms of software. Ultimately, what we've been telling our clients is that you want to focus on those companies that are solving complex problems. Problems where there's high variance. What a lot of large language models do, they're great at solving problems that have low variance. If there's one or two answers, you're going to be narrowing that down. Those companies that are providing those types of solutions, they're going to face competition from those new AI tools. But if you have proprietary data solving more high variance complex problems, then you're going to be able to keep your existing customers.
VIX, I bought some 20, 22 calls on the VIX.
And zero in on the enablers.
For sure. I think this is a concept that we've been talking about with our ultra high net worth clients for months now. And saying, hey,
That's a 40 delta. Those are 40 delta, 40 deltas.
Innovative technology in manufacturing and healthcare, where there's unbelievable kind of advancements going using AI and machine learning tools.
NVIDIA dropping a little bit more. NVIDIA.
Do you think tech's going to underperform?
Okay. So a little profit taking end of the day. I'm not surprised after some of these stocks ran up quite a bit today. Watching the profit taking. Meta. We'll look for more news, more institutional interest to show up. They're not going to show up and start chasing. They're going to look, do their analyzing, see what they can see for Meta by the end of the year, maybe get some upgrades.
Absolutely, Scott. I do think that higher volatility comes more on the long run, though, when the range of outcomes is wider. When you look at most of the Federal Reserve officials, they're basically saying the current Fed funds rate is around where the long run.
Okay, we got less than 2 minutes to go. Actually, got a minute to go. 1 minute to go. 1 minute.
That's been a concern amongst our clients. We've said, hey, that was a very different time. That was demand-driven inflation. Wage pressure is rising. That's not what we're seeing now. This is supply-driven inflation.
1 minute to go. Looking for NVIDIA to gap up tomorrow. NVIDIA. Looking for Meta to continue. Looking for Tesla also to decide what it's going to do. Netflix, looking for that to come out of a base. Microsoft, a little disappointing, but looking for that to follow through. Apple, looking for it to take the high road. We're above the 50-day, so we're looking for a follow through in Apple. All these things we'll look for tomorrow. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Wednesday, July the 1st. We're coming into the closing bell. We've got about 5 seconds to go. Hope everyone has a great evening. Got a hard stop. Take care. That's the closing bell, and we will talk to you tomorrow. Ciao.